And they were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
And coming up next, viewers, Donald Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. More on this on the other side. Stay tuned.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and the top focus will be definitely the war that is happening right now in West Asia, the war that is happening, that has spiraled across the Middle East, where Iran is not going to back down. It doesn't want to talk to the United States of America, and Donald Trump has clearly mentioned that the war will go on for another 4 to 5 weeks. We'll get you all the minute-to-minute update of what's happening in the Middle East, in the West Asian war. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. PM Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions.
Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. A threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world.
Trump says US is knocking the crap out of Iran, warns big wave of military action still to come.
We have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
And Donald Trump declares Iran operations are likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US is prepared to go far longer.
This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister.
Donald Trump says Iran operation was US last best chance to eliminate intolerable threats aimed to thwart missiles, nuclear capabilities. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining the Iran war but ready for defensive action. All right, viewers, there's a big breaking news coming in this bulletin, and the big update coming in the West Asia war that is continuing and spiraled across the Middle East. The United States has now claimed that US B-1 bombers were used, and the B-1 bombers struck deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. Now, the US Central Command stated, as the president said, we are going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. So this is a big revelation, a big claim by the United States of America that they have used the B-1 bomber to destroy the missile capabilities. And also, there are reports that the nuclear facilities of Iran have been also struck. And also, there's an ongoing continuous war with Israel launching a barrage of missiles towards Iran, and Iran launching a barrage of missiles on the US assets in the entire Middle East, in the entire West Asia. Now, another big statement that has come from the United States, this is that the B-1 was used in bombing, it was used to bomb the missile capabilities, the ballistic missile capabilities of Iran. And they say that it struck deep inside Iran to degrade Iranian ballistic missile capabilities. Iran is pretty strong when it comes to drone technology and missile capabilities, and it also possesses ballistic missiles capable of inflicting harm to Iran's enemies. All right, we are getting another big breaking news right now, ladies and gentlemen. Another big breaking news and big statement coming in from the United States of America. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, now says, our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and ability to manufacture them. Now, this is another big statement. He also said the US would like to see the Iranian regime replaced. Let's exactly listen into what he has said.
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the President has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer, okay? But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
And that clearly explains how Iran's ballistic missile capability and the power and the speed of manufacturing ballistic missiles is a threat to all the US assets in the entire Middle East region, and especially this is an added advantage for Iran in the West Asia war. The missile capabilities and also the drone technology. Let's move ahead to the next top story. Now, plumes of smoke spotted near the US embassy in Kuwait City as Iranian retaliatory strikes enter their third day, raising fresh alarm across the Gulf. The embassy has issued a high alert, warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. Now, sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks, even as Kuwaiti authorities say drones targeting the country were intercepted. With tensions escalating and threats ongoing, Kuwait stays on high alert as the region braces for further fallout. Watch this report.
Black smoke billowed near the US embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
All right, viewers, moving on, we're getting another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. This is the big breaking news coming in, and this is US Embassy in Riyadh has been attacked by Iranian drones. Now, 2 drones crashed into US Embassy in Iran. A very big development. Embassy being attacked. The embassy is also now a target for the Iranian drones, for the IRGC. Very big development, very big news on your television screens now. 2 drones attacked the US Embassy in Riyadh, and the flames can be seen clearly visible. The flames can be seen rising. And the Saudi Ministry of Defense announced that the US Embassy was attacked by 2 drones. However, they say there was limited damage, limited fire and minor material damage to the entire building in that region. But this is a very big development. Now, this means further escalation of the war by Iran, where US Embassy is being targeted, which is a non-military asset. If you target non-military asset, this means you are opening a Pandora's box for further escalation from the side of United States of America also. And this is the biggest development which has happened now. An embassy being attacked. An embassy has been attacked, and a loud blast was heard. And a thick black smoke, as you can see on your television screen, plumes of smoke and this fire on your screens, as you can see, can be seen rising above the US Embassy in Saudi Arabia's Riyadh. And the Saudi Ministry of Defense announced that the US Embassy was attacked by 2 drones. 2 drones were used, resulting in a limited fire and minor material damage to the building. Now, this was the embassy. The US Embassy in Saudi Arabia issued a shelter-in-place notification for Jeddah, Riyadh, and Dhahran, and added in an advisory that it is limiting non-essential travel to any military installations in the region. Now, this is how Middle East is burning right now. These are the latest visuals of embassies being attacked, or embassies being targeted. Already the US embassies in Kuwait and Jordan were struck, and this is the latest. The embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, has also been targeted. This is a confirmation in this ongoing war. IRGC has clearly stated that all US military assets and bases are legitimate target in the entire Middle East, but targeting US embassies further escalates the war to another level. In a major escalation in West Asia, plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refining complex after an Iranian Shahid 136 drone reportedly struck the facility. The refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, serve as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. The temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security. Watch this report.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahid 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
The Iran-Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint. Now, Iranian missiles and drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. Now, US officials say the base remains operational with no major casualties, though nearby civilian areas were also hit. With the critical American military hut under fire, Bahrain is on high alert as fears grow of a wider regional war. Watch this report.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation with missiles, drones and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations, with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
A dramatic footage shows a US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al Jahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapons system officer ejecting safely. Now, meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat. Watch this report.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft, identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle, it went down west of Al Jahra. trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapon system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
After 3 days of relentless US and Israeli bombardment targeting the IRGC's launch sites, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal? Despite losing nearly 500 missiles in the opening salvos, Iran continues to fire from its vast, hardened subterranean silos. From hypersonic threats to long-range Israel killers, we take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power. Watch this report.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr-4 and the Sejil missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
As Iran faces heavy bombardment, Tehran has unleashed swarms of Shahed 136, also known as suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. The Shahed 136 is causing high-tech headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a closer look at the kamikaze drone defining this conflict.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai, with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahed 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahed drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahed 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
Well, viewers, tensions in the Middle East have now reached the United Arab Emirates, where overnight missile interceptions over major cities caused disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas. Once considered far from the front line, the UAE is now feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Watch this report.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
Donald Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colossal threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and that US is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here is more on the story.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up, but they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. Coming up next, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining the Iran war, but ready for defensive action. Coming up next.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाई जीरा सिर्फ MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिर्फ।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Viewers, a top headlines tracking right now. PM Modi speaks to the King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amidst West Asia tensions.
Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. A threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world.
Trump says US is knocking the crap out of Iran, warns big wave of military action still to come.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer.
This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister.
Trump says Iran operation was US's last best chance to eliminate intolerable threats aimed to thwart missile and nuclear capabilities. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining Iran war but ready for defensive action. Big update coming in this morning from the United States. The US Central Command has now said that 6 US service members have been killed in action in the West Asia war. The Central Command said the US forces recently recovered the remains of 2 previously unaccounted for service members from a facility that was struck during Iran's initial attacks in the region. The US says the major combat operations continue. The identities of the fallen are being withheld until 24 hours after next of-kin notification. Big updates coming here, viewers on Republic TV. US says 6 American soldiers have been killed in action. The number has gone up because yesterday we knew that 3 American soldiers have been killed in these operations. And that number has now gone down to 6 Americans who have been killed in the operation. We're getting these updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Also, we also know the US Central Command said that US forces have recently recovered the remains of 2 previously unaccounted for service members from a facility that was struck during Iran's initial attacks in the region. US says major combat operations continue. The identities of the fallen are being withheld until 24 hours after next of kin notification. All right, let's move ahead. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in here. Another big update coming in from the Middle East. Kuwait Army has now said that they are currently dealing with a wave of missiles and drones that have been detected in the airspace of the state of Kuwait, where they are carrying out their tasks and confronting and handling them. This update is coming in as all of the supposed US allies are on the radar of Iranian ballistic missiles and drones. Iranian drones violating airspace. Kuwait once again saying this. And remember that recently, after the killing of Khomeini, we have seen Iran go ahead with retaliatory strikes. They are striking, a lot of strikes can be seen in the Gulf region coming in from Iran. And we have seen Iran's proxies joining in as well, Hezbollah and the others. So we see a multi-front war taking place here. And we're Republic TV getting you all those details coming in. So big news alert, Iran drone attack Kuwait. So the Iranian facilities are still firing drones and missiles towards the Gulf region, specifically targeting some of the targets of the drones are the US bases of United States. So the US bases of US are being targeted as well. We are getting some more updates coming in, viewers on Republic TV. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we're tracking. The plumes of smoke spotted near the US embassy in Kuwait City as Iranian retaliatory strikes enter their 3rd day, raising fresh alarm across the Gulf. The embassy has issued a high alert warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. Sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks, even as Kuwaiti authorities say drones targeting the country were intercepted, with tensions escalating and threats ongoing. Kuwait has been on high alert as the region is bracing for a further fallout. Take a look.
Black smoke billowed near the US Embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
Forces are hitting Iran surgically, so we're getting more updates coming in. More strikes. The United States is reiterating that Operation Epic Fury is laser focused on destroying Iranian offensive missiles. So a big update coming here on Republic TV. We can see that the situation is continuing to be very tense. The big update coming in is that we see that there are some videos we have put out. This is a video of the US forces which are hitting Iran, and it's a surgical operation which is taking place. So these are some pictures which have been released by the Central Command showing the ongoing operation. The US is saying that the Operation Epic Fury is laser focused on destroying Iranian offensive missiles. The focus would be on the military bases. That is what we have been seeing in the past few days now. So back to work updates coming here on Republic TV. And we're getting you continuous breaking news. Rubio saying aiming to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capacity. So that would be the key focus of the US. US using B-1 bombers against Iran ballistic missiles. So big updates coming here, viewers. So the Central Command has been releasing these videos. And the Central Command, remember, has been releasing multiple videos talking about and showing specific videos of US striking Iran, especially the different facilities of Iran. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories that are coming in. It's a big and a very major escalation in West Asia. Plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refining complex after an Iranian Shahid 136 drone reportedly struck the facility. The refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, serves as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. A temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security. Take a look.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahid 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
Getting you more updates coming in, viewers. Another update coming in from the Middle East, and this as the war has now been spilling between Israel and Iran's proxy, Hezbollah, as well. IDF has been on a continuous, a long and continuous strike on Hezbollah headquarters in Lebanon, and now they are releasing a new video, which you can see on your screen. The IDF says that Hezbollah raises huge funds of civilian money to pay for its weapons, infrastructure, and in terrorists, and our strikes targeted the heart of this network. So it can no longer fund terror. Huge updates coming here on Republic TV, viewers, and we're getting these updates as Israel has bombed Tehran, Beirut, and the Strait of Hormuz has now been closed for now. Israeli forces continue their assault on Tehran and Beirut, including the strike on various areas. And US President Trump says the military campaign against Iran could last about 4 weeks, pledging that Washington will do whatever it takes to destroy Tehran's missile and nuclear capabilities. So breaking news coming in. IDF releases new video of strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. The Iran-Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint. Iranian missiles and drones have struck the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. U.S. officials say the base remains operational with no major casualties, though nearby civilian areas were also hit. With a critical American military hub under fire, Bahrain is on high alert as fears grow of a wider regional war. Take a look.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States, and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation with missiles, drones, and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers, and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations, with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
We'll show some more visuals which are coming in. It's a dramatic footage showing a US Air Force F-15E strike Eagle crashing near Al Jahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapons system officer ejecting to safety. Meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responds to the threat. Here's the full report.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al Jahra. A trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapons system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its 3rd day.
From Bahrain this time as we speak. Sound of explosions are being heard right now in Bahrain's capital. So big updates coming here. As we told you that it's a multi-front war now because the Gulf nations are also being involved. IDF is also releasing videos. This is a picture from Bahrain And in Bahrain, you can see that these are what we have been seeing. This is from Feb 28th, so this is one of the older pictures from when the strikes first started. But according to the latest update that we're getting for our viewers, there are more strikes. There are more strikes which have been directed towards Bahrain. So a big breaking news coming in at this moment from Bahrain. As we speak, sound of explosions are being heard right now in Bahrain's capital. So the war has has moved to different fronts. It's spilled over towards the Middle East and the Gulf region. And we're getting these updates coming in as Israel is also bombing Hezbollah strongholds. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Let's move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories which are coming in. So, like we said, the tensions are still escalating, and it's been a couple of days of relentless US and Israeli bombardments targeting the IRGC's launch sites. Now, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal, despite losing nearly around 500 missiles in the opening salvo? Iran continues to fire from its vast, hardened subterranean silos. From hypersonic threats to long-range Israel killers, we take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr 4 and the Sejil missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
As Iran faces heavy bombardment, Tehran has now unleashed swarms of these missiles, the Shahid 136, also known as suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. The Shahid 136 is causing high-tech headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a closer look at this drone, which is defining the conflict.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahid 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahid drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahid 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
And tensions in the Middle East have now reached the United Arab Emirates, where overnight missile interceptions are happening. A lot of interceptions are happening, especially over major cities, causing disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas. Once considered far from the front line, the UAE is now feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Take a look at this report as we tell you about the interceptions which are being made by defense systems and the strikes which are continuing.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
We also get a word in from what President Trump has been saying. So President Trump has been holding a couple of press conferences where he has said again and again that Iran continues to be a big threat to America. He also has said that the tensions and the escalation could go on for one more month. Here's what President Trump has said as the tensions continue to rise in the Middle East.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
So we'll continue to be live this morning. Much more coming up on the other side. We just heard Trump says that the escalation could go on for 4 to 5 weeks, but US is prepared to go even far longer. That's a statement coming in from Trump. We will be getting you more updates here. Stay tuned. We're live this morning.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान। अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. We know that in the strikes, the conflict that is ongoing in the Middle East, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei has been eliminated, and there are several claims of strikes and retaliations that continue, with US saying it's well prepared for 4-5 weeks and even longer if required to eliminate the threats of nuclear power. We bring you the updates, but first a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions. United States says 6 soldiers killed in action in West Asia war, fighting to continue. To Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh, damage reported.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4-5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining the Iran war, but ready for defensive action. And viewers, big breaking news coming in from the Middle East, and now Qatar has said they neutralized Iranian missiles in the sky above Doha. As per Qatar, suspected Iranian missiles were neutralized in the sky above Doha. This comes as Iran continues its counter-attack over the joint US-Israel campaign targeting the Islamic Republic. Qatar says it has neutralized Iranian missiles above Doha. IDF also releasing another video of strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Several other developments coming in as far as the breaking news is concerned at this point in time. Qatar has said that they have neutralized Iranian missiles in the sky above Doha. Another breaking update coming in, and now Iran has claimed that heavy damage by Iranian Shahid drone on building housing US forces in Dubai. Iran Shahid 136 drones target buildings in Dubai. Situation very, very tense. The building housing US officials have been targeted in Dubai. We do not know as far as the casualties or whether the housing was evacuated, but that's the update coming in from Dubai, and the pictures that we are showing you as well, that Iran has claimed heavy damage. Iran claims heavy damage, but no word from US and Dubai officials as of now in this regard. And you can see the visuals coming in very, very tensed, as well as Iranian Shahid drone has hit a building in Dubai that houses US forces. So that's a direct attack coming in from Iran, targeting US bases, US ships, US buildings now in Dubai. In fact, US embassies as well that have been targeted. In fact, a dramatic footage also came in that showed a US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al Jairaq in Kuwait, with both the pilot and the weapon system officer ejecting safely. Meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al Jahra. A trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapons system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
Donald Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colossal threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 or 5 weeks and that US is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here's more coming in on the story.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime, and they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
And viewers, moving on, plumes of smoke spotted near the US Embassy in Kuwait as Iranian retaliatory strikes enter their third day, raising fresh alarm across the Gulf. In fact, the embassy has issued a high alert, warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. In fact, sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks, even as Kuwaiti authorities say the drones targeting the country were intercepted. With tensions escalating and threats ongoing, Kuwait stays on high alert as the region braces for further fallout. Take a look.
Black smoke billowed near the US Embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
As we speak, a big breaking news coming in from Iraq. A new Iranian missile have reportedly targeting American sites in Erbil. And there are continuous updates coming in as far as Iran's offensive on US sites are concerned. A US site has been targeted in Erbil in Iraq. And that's the latest update coming in. Iraq has been hit, especially a US site. We don't have the confirmation of what site exactly it is, but a site belonging to the United States have been targeted in Erbil. There are several other sites belonging to the United States, whether they are naval bases or Air Force bases or US embassies in the Middle East. They have been targeted by Iranian drones. And a new update coming in from Iraq. The fact that Iranian missile have reportedly targeted American sites in Erbil. Iran has launched a new wave of missiles in Iraq. And these are the updates coming in from Erbil, and more breaking news coming in. Iran is launching a new wave of missile at Bahrain. Now, first in Iraq, now in Bahrain, which has been hit by a new wave of missiles. New wave of missiles hit the Bahrain city. And that's the latest update coming in as the US continues to maintain its stand that it is going to be much more than what Iran has seen, and that the US is very much prepared for a harder stance on Iran, but Iran retaliates harshly. Iran has launched a more offensive. And the conflict, viewers, the Iran and Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint as we just broke the update. Iranian missiles and drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. In fact, US officials say the base remains operational with no major casualties, though nearby civilian areas were also hit, with a critical American military hub under fire. Bahrain is on high alert as fears grow of wider regional war.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States, and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation with missiles, drones, and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers, and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations, with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
And viewers, moving on, in a major escalation in West Asia, plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refining complex after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone reportedly struck the facility. In fact, the refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East, with a capacity of nearly 550,000 barrels per day, serves as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. In fact, the temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
On breaking news coming in, Netanyahu has said Iran represents 50 times North Korea in terms of danger. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that the war with Iran will be quick and decisive, not endless. So he's clearly citing and hinting towards an endless war. It is going to be quick and decisive, and is also saying that Iran is more dangerous than North Korea. Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Iran holds more powers, 50 times more than North Korea in terms of danger. And Netanyahu's big statement coming in as the war continues with Iran. And he said that there will be quick and decisive reactions, which is not going to be endless. And that's the latest update coming in, viewers. Netanyahu making a big statement there that Iran represents 50 times North Korea in terms of danger. As we know that the nuclear powers and the nuclear facilities of Iran have been targeted. There were multiple talks that the US tried to hold diplomatically with Iran over the nuclear power, but those went in vain. And the offensive then was subsequently launched in terms of threats that the US had felt, and in coordination with Israel, the strikes were done on Iran, which is now retaliating harshly, which is when Netanyahu has said that Iran is more dangerous than North Korea. Big statement coming in. He says Iran is 50 times more dangerous than North Korea. And after 3 days of relentless US and Israeli bombardment targeting the IRGC's launch sites, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal? Despite losing nearly 500 missiles in opening salvos, Iran continues to fire from its vast hardened subterranean silos, from hypersonic threats to long-range Israeli killers. We take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr 4 and the Cajal missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
And now, as Iran faces heavy bombardment, Tehran has unleashed swarms of Shahed 136, also known as the suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. In fact, the 136 is causing high-tech headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a closer look at the kamikaze drone defining its conflict.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai, with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahed 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahed drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahed 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
And tensions in the Middle East have now reached the United Arab Emirates, where overnight missile interceptions over major cities caused disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas once considered far from the front line. The UAE is now feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
And viewers, coming up next, all the updates from the war that is raging in. Donald Trump has declared that Iran operations likely to last 4 or 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Donald Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 or 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
राजा और प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
PM Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions. United States says the 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war fighting to continue. Two Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh, damage reported.
And we have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks. But we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining the Iran war but ready for defensive action. All right, viewers, we're getting another big breaking news that is coming in from West Asia war. Iran said we will attack ships passing the Strait of Hormuz. This is a very big threat to the entire industry and all the shipping route. They said we will attack ships passing the Strait of Hormuz. And this comes as a very big statement, very big update coming in from the Middle East. Iran has now specifically warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. So, ladies and gentlemen, this becomes official. Now there is a blockade in the Strait of Hormuz because it is of very strategic importance, the Strait of Hormuz, and it is the oil route, the ships, the tankers, all of the shipping vessels pass through this route, and this is a very big threat to all the shipping industry because they will blockade it now. And they have said that we will attack the ships that will try to pass the Strait of Hormuz. The strategic location of Strait of Hormuz is very important because it is a center point, a central point, and it's very close to Iran and also very close to the American bases around the Strait of Hormuz. And this comes as a very big news, and not just for the neighboring countries, but for the entire globe, because this will directly impact the oil supply, not just to other countries, but even to India also. So this is a very big development where Iran has warned that we will attack ships that will try to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Very big development in this case. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Donald Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colossal threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and that the US is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here is more on the story in this special report.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, plumes of smoke spotted near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City as Iranian retaliatory strikes enter their third day, raising fresh alarm across the Gulf. The embassy has issued a high alert, warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. Sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks, even as Kuwaiti authorities say drones targeting the country were intercepted. With tensions escalating and threats ongoing, Kuwait stays on high alert as the region braces for further fallout.
Black smoke billowed near the US Embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
In a major escalation in West Asia, plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refining complex after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone reportedly struck the facility. The refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, serves as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. The temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security. Watch this report.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
All right, viewers, we have another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment. Another big development, big update coming in from the Middle East. And now Saudi Defense Ministry has released a statement saying that a total of 8 Iranian attack drones have been downed. That means intercepted and downed so far tonight near the cities of Riyadh and Al-Kharj, following reports that at least 2 drones targeted and struck the US embassy in Riyadh. And this is the latest development in this news, in this ongoing war in the entire West Asia. The entire Middle East has been engulfed in this ongoing tension, the war between Iran and the United States plus Israel. Now, Saudi Arabia has released, the Saudi Defense Ministry has released a statement saying that a total of 8 Iranian attack drones have been downed so far tonight near the cities of Riyadh and Al-Kharj, following reports that at least 2 drones targeted and struck the US embassy in Riyadh. So all the US naval assets, all the US bases, and also the military personnel, as per the intel received by the Iranian authorities, the IRGC, they are also being targeted, whether they are in hotels or whether they are in some other location. That's why you also saw how drones were targeting high-rise buildings in the Middle Eastern region, because they were targeting the CIA headquarters, they were targeting the military personnel, which were shifted from the bases because they knew that Iran will retaliate. Now, Iran is hitting back very hard. However, Saudi Arabia now claims that some of the drones have been intercepted, and the Saudi Defense Ministry has released a statement saying that a total of 8 Iranian attack drones have been downed so far tonight near the cities of Riyadh and Al-Kharj, following reports that at least 2 drones targeted and struck the US embassy in the Riyadh. Because the volume of the drones that are being launched by Iran was unprecedented, never imagined, uncontrollable. You cannot manage Iran at this level because it has a huge stockpile of weapons, huge stockpile of drones, a huge stockpile of missiles, ballistic missiles and whatnot, kamikaze drones like the Shahed 136 drones, which can inflict harm to big vessels, to buildings, and can do a lot of damage. All right, viewers, now let's move on to our next top story. Now, the Iran-Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint. Now, Iranian missiles and drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. Now, US officials say the base remains operational with no major casualties, though nearby civilian areas were also hit, with a critical American military hub under fire. Bahrain is on high alert as fears grow of a wider regional war. Watch this report.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation, with missiles, drones and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations, with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
Now, let's move on to another big development, another big breaking news that is coming in from the West Asian tensions that are ongoing as the war escalates now, US Vice President J.D. Vance has reiterated Trump's stance, saying Iran can never be allowed to obtain a nuclear weapon. That is the goal of this operation. That is the reason why Iran is being attacked by the United States of America and Israel in a joint operation, the Operation Fury, Epic Fury. And they said this is the goal of this operation. Also, the highlight is that President J.D. Vance has said that Trump will not get the United States into a multi-year conflict. That is a years-long conflict with no clear objective. We cannot afford that. So, another big statement coming in from J.D. Vance, who's saying that there's no way Trump will let U.S. get into a multi-year conflict. So, Vice President J.D. Vance has dismissed the notion that the U.S. operation in Iran would lead to a prolonged conflict. On Monday, he stated that, cleared this, and saying that there is no way Donald Trump would let Washington end up in a multi-year conflict. And he also clearly said that what's so different about this is that the president has clearly defined what he wants to accomplish. The mission, the objective is clear. This is what Vance has told to the press, to the media in his address. And he says there's no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective. And this also, he added that what is different about Donald Trump, and it's frankly different from Republicans and Democrats of the past, is that he's not going to let his country go to war unless there is a clearly defined objective. He defined that objective as Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and has to commit long term to never try to rebuild their nuclear capability. It's pretty clear, it's pretty simple, and I think that means that we are not going to get into the problems that we have had with Iraq and Afghanistan. So Vance has clearly stated that our goal is clear. Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. All right, viewers, a dramatic footage shows a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al Jahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapons systems officer ejecting safely. Meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing U.S.-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat. Watch this report.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al Jahra. A trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapons system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
All right, viewers, after 3 days of relentless US and Israeli bombardment targeting the IRGC's launch sites, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal? Despite losing nearly 500 missiles in the opening salvos, Iran continues to fire from its vast hardened subterranean silos. From hypersonic threats to long-range Israel killers, we take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power. Watch this report.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr-4 and the Cajal missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
All right, viewers, tensions in the Middle East have now reached the United Arab Emirates, where overnight missiles interceptions over major cities caused disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas. Once considered far from the front line, the UAE is now feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Watch this report.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
All right, viewers, as the war escalates in the Middle East, neither the United States nor Iran are ready to back down. The US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now said that United States aims to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and would also favor a regime change. Watch this report.
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the President has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
All right, viewers, Donald Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colossal threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and that US is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here is more on the story.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike what we're doing right now and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
It's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next, too, Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. Coming up next.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School, Bengaluru.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We will get to you what is happening in the war against Iran. President Trump, US President Trump says that the tension and the military strikes could last for about 4 to 5 weeks. It could go on longer. We'll get to all the details, the breaking updates, the analysis here, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we are tracking right now. Prime Minister Modi speaks with the King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of the Indian community amid West Asia tensions. USA 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war, fighting to continue. To Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh, damage reported.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operation likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but the US is prepared to go far longer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says the country is not joining Iran war, but ready for defensive action. Okay, some big breaking news coming it's been 48 hours, more than that, into the war, and the US Central Command has now released a new video of what it calls Operation Epic Fury. Remember, the operation against Iran has been called Operation Epic Fury. US says Operation Epic Fury involves the largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation. So we see that the Central Command has been putting out these videos and is updating as to what exactly is happening. So let's put out those pictures. New video of Operation Epic Fury, new pictures on your screen. Let's move ahead. We're getting some more breaking news coming in. Another big update coming in this morning from the United States. The US Central Command has now said that 6 US service members have been killed in action in the West Asia war. The Central Command said the US forces recently recovered the remains of 2 previously unaccounted for service members from a facility that was struck during Iran's initial attacks in the region. United States says major combat operations are continuing. The identities of the fallen are being withheld until 24 hours after the next of kin notification. So there are more updates coming in. Yesterday, we told you that 3 American soldiers had lost their life, and now that number has gone up. So the number has gone up to 6 now. And there's some more American casualties in terms of 6 soldiers losing their life here. Now, we know that every life, every casualty puts pressure domestically there in the United States when it comes to military casualties. I want to go to Major Samarpal Tur, who is a defense expert, has been joining us. Let's go to Major Tur. Now 6, we know that the latest update coming in, 6 American soldiers have lost their life. And, President Trump has said, and in the latest statement which has come in, he said that it's very, very possible that that number might go up. So, and he's also said that these tensions, escalations, the strikes will continue for a month or more. How do you read the evolving situation?
You see, if a statement has been given that the situation might be the same for a month more, that means we are looking at the air offensive and the total desecration of the Iranian launchers. So the issue is that the Iranians do not have any dearth of missiles and drones. They are abundantly very high in number, but the launching platforms, the launch vehicles are very limited. And for launching that, the vehicles have to come out from these underground complexes momentarily outside and then launch. Well, those sites have also been taken out. So the issue is that the drones are being launched, and drones are small in size, but the damage caused, in terms of collateral and psychological fear psychosis is almost equivalent to that of an air attack. So some way or the other, the Iranians are able to compensate, and they're carrying out these attacks. And what has come to light is that they have actually been helped by their neighboring Gulf countries in homing on to the hotels where these American soldiers have been stationed. So that has come to light, and it has become a major concern as to how this intel has been leaked. And IRGC is aware of the location of these American troops and the hotels that they're staying in. So that increases the vulnerability. Other than that, the intensity of operations by the CENTCOM are going to only increase it by the day. And when a statement comes that, unapologetically they are going to carry on with the air operations, means that, there will be civilian casualties. And unfortunately, on the first day of the war, there was a bus carrying 40 girls in Iran that got struck. So you see, in war, attrition is going to be there. There will be some miscommunications, as well as we saw in Kuwait when the 3 F-15s were shot down by a friendly fire by the Kuwaiti Air Defense Systems. So you see, right now, this is the fog of war. It is the initial phase. A picture will be more clear within the coming week as to how they progress and what other tactical sites are they going to hit other than the nuclear sites. And there is a very high probability of Iran using dirty bombs. There is 400 kg of 60% enriched uranium still unaccounted for. So that is a very serious cause of concern. And right now, I'm very sure that the American intelligence agencies are looking for that.
Major Tour.
Yes.
Yes, Major Tour, we are putting some pictures out on our screen. So we're putting these pictures out. These are from the Central Command. The U.S. Central Command has put out pictures of the military firepower. They have put multiple videos out of their military, of their weapons. If you could just help our viewers really understand what they are looking at, because the latest video and the latest pictures, the Central Command says that this is one of the largest concentrations of American military power in the region.
You see, they have an enormous amount of their, refueler aircrafts. So they are enormous in number. That is what is keeping the air operations going, right over Iran. And other than that, they have the B-2 Spirit bombers. They have the F-35s. They have the F-22 Raptors. They have their FA-18 Hornets. They have their MH-60s and, Chinook helicopters. Other than that, in this warfare, I am very sure that they are going to use directed energy weapons, which are in terms of, being used as lasers to shoot down the incoming drones, which are more practically affordable and a cheaper means of countering drones. So, all these things are happening simultaneously. The amount of Tomahawk missiles that they have actually fired on targets, which have been flying at the nape of the earth, which are undetectable on radar. So that is another missile which has come out to be very effective, and they're very pinpoint and precise in their targeting systems. Then their encrypted communication systems and jamming. I mean, we all have seen visuals of ships being jammed in the Strait of Hormuz. So their jamming systems and their radar systems are coming out to be very effective. And there are even speculations which are saying that the 3 F-15s which were brought down were probably by some electromagnetic pulse system provided by China to the Iranians. So, things will be more clearer, as I said, after another week of the bombings and the war that takes place. There is going to be new discoveries of, these secret undisclosed weapon systems which might be there on ground in Iran. But end of the day, the big question arises now is that, people are saying that taking out Khomeini at the start of the war might result in a miscalculated move by unifying the larger and more pockets of the population in Iran. So
hold on. Yes, Major Toor, we're getting some updates coming in. I really want your perspective on this. So let's go ahead to the next breaking update. Israeli Air Force successfully intercepted 2 unnamed aerial vehicles in the western airspace of Galilee. The Israeli Air Force said it has intercepted 2 unmanned aerial vehicles that crossed from Lebanon. This comes when a new Israel versus Hezbollah front has opened between Israel and Lebanon in West Asia war. Israel Air Force intercepts an unmanned aerial vehicle. I want to go back to Major Toor. Major Toor, a quick response from you here, because now we've seen it's a multi-front war. This is not just US, Iran, and Israel being involved here. We're talking, it's a multi-front war. Now we see Iran's proxies, the Hezbollah. They have been supporting Iran. Now, so there's one more angle, there's one more front there between Israel and Lebanon. Your perspective, how do you see this situation really play out? Because Iran's proxies have become very active.
Well, Ishita, on the 2nd of March in the evening, the IDF has taken out a very key important person in Lebanon itself, in a place called Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. So his name is Hassan Maklad. So Hassan Maklad is, he was the head of the intelligence of the whole Hezbollah faction. So, a pinpointed precision strike, it has taken him out, as he has been eliminated. And because of that, now there is going to be a backlash and a response. And we must not forget that factions like Hezbollah in Lebanon was and is funded and weaponized by the Iranian regime, followed by ISIS, which is presently operating in Iraq, and the Iraqi militia is also being funded by the Iranian government. Other than that, we have the Houthis in Yemen. So you see, the Iranian regime has telltale signs of its economical support. Financial networking has been dismantled basically by the IDF. So that is what is making the Hezbollah hit back at Tel Aviv.
Okay.
So I think in the coming few days, the intensity of attacks are going
Major
to
Toor, getting some more breaking news. Major Toor, getting some more breaking news. I'm coming to you. Iran has now warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Big update coming in here. Big warning coming in. Big warning coming in. Iran says will attack ships. Any ship that is passing through the Hormuz Strait, they will be attacking. They will be attacking because they have closed. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, which means that 20% of the global oil shipments are blocked. This is a very important update, a very important angle that we are tracking here. I just want to go back to Major Toor on this. Now, we see that Iran is saying Iran only controls only one part of the Strait of Hormuz, Major Toor. Now, they will say whoever tries to come anywhere close to the Strait of Hormuz will be attacked.
I mean, the ships that they have been attacked so far are, as of now, there are total of 4 ships that have been attacked, and they basically belong to small nations like the Gibraltar and the Marshall Islands, and they were basically carrying oil from the Strait of Hormuz, and they were hit by projectiles off Oman and the UAE coast. So that is the reason that, they are deliberately targeting the energy providers in the region. So they have struck the liquid natural gas in Qatar. Then they've attacked oil rig belonging to UAE. They've hit the Aramco oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, which has had a significant damage, looking at it with the satellite imageries which are available. So you see, this is a message. What Iran is trying to put across is that if the allies, the Gulf countries which are allies to the US and are energy providers to the world, if they stop providing energy to the world, probably all other countries are going to put pressure onto the US to stop the war as soon as possible. So it is just building pressure by attacking its neighboring Gulf countries, and especially their commercial lifelines, which are related to gas and oil. And because of that, probably there will be pressure on the US.
Yes.
Yes,
before I let you go, we'll put out some more pictures for our viewers. And we have seen how Iran is going ahead with its retaliatory strikes, striking Gulf nations, trying to strike US bases on its neighbors' territory. We have seen those pictures play out. But I just want a quick response for you on that, because everywhere we have seen Kuwait, we have seen Bahrain, we have seen Dubai, all these places being struck by Iranian drones, Iranian strikes. These are cheap drones, Iran's Shahid drones, but they're very modern. They use AI targeting. They are a very concerning military weapon that Iran has. Just a quick response from you on that, Major Tur.
Ishita, let's not forget that, maybe a decade ago, there were downing of the American Reaper drones over Iran. So over the years, the Iranians have reverse engineered these drones and have, like the RQ-170, they are the different versions of their drone systems. And they are stealth drones. They cannot be tracked. And then especially the game changer has been the Shahid 136, which carries approximately 45 to 50 kg of explosives. It can evade radar because it is a mix of wood and carbon fiber. So it is covered with a coating which absorbs radio frequency waves.
All right.
So as a result, they have drones like the Ababil 5. So they have ranges up to 2,000 kilometers. There's one more drone which they call Kaman. So that has a flight time of 12 hours. It's a reconnaissance drone. So they have different varieties of drones for different roles. And it is not overnight they have excelled in this technology. They've got assistance from North Korea, China, and Russia in this. And they have now come up with Shahid 136, which is actually coming out to be a menace, which is very cheap drone system. And the counter-drone systems, what the allied forces are using, are worth millions of dollars.
Thank you, Major Tur. Thank you, Major Tur. I'm running out of time here. And we put out the pictures of the Iranian drones, the Shahid drones, which they are using. It is changing modern warfare. I really want to move ahead to some of the other stories you're tracking here, because we will give our viewers a better perspective as to what's happening in West Asia. The plumes of smoke were seen rising from Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura oil refinery. And this is after an Iranian Shahid drone, with the drone that we are talking about, the Shahid 136 drone, the cheap Iranian drones, reportedly struck the facility. The refinery, one of the largest in the Middle East, with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, serves as a critical export hub for Saudi crude. The temporary disruption has sparked fresh concerns over global oil supplies and energy security. Take a look.
Plumes of thick smoke billowed into the sky after an Iranian Shahed 136 drone struck a major Saudi oil facility, Aramco. The target, the Ras Tanura oil refining complex on Saudi Arabia's Gulf Coast, one of Middle East's largest refineries, processing nearly 550,000 barrels of crude per day and serving as a crucial export hub for global energy markets. Operations at the facility were temporarily halted, triggering fresh concerns over global oil supply. What is unfolding now risks widening into a larger regional confrontation. Gulf states exercising restraint so far could get into offensive mode. Gulf states say they have a right to defend their sovereignty. Iran continues relentless attacks, only escalating the regional war as the world watches.
So some of the other stories you're tracking here. Now, plumes of smoke were spotted near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City as Iranian retaliatory strikes are continuing. It's been a couple of days now. A lot of fresh alarm is being raised across the Gulf. The embassy has issued a high alert warning of ongoing missile and drone threats over Kuwait and urging citizens to take shelter. Sirens and explosions were reported across the city following the latest wave of attacks. Even as Kuwaiti authorities say drones targeting the country were intercepted. With tensions escalating and threats ongoing, Kuwait stays on high alert as the region is bracing for further fallout. Take a look.
Black smoke billowed near the US Embassy in Kuwait City, triggering alarm across the Gulf region as Iranian retaliatory strikes intensified. Sirens and loud explosions over the city were heard following the latest volley of Iranian attacks across Kuwait. The US Embassy has not confirmed a direct hit on its compound, but issued a stark warning to its citizens. In a security alert, the embassy said there is a continuing threat of missile and UAV attacks over Kuwait, urging people not to approach the facility and to shelter indoors. The situation remains fluid, with heightened alerts across the region and fears of further escalation. With missile threats ongoing and regional tensions rising, Kuwait remains on high alert as the Gulf braces for further escalation.
Coming in from Bahrain now, and now violent clashes have been reported in many areas in Bahrain, and the burning of regime vehicles. We see that a lot of updates coming in. Let's tell you exactly what's happening. Now, protesters are burning government vehicles in Bahrain, and the fresh clashes have erupted between the people and the government in Bahrain. So the military has, as well as the civil situation, is getting worse in the Middle East. The protesters are burning government vehicles in Bahrain. Clashes between the people and the government in Bahrain amid the escalating the situation that is playing out. So we're putting out some pictures coming in for you. The situation is looking very tense. Like we said, that the fallout of the strikes on Iran are much wider and they're getting bigger. And there's no end to it so far. We're taking a short break, viewers. We will be right back, because many updates coming in. The USA 6 soldiers killed in action in West Asia for fighting will be continuing. We are taking a short break. We will continue to be live and breaking. Stay tuned.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना। लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Please stop!
झुमका, तेरा झुमका, तेरा झुमका।
Not there. मेरा काउंटर टॉप टूट जाएगा।
तेरा झुमका।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Today is day 5 of the joint US-Israel versus Iran war that is going on in the Gulf region. Now, there are so many updates that are taking place, but one of the biggest is Donald Trump saying, and not in fact ruling out, the presence of US troops inside of Iran. We'll tell you everything about it and all the latest developments in this war. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. PM Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions. United States say 6 soldiers have been killed in the action in West Asia war, fighting to continue. Two Iranian drone crash at US Embassy in Riyadh, damage reported.
Beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer says that the country is not joining the Iran war, but is ready for defensive action. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is a big news that is coming in from Israel, where Israel is back-to-back launching strikes on Hezbollah in Lebanon. So this is another war front that is open in the Middle East region. There's a big breaking news where Hezbollah has in fact said that we have launched drones towards Israel. Violent strikes are taking place now on Israel. Strikes are extremely powerful is what we are getting to know in the latest. This is another war front that is opened amid the conflict that has already been going on after the joint strikes that took place earlier between US, Israel and Iran. So this is tension brewing in this region as well, wherein Israel is, of course, all right. All right, I have with me Major General Rajan Kochar and also Colonel Rajiv Bagga, defense expert, with me. First of all, I would like to come to Major General Rajan Kochar, to you. This is another war front that we are seeing opening where Israel is attacking targets, Hezbollah, and Iran is already definitely trying to engage in the asymmetric warfare with the help of proxies like Hezbollah and Houthis. How it's going to pan out in the future? This is a conflict that is just advancing day after day.
Good morning, Hina. Yes, you're absolutely right. This conflict is expanding as a matter of fact and escalating, I would say, by the day. And what we are seeing is that Donald Trump also in desperation, he's making statements like he's prepared to send the troops. I don't think that'll happen, because if it happens, then it's going to be bad news for the US, because from past experiences we have seen whenever boots on grounds have been there, things haven't worked out for the US, and especially when you are entering into a hostile country, when the population is also hostile to you, you will find difficulty, and IRGC is expert in guerrilla warfare. So if you move in your troops there, you're going to face a lot of opposition, and they have not prepared for it because you need to have a logistic base. You see, if you go back to Iraq, they built up the logistic base in Saudi Arabia. It took months to build up that, kind of thing. So without your logistics coming in, Ukraine war also we saw in the initial part of war, there was a problem of logistics as far as the Russians were concerned, and they suffered heavy losses. So I don't think that's a plausible kind of a strategy. But what is happening is, I think the losses which US was not expecting have happened in these last 5 days of war. And that is a setback, especially F-15 fighter jets. 3 of them have been lost, but I am given to understand it is much more than 3. So this exact figure will only come later. And we are also seeing only 6 casualties which have been reported, but on ground what the reports are emanating is far more than 6. And the way the US embassies are being targeted, the way the air base is, especially in Kuwait, we have seen the naval base also being targeted there, and Bahrain, where the ISCO 5th fleet is there. So I think there have been a very strong action by the Iranis. And my last point, you have to remember now how the IRGC is working. They have a mosaic defense strategy in IRGC where the control is totally decentralized. So what is happening now is, though cyber attacks are taking place in the US, and IRGC leadership is not able to communicate with the junior leadership, but they have practiced this kind of a scenario, and it is now a decentralized command and control, and that's why you are seeing, due to the decentralization command and control, a large number of attacks are taking place in the Gulf countries, and especially on the air bases of America. And the expansion of the conflict with Hezbollah, the reason here is that possibly Israel sees this as a large opportunity to further diminish the strength of Hezbollah, because after this war, I don't think there would be any opportunity which will present itself for Israel to carry out this kind of attacks on Hezbollah. And the last point is the impact, the economic impact. I believe the oil prices have in Europe have gone up by almost 44%, because they are anticipating a breakdown of supplies this side, and they have actually hiked their prices. So in times to come, the LNG and the CNG aspects also, which I think India will get affected, almost 60% of our requirement comes from Qatar. And I believe Qatar has closed that supply now. Now it is, this problem is going to magnify, because it's not only a military problem now, it is an economic problem which the world will be facing here.
Major General Rajakosha, thank you so much. Continue to stay with us. I would also like to get inputs from Colonel Rajiv Bagga, defense expert. All right, do we have Colonel Rajiv Bagga? All right. Colonel Rajiv Bagga, I would like to ask you, this is another war front that is opened, but also a lot of people are talking about how Iran is essentially trying to buy time from United States by carrying out attacks through these proxy groups, trying to buy time so that it can rejig its leadership at the top helm, and also it can replenish its arsenal. The IRGC is just getting stronger day by day.
Okay. Good morning to you. Am I audible?
Yes,
yes. Okay, fine. You see that war which has started, and in this, the Iran, we have seen that it is not the Iran which has really ignited the spark. The basic interest of the US in this particular Gulf region is all the time oil and the resources, which we all know about it. I don't have to give that details. And that's the reason they have got a multiple bases in all the Gulf countries. Now coming to your question, that is how much that time frame, that how the Iran is going to buy that time. You see, it doesn't. Whatever the weapon system Iran is using or deploying, it is primarily they're just very basic weapon. They are still waiting for their full-fledged war, in which they are likely to use the supersonic missiles, and that is going to be actually going to make the entire thing so dirty. And they are also trying to read the battle indicators, and they are also trying to invest the resources of US also. As you saw yesterday, they have shot down one F-15 aircraft, and that means they have got that capacity to counter any airstrikes also. So it is just the initial days, and rather they just finished with the 36 hours or 40 hours. So it is time is will speak, and situation is very fluid. Another thing which I like to add on, though it is not really connected with your question, like the major interest who is basically affected in this entire war. The flashpoint was all the time Israel. And Israel was all the time fighting some type of battlefront, and they were looking for somebody to come in. USA was finding a reason to step into this zone. And Iran was very much clear that if the war occurs, what strategy I'm going to apply, and in that only, that what will be the time frame, initials, 1 week, what weapon system. So they will go way out to exhaust what the US as well as their supporting countries. In any case, the European Union have washed their hands. They don't want to get indulged in any type. The only possibility is that the people who are offering their bases, they're the maximum support as of now US is getting. And this is what exactly Iran wants, that whatever the resources they are getting offered in the initial stage of a war should get exhausted. So this is a big strategy. And you must not, and we must not forget the man on the ground who is born and brought up there, who's very well versed with the entire thing. And we should not forget about the Strait of Hormuz, and which Iran has already said, I'm going to close it. And that is the big challenge for the US forces.
Colonel Rajiv Baga, I would request you.
They may have.
Yes, I would request you to stay on with us till we give more lowdown on the latest developments of this war to our viewers. Now, viewers, in the latest big breaking news that we're getting is that US has intercepted multiple drones that were targeted towards American base in northern Iraq. This is the latest that we're getting. US continues to target to intercept drones and missiles that are targeted towards its bases in the Gulf region. We have earlier seen how multiple US military bases were targeted in Gulf regions, in Iraq, in Kuwait, in Bahrain. The 5th Fleet, which is located in Bahrain, was targeted. Al Dhafra Air Base, which is located in Kuwait, was targeted. Al Salim Base. All the bases, US military bases, have been targeted by Iran. Now remember, this is a big development here as another base, this time in northern Iraq, is being targeted by Iran. Iran trying to completely destroy US presence in the Gulf region, and in fact attacking not just the military bases across the region, but also civilian infrastructure, residential buildings, hotels. Now remember, these strikes may have been targeted towards military bases, but the debris also causes damage to residential buildings, to other civilian infrastructure. So this is a big news that we're getting you as US intercepts Iranian drone aimed at American base in Iraq. This is a developing story. We are yet to ascertain as to how much damage was done in fact. Now this interception took place, but remember, debris causes damage and then triggers fire. We have seen earlier as well. All right, I would like to go back to our guest this morning. Colonel Rajiv Baga, would like to take your inputs on this another attack on the US base in northern Iraq. How do you read this? Bases after bases being hit. We've already seen Donald Trump talking about how this war can elongate for 4 to 5 weeks and have not ruled out even for that time period, and said that it may continue even further.
You see, as I said it, that basically President Donald Trump has really crossed a red thin line. Actually, they underestimated Iran. And you need to understand, this is the most powerful country of the entire Gulf region, actually. And if you're talking about the time frame, 4 to 5 months, and they are striking their bases, this is a shuruat. Actually, let me be very, very clear about it. And how it is going to progress. They have to degrade. First thing, they have to degrade the target area. That is what Iran is doing right now. When you don't have a base, from where will you operate? Vaccine the ships, and if the ships come that the Strait of Hormuz is there, that will be choked. So, kahega matlab that the things are going to go very heavy on USA. If they are not getting any type of a military base to operate in this Gulf region. You are talking about 4 or 5 weeks. I am talking it will further expand. The only possibility in this is that diplomatic talk, and the US needs to really follow the international law. Even the UN General Secretary, Mr. Antonio, also has given. And another part is the entire world, if you talk about the European Union, even the North Korea, Russia, China, they have set it up. Unintentionally, if Chinese or Russian or any other country gets involved, the things are going to further get dirty in this. And it will further escalate for longer.
Colonel Rajiv Bagga, we have already seen a statement by Donald Trump, who has said that he does not rule out the possibility of US troops in Iran. Now remember when B-2 bombers hit Iranian nuclear site Natanz last June in 2025, we have already seen these sort of anticipations arising whether Trump will send US troops on ground in Iran. If that happens, what are the repercussions that we can see coming out of Iran?
Yesterday news, in fact, I was going through from your channel movie that Iranian has caused large amount of casualty on their side. That is the 560 naval people. And if you say that Donald Trump, you see that history is evident. They had gone to Vietnam, they went to Afghanistan. What exactly they got? Finally, they walked away. You need to certainly understand what is the aim of a Donald Trump here. He is looking for the resources. He is absolutely not interested, not supporting Israel if you think that they are the pals. No, they are friends. No. They have got a long vision. And till the time he will not able to succeed in his aims and all that, he is going to continue. And at any cost. And by making various statement and all that by Donald Trump, I think it is too early to comment that he will do this or that. You need to really give a grant that kind of a professional or military caliber in the part of Iran. So I don't think so that this is whatever the statement he's making has got more weight at this juncture.
Absolutely. Colonel Rajiv Bagga, thank you so much for joining and giving your inputs at this hour. Thank you once again. Now, shifting our focus to another news, the Iran-Israel conflict is widening into the Gulf, with Bahrain emerging as a major flashpoint now. Now, Iranian missiles and drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet earlier headquarters in Manama, sending thick smoke over the skies, damaging key facilities. Now, US officials say that the base remains operational with no major casualties so far, though nearby civilian areas were also hit. Now, with a critical American military hub under fire, Bahrain is on high alert as fears continue to grow of a wider regional war. Take a look.
The Middle East stands on the brink of a wider war. What began as a deadly exchange between Israel, the United States and Iran has now exploded into a regional confrontation with missiles, drones and airstrikes lighting up skies across the Gulf. And in Bahrain, the escalation has struck at the very heart of American naval power in the region. Iranian missiles and attack drones have struck the US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama, sending thick black smoke into skies above and triggering alarms across the island nation. Missiles and one-way attack drones struck headquarters buildings, service centers and communication structures at the base. Despite the scale of the strikes, US officials say the base is impacted and continues limited operations. with no major American casualties confirmed. Meanwhile, some projectiles also hit nearby civilian areas, damaging buildings and triggering panic as sirens echoed across the capital. With a critical US military hub under fire and threats ongoing, Bahrain now stands on high alert, a stark sign of a widening conflict that threatens to engulf the entire West Asia.
Now, a dramatic footage shows a US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al Zahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapon systems officer ejecting safely. Now, meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat. Take a look.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al Zahra. A trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapon system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
Now, another big breaking news coming in, viewers, from Bahrain, where US is facing strikes after strikes on its military base in Bahrain. Iranian missiles are raining down on military bases of United States in Bahrain this time around. Now, we do not know what is the latest, whether the base was hit and there was any casualty or not. But this is a big news that we're tracking at this point in time, where another US military base in Bahrain was hit by Iranian missiles. You can see the visuals on your screen. It's a big news that we are covering. Iranian missiles raining down on US military bases in Bahrain, widening the conflict that's taking place between Iran and Israel and United States. So this time, Bahrain emerges as a major flashpoint. We have earlier seen how strikes rain down on UAE, on Kuwait, and now today we are seeing major developments happening in Bahrain. So the entire Gulf region is standing at the crossroads. You can see the visuals of how the Iranian missiles rain down on US military bases in Bahrain. It's a big development that we are seeing. Iranian missiles and drones earlier also struck US Navy's 5th Fleet headquarters in Manama. You can see the thick plumes of smoke emerging after the strike. US bases officials, in fact, have already said that the base remains operational. The 5th Fleet we are talking about in Bahrain, that came under attack by the Iranian missiles. So we have a reaction from US officials who said that the base remains operational and there were no casualties, but targeting of US bases by Iran continue. Iranian missiles raining down on US military bases in Bahrain. Now remember, the entire Gulf region is a very important, critical point for US infrastructure, US military infrastructure. All right, we have another big breaking news coming in, where US Marine site was struck in Kuwait. This is a claim by Iran, who said that US Marine site was struck in Kuwait. New wave of attacks on US camps in Kuwait are taking place. This is what we are hearing from IRGC. New wave of attacks on Camp Arifzan in Kuwait. This is a site of US Marines. So US Marines were there at the time of the attack or not. We are not aware of that as of now, but this is another big news. Iran claims that it has attacked US camp in Kuwait. This is a camp where US Marines were located earlier, a critical infrastructure military base for United States. Now, Iran claims that it successfully struck targets with 10 suicide drones. So this is a big news that we're tracking. Iran making use of its drone power hub for mounting attacks on US military bases across the Gulf region. So this is a big news that we're tracking, attack on Camp Arifzan in Kuwait. So back-to-back attacks on military infrastructure of United States across the Gulf region, earlier in Bahrain and this time in Kuwait. These are the reports coming out of Iran. IRGC claims that new wave of attacks have been launched by Iran on US military camp in Kuwait. All right, we'll continue to track all the latest developments on this war. Taking a short break, coming up, Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but United States prepared to go far longer.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना, लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अरे टेंशन किस बात की? सेंचुरी प्रोवुड का प्रीमियम प्लस है ना। लो एमिशन है, हाई डेंसिटी है, वाटर रेजिस्टेंट भी, टर्माइट एंड बोरो रेजिस्टेंट भी है। यानी ये है जहां नो टेंशन वहां।
प्रीमियम प्लस बाय सेंचुरी प्रोवुड। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Here on Republic, you get the live updates from the war against Iran. All the live updates, latest strikes, the analysis right here. We'll get to all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. The top headlines we're tracking right now. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. Two Iranian drones clashed at the US embassy in Riyadh, damage reported. The US says that 6 soldiers killed in action in West Asia war fighting to continue. PM Modi speaks with the King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions.
From the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
And Trump declares Iran operation likely to last around 4 to 5 more weeks. The US prepared to go far longer. The latest statement coming in from Donald Trump, US President. Okay, we're getting some big breaking updates coming in. So we see that Iran's retaliation strikes are continuing, viewers. So essentially, they're targeting US bases in Gulf countries. So let's tell you the exact update that we're getting for you in Republic TV. The latest that we're learning of, the latest that is coming in right now is that Iranian missiles are targeting US bases in Bahrain. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. The latest that we're getting for our viewers is that these strikes are continuing. I repeat, the strikes are continuing towards the Gulf countries. Footages which we'll put out on a screen, and you can see those there. These are new videos showing US bases in Bahrain under Iranian missile attack. New videos have surfaced online showing US military base in Bahrain that were targeted in recent hours by heavy Iranian missiles. Iran is also saying that it destroyed the main command headquarters at the US base in Bahrain. So those are pictures that we're getting from Bahrain. Now, for the past few days, Iran is continuing its retaliatory strike. It's striking multiple areas across the Gulf region, continuing their strike. However, Iran says that they have no problem with their neighborhood brothers. However, their reasoning is that they're targeting US bases in these Gulf countries and Gulf areas. So American bases in Bahrain are targeted by the Iranian missiles. So the latest pictures, new footage showing US base in Bahrain under Iranian missile strike. The new videos have surfaced online showing US military bases in Bahrain that were targeted in recent hours by heavy Iranian missiles. Getting some more breaking updates coming in now. New wave of attacks on Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, site of US Marines successfully struck targets with 10 suicide drones. Iran claims US Marine sites are being struck. Now, I just want to put things in perspective for our viewers. These are retaliatory strikes by Iran. Now, Iran, like we just told you, Iran says that they do not have a problem with their Gulf neighbors. However, they have a problem with the US bases which are situated in the Gulf region. So Iran is claiming that US Marine site has been struck in Kuwait. Latest updates coming in. This is the IRGC saying that new wave of attacks on Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, site of US Marines, successfully struck targets with 10 suicide drones. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Once again, multiple areas are being targeted by Iran. I just want to go across to a guest who's joining us. Major General K.K. Sinha, defense expert, is joining us live. Major General, a very good morning to you here from Republic TV. I really appreciate you joining us this morning so we can decode what exactly is going on here. Now, you see those pictures we put out. In those pictures, Iran is trying to target US bases. They say that their problem is not with the Gulf countries. Their problem is with the US bases in these Gulf countries. How long will this last? And are these strikes justified from Iran's end? Are they really striking these US bases?
Good morning, Jayhind. See the situation today, especially in the Persian Gulf, you are speaking. The retaliation by Iran, I think they have got the right, the way their the country has been hit, especially their regime. It is very devastating. Any, nation which has got some self-honor, they will do it. And in spite of the fact that, complete higher directions of war, that has been eliminated. But the local commanders, probably they had the target, they had got the great references, and these are very accurate, and they are doing it. The dispersion of their arsenal in the form of missile, drones, that is very difficult to eliminate by any force. Even the United States of America, which is a force to reckon with, but they will find very, very difficult. Standoff attacks by Americans and a standoff attack in retaliation because they have got, wherewithal. Missiles, drones, 10,000, drones they have got in their stockpile, which is there. And they are manufacturing also. These underground cities, they have got 5 of them where the missiles are stockpiled. It is difficult to reach over there by any mean. Even we want to carry out continuous one strike after strike. You have got also limited, capability of GBU because these are the bunker buster, missiles which they are firing from the aircraft. You can't do it indefinitely. It only depends on the resolve of the people and the people who are the fighting. IRGC is a very motivated, force. If they're not eliminated, Bajid is again joined. Bajid is a homeland security force of Iran, but I believe they have also joined. Iranian Navy is also a big force in Persian Gulf. 263 ships they have got of different class, including 28 submarines. Not a single submarine has been, hit up till now, in spite of the fact that, Abraham Lincoln is over there. But they are not able to do it, including the ship which is supposed to come, the Gerald Ford. They are supposed to join in the Arabian Sea with them, but they're not able to do it across to the Red Sea. These are the limitations. And the calculation has gone wrong in spite of the fact that, their Vice Chief of Staff, Joint Chief of Staff, General Daniel Kahn, he has warned that, it is not going to be the easy task. And you can see this hitting Kuwait,
yes,
especially into the Bahrain area. Bahrain has got, United States Fifth Fleet. They are supposed to keep the Strait of Gulf open, and that is their operational task. They are not even come to the actions. So there are limitations because America has got, one thing, back of mind, body bag. The second thing, they just can't take casualties. If they will, if one or two ships is drawn by, these Iranians, especially the submarines which are loitering around over there, it is a threat which they will, until unless you put, boots on the ground, you will not be able to do it the way the Americans are thinking that, or they will be able to do it in a very short period.
Okay, Major General, I really want you to hold on for a second there because, we're getting a lot of breaking updates. Live updates are coming in. So I just want our viewers to understand what is happening as we speak right now. We also know, viewers, that there's more breaking news coming in. Iranian strikes are targeted towards Riyadh. So big update coming in, and we now bring you fresh visuals of the latest, where the US Embassy in Riyadh has been attacked by Iranian drones. Let's go to we put out some pictures for you as well. Two Iranian drones crashed into the US Embassy in Riyadh. This is the latest fresh wave of attacks. The US Embassy in Riyadh was attacked by two Iranian drones, and we are bringing you new pictures. Okay, we have the picture coming in from Riyadh. US Embassy in Riyadh attacked by Iranian drones. I really want to go back to our defense expert, Major General KK Sinha, who continues to be with us. Major General, putting out pictures of the US Embassy in Riyadh attacked by Iranian drones. I also want you to help our viewers understand a little bit more about these drones. These, from what we understand, these are Shahid drones, Iranian Shahid drones. That they're using a lot of these drones to strike Gulf areas. Drones which are cheap, but they have surveillance, they have precision strikes, and they are also AI enabled. Okay, we'll come back to you, Major General. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking news that we're getting for our viewers. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Getting you live updates. Big breaking news coming in from Iran. Iran now claims it has destroyed the main command headquarters at the US base in Bahrain. A big claim by Iran. Destroyed US main command headquarters in Bahrain. Yes, I want to go back to our guest on this, Major General KK Sinha. Iran says destroyed US main command headquarters in Bahrain. So we see that Iran is making these claims. It's really trying to do whatever it can. It's basically cornered from all sides. How long will Iran try this? Because we know that Donald Trump, the US president, said that they will also go all out.
Look, as United States of America and Israel is concerned, the combined force is going all out. The first day retribution on 28th was more than 200 aircraft of Israelis. They carried out unprecedented attack, 3,000 targets. That was the thing. Everyone, every aircraft which came here fully loaded, approximately 6 to 7 missiles. And they have gone multiple areas because the complete air superiority is there. By air power, you can carry out destructions. You can try to, put the morale on the books. But if the country which is standing on the morale doesn't mean, the casualty doesn't mean anything, they will retaliate. And this is the way they are retaliating. You asked you said Bahrain. Bahrain, there was a radar system of United States of America which was costing $1 billion. That was hit about 3 days back. We have seen 3 F-15 Eagle. That has been shot. Of course, they are saying it is a friendly fire, it has gone down, but I don't believe that. Because this is the AI, controlled absolutely. They have got the top-notch thought system. They have got, all air defense system, is especially in, when you say in Bahrain. Bahrain has got their 5th Fleet headquarters, which is supposed to be very, very good, very deadly. But they have not a single ship has come out. The complete choking of Strait of Hormuz, they have to break it. They are trying to do it with the Tomahawk missile. Tomahawk missiles firing is okay, but these are underground. And then you ask that, what is this drone? This is 136 Shahid drone. This is a Kamikaze drones, very accurate. It has proven its worth because the Russians have got this also from Iran, and they have shown this is very, very accurate, and it has been, not modified, but it has been upgraded to a great extent. So they have got this technology, and the number, which is, somehow estimated number is 10,000. So they are firing, every day, not more than 100 and all. And at the same time, they have got assembling capability underneath those 5 cities where very difficult to reach until you set the boots on ground or there is a naval shot. How will cover the Persian Gulf from, I'm saying from the American perspective, from Abadan, Bursair, then Bandar Lagar, then Bandar Abbas, right up to Charbagh. If you take it just in this area, that is the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, they are dominating from northern side. You have to physically eliminate this. So, and they have rehearsed. And second thing is, Qatar, at Qatar, Al-Udeid Base has got the CENTCOM over there. So that is also they have got it this way. The problem happens in a bigger military, which is supposed to be much modernized. If your command and control structure gets disrupted, you do not have the leeway to carry out at the junior command level because that freedom of action is not there. In the other case, as far as Iran is concerned, now the junior leadership has taken over, and whatever they have been told earlier, the targeting listing, they are going and hitting, and with absolutely they are not going all out. They have got then fire control with them. They are not doing retribution more than 200 missiles per day. So they will last unless you physically eliminate them. They wanted, the America thought that, the people of Iran will, come. And that is what the Donald Trump has been saying, that you join this, you have got a chance. We have arrived over there. They have arrived, but they have not arrived inside the Iran. Mossad and CIA, they can't do everything. They are not the phantom. They have got some limitations. They have got their moles and agents. I think that is also getting eliminated.
Yes. Yes, Major General, before I let you go, I also want to ask a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz, where Iran is saying that do not come here. If you come towards Strait of Hormuz, is giving a warning essentially to all nations. You will be attacked. You will be attacked. How do you only read this angle here? And do you think that Strait of Hormuz is a strategic area where other nations, perhaps Israel and US, could target to release control of Iran?
So the biggest problem is Strait of Hormuz, as you brought it out. It is a very, very congested and narrow channel. It is just 36 kilometers, and that is also got 2 channels, one for in and one is out. And, from Bandar Abbas area of Iran, they are controlling it at the northern part, in spite of the fact, there are about 7 islands all around this. And in all these islands, they have got a very strong hold. Iran has got a northern side. The southern side, when you see, it is, the one portion is the Oman port is there, which is the tip of it. Oman was neutral. But now it is a part of the GCC country. It doesn't well to hit because Oman was giving, giving all support, and they were the actually linked for, the negotiations. Even Oman feels it that they have been stabbed in the back because in the garb of having 3 rounds of talk facilitated through Oman, there was a stabbing because elimination of the complete leadership, it was through a design. Samkani, who was there, who was the earlier former defense minister, he was in the top. And when, basically they have gone with their own leadership and hierarchy to discuss something, they eliminated 48, top leadership has been eliminated during the strike on 28. Early in the morning and daylight, that is they got the opportunity. This is what exactly Iran feels. This elimination has come by a design, by deceit, but that is fair in war conditions. You do this type of things, but you have to also understand that they are not domain of ground domain. You have to be courageous. You have to take risks. You will have casualties, which America, as on today, doesn't want to have. They are softening the target so that probably they will go. They are also very professional, especially the Israelis. But Israelis don't have the ground connectivity here. Israelis can't put they have got also limited force. They are involved themselves in that area of complete in Israel. And also the Lebanon is opened up. Houthis are there. Every moment these forces leave and come to the mainland of Iran. So as far as the Israelis is concerned, otherwise, Americans do not have that guts because they have got a back of mind that they will buy a lot of casualties. That's why, including Abraham Lincoln has gone to the second tier, fallen back. That is called withdrawal.
Yes.
They have gone because they have gone to safe distance. Anti-ship missiles, the capability of Iran has not been eliminated. So it is a difficult task. They will take time. It depends how much you are determined to do that. The uprising which they thought that it would be there in Iran by the people of Iran, I don't think that is taking place because more and more time we will give it, more and more favor will go in the support because the pride has been hit.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm Major General KK Sinha, defense expert. We are continuing our live coverage of the war against Iran. And it's been around a couple of days already of non-stop US and Israeli bombardments of the IRGC launch sites. Now, the question is that what does Tehran still have in its arsenal? In this report, we look at the missiles that Iran still possesses, which define the strike power that Iran is still using to target the Gulf nations and the US bases in the Gulf nations. Take a look at this report.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr 4 and the Sejal missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
So as Iran is facing heavy bombardment, Tehran has unleashed swarms of Shahid 136, also known as suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. And this is the Shahid is causing high-tech headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a very close look at the kamikaze drone, which is defining this conflict. Take a look.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahed 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahed drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahed 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
All right, moving ahead, viewers, because tensions in the Middle East have now reached the UAE, where overnight missile interceptions over major cities caused disruptions at Dubai International Airport and damage in residential areas. Once considered very far from the front line, the UAE is feeling the direct impact of the escalating conflict between Israel, Iran, and the United States. Let's take a look as some of the Middle East and Gulf countries feel the heat.
The UAE has now become a flashpoint as tensions between Israel and Iran spill into Gulf skies. Air defense systems lit up overnight, intercepting incoming missiles over major Emirati cities. American assets targeted across UAE by Iran. Operations at Dubai International Airport disrupted amid destruction and panic. Thick smoke rose over Sharjah and parts of Dubai after missile struck residential zones. A region once seen as insulated from war is now facing direct fallout from the escalating conflict.
And taking a short break, viewers, we will be right back. Iran is launching a fresh wave of strikes on American bases in the Gulf, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq. Live updates only here on Republic TV. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the President has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, The bottom line is, no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now, Iran's attacks on US bases in the Gulf region continues, and United States is not backing down. In fact, Donald Trump this morning said that the war may go on for 4 to 5 weeks. 6 US troops have been killed in the Gulf region. 3 fighter jets have been downed. Now, as Iran continues the war, the cost of the war for Americans are also increasing day by day. We'll continue to track this story for you, but first let's take a look at the headlines. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. 2 Iranian drone crash at US embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. United States says 6 soldiers have been killed in action in the West Asia war. Fighting to remain continued. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking. Alright, 6 US soldiers have been killed in the Gulf region so far amid this war between Israel, Iran and United States. Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaks with King of Jordan, thanks him for taking care of Indian community amid West Asia tensions.
The beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it, whatever.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, but US prepared to go far longer. All right, in a big breaking news that we're tracking coming from the West Asia war, and the US Central Command has made a huge claim. They have claimed that US forces have destroyed Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities, Iranian air base, air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites and military airfields during sustained operations. Now, the US is saying that will continue to take decisive action against imminent threats posed by the Iranian regime. So this is a claim that US is making, saying that it has destroyed and has taken decisive action against threats emerging from Iran. So this is a big news that we are tracking at this point in time. The US Central Command has made a huge claim, saying that the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps command and control facilities have been destroyed. Now remember, Iran has been of course, advancing on its intel facilities under the leadership of Khamenei. Now, Khamenei gone, US is trying to destroy all sorts of defense capabilities present inside of Iran. Trump has already claimed that he is not going to stop the war if the nuclear power of Iran is not completely shattered, and if the ballistic missile project, which is ongoing in Iran, is not destroyed completely. So, of course, this is a big news that we are tracking at this point in time, where US has destroyed multiple, in fact, not one, but multiple command and control centers of IRGC, has dealt a huge blow to Iran's air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and military airfields during the operation. So this is a claim by United States, but not to forget the other side as well, as to how Iran is launching and mounting attacks on multiple Gulf region as well. So of course, claims and counterclaims from both sides amid this war which is going on in West Asia. IRGC facilities have been targeted by United States this time around, trying to dent the intel facilities, defense capabilities of Iran. Remember, Iran has a huge pile of drones and missiles, hypersonic missiles, Fateh missiles, drones, Shahid drones. We have already seen multiple drones launching attacks on different military bases in the Gulf. So trying to dent the defense capabilities of Iran there. United States has already said that it is not ruling out the possibility of sending US troops to Iran, to the Iranian soil. So this is a big news that we are tracking, where US has claimed it is destroying the defense facilities in Iran. All right, so Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a colossal threat to America. He also claimed that the war will go on for 4 to 5 weeks and that United States is destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. Here is more on the story.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up. But they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas.
All right, so as the war continues, another war front has been opened where you can see that Israel is launching attacks on Beirut in Lebanon, killing people after people. You can see how thick smoke is billowing in the skyline. This is a Beirut skyline that we are giving you the live visuals from. Now, remember, Israeli jets earlier bombed Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Now, reports claim that at least 30 people have lost their life after this attack, killing more than 30 people. Now, remember, Hezbollah has also been launching attacks on Israeli territory, trying to open another war front. Hezbollah, a proxy of Iranian regime. So rockets, drone attacks taking place in Beirut. Now remember, Iran-allied Lebanese armed group Hezbollah has earlier said that its attack was in retaliation for the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. So a sort of an revenge that Hezbollah is trying to take by these attacks on Israeli territories. But Israel is, of course, retaliating and attacking the territory in Beirut, taking out Hezbollah headquarters as well. So this is a big news. We are getting you live visuals from Beirut. Hezbollah said that it is trying to defend the territory of Lebanon and its people, and has called these attacks by Israel on Beirut as Israeli aggression. But this is a big news where Israel has also intensified its war on Lebanon. So another war front opening there. We have already seen the situation being absolutely volatile in the Gulf region, with many people evacuating those countries after Iran launched multiple strikes on not only military bases but civilian infrastructure as well. But Israel also getting back at Hezbollah after these rocket fires which were launched on the Israeli territory. So remember, this is not the first time that we are seeing these sort of visuals. Israeli-Lebanese conflict have already claimed many lives. Now this war front opening is another a very imminent situation, a very volatile situation that we are seeing in the region. So you can see the visuals on your screen. Right, so these are the visuals that we are getting you from Beirut, where Israeli strikes are taking place against Hezbollah. Now, Israel has earlier claimed that it is not going to stop, and in fact, Hezbollah will have to pay a huge, heavy price for its wrongdoing in Israel as it's launching attack on Israeli territory. Now, remember, Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz has also said that he has ordered Israeli military to act forcefully against the militia and the political party, and also its leader, Naim Qassem, we are talking about, was now a marked target for elimination. So Israel is claiming that it is planning to target the leader of Lebanon, Naim Qassem, and trying to take him out, trying to eliminate him. We have also heard from the other side where Lebanon's Prime Minister, Nawaf Salam, has condemned actions by Hezbollah, calling it irresponsible there, and said that the government was immediately banning the group's military activity. So all sorts of responses from the government, from the leader of Hezbollah there, and Israel. All right, I have with me Major General Shashi Asthana patched on the phone line. Major General, this is another war front opening. We have already seen the very serious situation in the Gulf region, and now this. And this after Lebanon was trying to get back on its feet after the crippled economy took a huge blow after a blast that took place in Lebanon. So this is Lebanon paying a huge price of the US-Israeli joint strikes on Iran.
Certainly, it is a problem for Lebanon because Hezbollah happens to be there, and Hezbollah has been targeting Israel earlier till the time the pager attack took place and Hezbollah got weakened. But now, after that, apparently, the Lebanese government has got more aligned towards US and was trying to, shall I say, disengage itself from the actions of Hezbollah. Although this is practically impossible because bulk of the leaders, a large number of leaders of Lebanon are also Hezbollah supporters. And some of the Hezbollah cadres are also in the politics of Lebanon. So it is not a very clear-cut demarcation between Hezbollah and Lebanese government being two different entities. But notwithstanding that, the political hierarchy of Lebanon that gives an impression that we have nothing to do with striking Israel, and we have no interest in striking Israel. Whereas Hezbollah is showing solidarity towards the Iranian regime and towards Ayatollah Khomeini and trying to avenge the assassination. So apparently, whatever residual power Hezbollah had, because even when Hezbollah was brought down and the pager attack took place, that still Hezbollah has a fair amount of arsenal which was not used. So they still have a lot of rockets and a lot of drones and other things which can create and open a separate front for Israel, which I'm sure they will. But Israel has been handling Hezbollah earlier as well, and it is going to perhaps be a major disruption even for Israel. As far as Lebanon is concerned, whenever these exchanges take place, their economy suffers, their people suffer. This is going to happen. And that is why perhaps the Lebanese authorities are trying to say that no, we are not actually targeting Israel, it is Hezbollah which is targeting.
Absolutely, Major General Shashi Asthana. This is another blow to Lebanese economy. We have already seen 2020 in fact, Beirut blast dealing a huge blow to the Lebanese economy. And you are saying that Lebanese politicians are also hand in gloves with the Hezbollah. Some of the leadership of the political party is in close links with Hezbollah. But what is the ultimate objective that Israel is trying to achieve here? Though we have already heard from Defense Minister that they are wanting to take out a Hezbollah leader, Naim Qasim.
See, Israelis' aim is to decapacitate Hezbollah. And earlier also, what they tried was that they took on their leadership, and they took on their leadership through pager, which was not only leadership, it was also the working cadres. That was a brilliant attack. That's one part of it. But as of now, Israel always has been aiming that if you take on the leader, and if the leader goes down, there is a major disruption in the command and control of that particular organization. So they are trying exactly the same playbook now as well. But notwithstanding that, Hezbollah is also a radicalized cadre, which will keep throwing the next leadership, even if the present one is killed. So Israel may target that, but that will not finish off Hezbollah. And earlier also, when all those attacks took place and Hezbollah had some kind of truce with Israel, that time also their entire arsenal did not get destroyed. They still had fair amount of arsenal with them. So in my opinion, Hezbollah may not go in for a major attack against Israel, but they are duty bound to show some kind of solidarity to Iranian regime. Because Iranian regime is the one which has made them a formidable power. So this is going to carry on. It is not going to affect Israel in a major way. It will be a major disruption for Israel, but it is not going to perhaps decapacitate the capabilities of Israel to handle Hezbollah. So I think there will be a tug of war for this for some time. As far as the politicians of Lebanon are concerned, a number of them, especially those who are trying to prove their solidarity towards the USA, they will continue to criticize Hezbollah in the meantime.
Absolutely, Major General. Well, thank you so much for your insights on this, another warfront opening in the Middle East. Thank you once again. Now shifting our focus to another big breaking news that is coming in, and now Hezbollah has launched a barrage of 15 rockets towards northern Israel. This is a big news that we are covering, where Israel has launched fresh rockets towards. In fact, Hezbollah has launched fresh attacks on Israel, is what we are getting to know. Barrage of attacks, barrage of strikes, rocket strikes on Israel. Hezbollah upping the ante with respect to Israel. Of course, Hezbollah, a proxy of Iran. You can see the visuals of the Beirut skyline covered with smoke. So another war front opening as Hezbollah, Iran's proxy, continues to elevate its attacks on Israel. You have the visuals on your screen. Israel-Lebanon conflict also escalating there. So we have already heard how Israel has been giving out very hard-hitting statements with respect to Lebanon, saying that Lebanon will pay a heavy price for its attacks that it is carrying out in Israel. Now remember, we have seen multiple attacks in Israel taking place by Hezbollah. So this is the latest that we are covering here. Now we have already heard Lebanese Prime Minister talking about Hezbollah condemning its actions, but the Hezbollah, Iran's proxy, continues the attack on Israel, destroying infrastructure in Israel. But this is the skyline that we're getting you from Beirut, where Israel is also retaliating and launching multiple strikes on Beirut as well. So the conflict that has been going on in the Middle East is now spreading quickly. Fresh barrage of 15 rockets towards Israel. This after the joint US-Israeli attack on Iran's Khamenei. So of course, Hezbollah saying that it is trying to avenge the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the Shia cleric, and thus thereby launching multiple strikes on Israel. But Israeli armed forces, they are not sitting quietly, they are also retaliating, where we have Iran also responding by launching missiles. All right, so as the war escalates in the Middle East, neither the United States nor Iran are ready to back down. Now, US Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now said that US aims to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and would also favor a regime change. Take a look.
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the President has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
Now, a dramatic footage shows a US Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle crashing near Al Zahra, Kuwait, with both the pilot and weapons systems officer ejecting safely. Now, meanwhile, air raid sirens sounded across Kuwait amid the ongoing US-Israeli strikes in Iran, signaling an alert status as the military responded to the threat. Take a look.
Dramatic visuals from Kuwait capture an American fighter jet plunging from the sky. The aircraft identified as US Air Force F-15 Strike Eagle. It went down west of Al Zahra. A trail of white smoke visible moments before the crash, prompting early speculation of a possible strike. Both the pilot and weapon system officer on board survived the crash. Both ejected safely before the jet hit the ground, with the footage showing one pilot floating down by parachute. Iran has claimed responsibility, saying it shot down the aircraft. And now US has confirmed that their 3 F-15 fighter jets did crash in Kuwait today, but not due to the Iran attacks, rather owing to an apparent friendly fire incident. The crash comes as regional tensions surge, with the Iran-Israel conflict entering its third day.
Now, as Iran faces heavy bombardment, Tehran has unleashed swarms of Shahid 136 drones, also known as suicide drones, to overwhelm the Iron Dome systems. Now, the Shahid 136 is causing headaches after headaches for air defenses across the Middle East. We take a closer look at the kamikaze drones defining this conflict in West Asia. Take a look.
Multiple drones targeted high-profile infrastructure in Dubai with a strike confirmed at the Fairmont Palm Hotel in Jumeirah district. Shahid 136 drones targeted Aramco's RAS Tanura refining facility in Saudi Arabia. Videos show fire and chaos. The suicide drones have also struck a US military base in Bahrain as it nosedives and explodes upon impact. The Shahid drones have also struck a RAF military base in Akrotiri in Cyprus. The Shahid 136 drones are low-cost delta-wing kamikaze or suicide drone developed by Iran. It is designed to fly to a pre-programmed coordinate and detonate on impact. In the unfolding conflict in West Asia, these drones have been the spearhead of Iran's asymmetric response to the assassination of its supreme leader.
After 3 days of relentless US and Israeli bombardment targeting the IRGC's launch sites, the question remains, what does Tehran have left in its arsenal? Despite losing nearly 500 missiles in the opening salvos, Iran continues to fire from its vast, hardened subterranean silos. Now, from hypersonic threats to long-range Israel killers, we take a look at the 5 missiles that still define Iran's strike power. Take a look.
Oh my God.
Iran's missiles and drone systems seem vast and unending, with attacks all over West Asia. According to the Israel Defense Forces, it claimed that it identified efforts by Iran to significantly increase its stockpile from around 3,000 to 8,000 within 2 years. With long-range missiles such as the Khorramshahr 4 and the Sejil missile systems, which laid waste to multiple targets across West Asia. And with hypersonic missiles such as the Fatah 1 and 2 targeting base camps for the US around the Burj Al Arab bases in the UAE. Even with half their silos empty, these missile systems have the range and capability to reach every capital in West Asia.
So even if Iran's missiles are depleting, still a lot remains on its silos, and it is continue to wage the war in West Asia. We take a broader look at this conflict coming up. Iran launches fresh attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चंकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV and I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. We are breaking all the updates on Republic as far as the West Asia war is concerned. There are strikes and retaliatory strikes coming from Israel, from Iran and on several cities of the Middle East, including in Bahrain, in Lebanon, in Doha and several other areas that we are bringing you all the updates from. But first, a quick check of the headlines. Israel launches airstrikes on Lebanese. Airstrikes after Hezbollah fires 15 missiles across the border. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. 2 Iranian drones crash at US embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. United States says 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war, fighting to continue. Six soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war. US declares fightings to continue.
Beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks. And viewers, we begin with big breaking news coming in. The West Asia war, and now Israel has made a big claim. The IDF says it has neutralized soldiers and has attacked Iranian aircraft. So IDF has claimed the Air Force aircraft continue to routinely attack defense systems intended to harm the aircraft, including launchers, missiles and radar systems. The IDF will not allow the Iranian terror regime to operate defense system in order to harm Air Force aircraft, and will continue to attack attempts to arm missile launchers. In parallel, the Air Force continues to attack sites of fire arrays and Iranian ballistic missile launchers. That's the latest breaking news coming in. IDF has neutralized and it has launched attacks simultaneously. It has launched attacks on Tehran and Beirut simultaneously. It has eliminated soldiers from the defense array of Iran. That's a big claim coming in from Israel. That's a big claim at this point in time, with the IDF saying it is It has very successfully neutralized soldiers and has attacked Iranian aircraft. And Iranian aircraft has been attacked by the IDF, by Israel, which has now claimed that Air Force aircraft continued to routinely attack defense system intended to harm the aircraft, including the launchers, missiles and radar systems. And more updates coming in. We will go across to our guest joining in. Foreign affairs expert Ravinder Sachdeva is joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Sachdeva, thank you for taking out your time and speaking on this very important issue. How do you react to the fact, as also the breaking news that we are now showing for our viewers, that the IDF claims that it has eliminated and neutralized soldiers and it has attacked an Iranian aircraft? There are several attacks that are happening parallel to the counter-attacks also that are taking place from Iran. How do you react to this?
Oh yeah, absolutely, yes. The pace and tempo of attacks and counterattacks is, in a sense, if not mind-boggling, definitely it's unforeseen ever, unprecedented what we are seeing. Yes, Israel is achieving many objectives. They are, eliminating, destroying on the Iranian side, firstly the command control, the strategic assets, the buildings of the Revolutionary Guard, the headquarters and all, even the television stations, so that the ability of the regime to communicate with its people is also, damaged. So all that is going on. On the one hand, Israel and US, this war could go on endless. One, it could also end within 2 days, by the way, or 3 days. And that is the playbook that America is trying right now, which is the Venezuela playbook. That is, you eliminate the number one, the top layer, right? The layer two, which assumes office, you threaten them with elimination unless they agree to cooperate with you. This is what they did with Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. They got her, the defense minister, and the speaker of their parliament, who happens to be her brother only, in a room, on a phone call, on her speaker phone. And from Florida, the Central Command, they called up and they said, you have 15 minutes. Decide yes or no. If you decide to not cooperate with us, within 10 minutes after that, you will be finished. Rodriguez and team agreed, they changed their course. America is trying the same with Iran. The thing is, the second layer, which has now assumed charge apparently, is not agreeing to that. Okay, they have decided, this layer has decided to carry on the fight. Now, Israel and America are continuing to eliminate the next level also, right? Whosoever has been assumed, there's a new defense minister, there's a new in charge of the Revolutionary Guard, there's a new intelligence chief maybe. Now these guys are targeting those specific leaders also, so that a third layer comes up, whom they again threaten in the same tone. Cooperate with us, else you will be eliminated. What seems so far is that the Iranians, the Revolutionary Guard, and the Islamic ecosystem of the Ayatollah is not agreeing to that. They are going in much rather to fight. And in the fight, what they're doing is they are hitting out at Israel, sure, Tel Aviv. They're achieving maybe some success, but Israel is a bit far. They need long-distance missiles for that. And not only the Iron Dome, the other, the THAAD and the David Sling, all those which Israel has, good amount of air defense. So if out of 100 missiles they shoot long distance, maybe only 2 will fall. The Iranians have shifted the game. They've shifted the field, actually, in that sense. They're attacking Israel, but much more they're attacking the Gulf states. That is a game changer of sorts. Firstly, they started out by attacking American military bases, because logical, okay, if it's an American military base, America is the enemy, we'll attack them. And they've achieved some success. And secondly, we do not know, because you see, information is not coming out fully. There's a fog of war. Anyway, so their first wave of retaliation was Israel, as well as American assets in the Gulf, military bases. That then expanded to American civil facilities also. That is, American embassies also are targets now. What has been really a game changer, or unprecedented, I would say, is that Iranians now, since yesterday, are directly attacking the Gulf economic assets itself. Qatar, their largest LNG terminal, was attacked yesterday and has been majorly damaged. That has no ownership of Americans. That's a Qatar sovereign state, facility. Similarly, the Iranians have attacked Aramco, which is like the behemoth oil, it's like the ONGC or one of the world's largest oil companies. The damage to Aramco apparently has not been much, but there were 2 drones. So what it shows is that the Iranians are going in for also much more, I would say, asymmetrical war. It's no longer only Israel, Iran, Israel, etc. It has spread. And this could spread even more in terms of, hits at strategic assets. I mean, there's a Trump International Hotel in Dubai, by the way. There's a Trump golf course, by the way. Okay. And I would assume that the air defense around the Trump golf course would not be the same as the air defense of Tel Aviv. Sure, UAE has its air defense. They're downing the drones and missiles which are coming. But maybe a golf course out there in the open, etc. So they are going in for spectacular attacks against them. And the other trend we are seeing in the last 24 hours is that Hezbollah has become active. Okay, Hezbollah has started, launching drones at Israel. You are running those news very well. Houthis could also be, I think maybe there are a few things, but Houthis we've not heard much, but I would expect that the Houthis could also get more active. So that would be another dimension. So bottom line, this entire Middle East region is probably going up in flames. And part of the reason the Iranians are doing this is that they want that the Arab leaders, Gulf leaders should run to Trump and ask Trump to pause the war. Otherwise, their own countries are ending up in mayhem.
That's right. Mr. Sachdeva, stay on with us as we have some more breaking updates coming in, back-to-back breaking updates as far as the West Asia war is concerned. U.S. State Department has asked Americans to leave West Asian countries. Secretary Marco Rubio has notified this, and he has asked all Americans in the Middle East to leave for safety and security, and because that is the topmost priority of America at this point in time, and it has warned its citizens residing in the Middle East to evacuate immediately. This is coming in from Marco Rubio to all the American citizens in the Middle East. He says that your safety and security is our #1 priority.
At the Department of State, our #1 priority is the safety and the security of American citizens everywhere in the world. Now, with what's going on in the Middle East with Operation Epic Fury and the cowardly attacks that we're seeing from Iran against Gulf countries, I wanted to take this chance to speak directly to Americans who are in the Middle East about the work we are doing to try to keep you safe. So immediately following the beginning of this operation, at my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information. Now, in order to receive these updates from the nearest U.S. embassy or consulate, you have to register with the Smart Traveler Enrollment Program. You have to register with STEP, and here's where you do it. You go to step.state.gov. That's step.state.gov and register so we can reach you. We also encourage Americans abroad to follow our security updates for U.S. citizens channel on WhatsApp and follow @TravelGov on social media as well. The latest alerts are also available on travel.state.gov. That's our website, travel.state.gov. Finally, Americans in the Middle East, you can reach the Department of State 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at the following phone number: 1-202-501-4444. That's 1-202-501-4444.
All right, let me go across to Mr. Sachdeva, who's still with us. Mr. Sachdeva, for the fact that you just heard what U.S. said, it has asked Americans to leave West Asian nations. And it's important to understand how Donald Trump has also made it very clear that this war could go up to 3 to 4 weeks, and U.S. is well prepared if they have to or need to strike far more than just 4 to 5 weeks, and the warning coming in and the alert given for its citizens to evacuate, the Middle East areas. How far are we expecting this to continue?
This could continue, if not at this scale, but this conflict could continue now for years and years. Okay, but that aside, in various forms. You see, the interesting thing with the Rubio statement that we just played, that's exactly what we were talking before you played the Rubio clip. Point is, the economies of the West Asian nations will suffer. Okay, these Americans who are leaving, they're all maybe, expatriate professionals working in these countries, businessmen in these countries, and they're going to be leaving now. Okay, they'll come back maybe a week later or 2 weeks later when everything settles down, or it'll be a new normal. So this would hurt the economies of all these nations. Property prices would be going down. In fact, Dubai, somebody was telling me the other day, yesterday only, he brought me an offer, said, Robinda, why don't you buy an apartment? Right now, there's a good deal going on here. Okay, so the economies of all of these shining steel, tall buildings in these regions, Qatar, Dubai, Kuwait, Saudi, would suffer. They could have never ever imagined, or we would have never imagined, that such a scenario would be playing out in these countries, right? They've never had a bombing in their territories. So that's there in terms of what the warning to American citizens means. In fact, I think even Indian citizens there are asking the government of India to evacuate them. I was seeing some clips somewhere. So and the economies of these countries, if you remember, UAE, out of 1 crore population, only 20 lakh is the local Emirati. 80 lakh are the foreigners who work there. Out of those 80 lakh, 30 lakh are, by the way, Indians. There are more Indians in Emirates than the local Emiratis, right? So if these people start moving out, one. Secondly, trade. Of course, due to all of this, right now shipping and trade is, at a pause. UAE is the world's trading capital. It'll suffer therein. So there are going to be multiple, downstream impacts of how this plays out. One interesting thing I would like to share with you and your viewers, there has been some talk, not Trump, but it is said that Trump says, 4 to 5 weeks. And then he has said that I have not ruled out boots on the ground. Okay, though no American president, and I don't think even Trump, would want or would decide, to send American troops into the war zone. How could that happen? One scenario which could be, remember Saudi Arabia and Pakistan have signed a mutual defense pact a couple of months ago, in which an attack against one is supposed to be an attack against the other. It's a mutual defense pact. Now, Saudi has been attacked. Will Pakistan attack Iran? Will Pakistan send its boots into Iran? Pakistan could do that. Pakistan is always up a gun for hire. So I think India must, and India will be, I think, obviously very, very carefully seeing that dynamic between Saudi and Pakistan, which is playing out there.
That's right.
So that's where we are right now.
Right. Mr. Sachdeva, stay on with us. We are getting more breaking news as we speak. Donald Trump has now said that US has sufficient stockpiles of weapons and ammunition and are ready to achieve a crushing victory. Another big statement coming in from Donald Trump, and he is confident about achieving a crushing victory.
Okay, so as we track the developments in the Middle East, different statements coming in from America. In fact, last night, Donald Trump, while speaking at an event of Veterans and Martyrs, he spoke about going after Iran's nuclear stockpile. And Donald Trump is confident that there is enough in their Middle East strategy to last another 4 to 5 weeks. That seems to be the game plan. Try and push this to 4 to 5 weeks. That's the timeline that he put on record yesterday, that they are ready to continue with this offensive for about 4 to 5 weeks, but unsure whether the Middle East, the Gulf nations that are being hit will be able to sustain it in the long run. And Let's also tell you that meanwhile, getting in some more breaking news updates right now, as we stay with Mr. Rabinder Sachdeva, US crude futures rising to $73. It's rising. I mean, this was expected, Mr. Sachdeva. It's gone up over 10%. It's at 73. Could hit 100 if it continues like this.
Oh, certainly so. Certainly so. I mean, it's there. There are reports, I think, about 150 odd tankers are kind of floating around, not able to go into the, cross the Hormuz Straits, go into the Persian Gulf, or get out of there. So about 150 of these tankers are floating. And on top of it, the reality is not only the Hormuz. The Iranians have damaged the Qatar's largest LNG port terminal. So natural gas, you will see, will shoot up. And by the way, that will have an impact on India because we buy a substantial amount of LNG from Qatar. So that would go up gas, right? These are actual deposits being damaged, right? Aramco, the Saudi oil company, has been attacked yesterday. The damage was not much. Sorry. But apparently it's closed down for a day or so of inspection and all. Iran could again be attacking, Aramco. So oil supplies are being taken off the market also, other than the fact that oil transportation is being blocked or, the clouds of war are not allowing the ships and tankers to move. So that's one element of the rise of crude prices and gas prices. The other is that the very source, the production sources are being damaged. And in fact, Iranians are probably looking at also attacking, by the way, in this region. You have some American oil firms, who are operating. You have Exxon, you have Chevron, you have ConocoPhillips in Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi, etc., right? Those are also legitimate targets for Iran now. It's an all-out war. So I think, unfortunately, the prices of crude and natural gas would be going up, at least in the short term, but then it depends how the coming weeks pan out.
In fact, the entire focus seems to be now, and we're getting in some more breaking news updates right now, that the US State Department has asked all its non-emergency personnel and their family members to leave Jordan immediately. There's also a new drone attack on a US military base in Erbil. And as we get you these updates, India is watching this situation very, very closely. India is watching the situation closely. The Middle East airspace is shut. And we are also getting in more pictures of fresh attack on US bases. We had the US Embassy hit in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And we're getting in more details of a fresh attack on a US base in Erbil in Iraq. And most of the US interceptions have been happening over the skies in Iraq in the last 3 days since the war began on Saturday. And it's one of the focus areas. Iraq, the closest to Iran to try and strike US strategic assets, and they are doing that as we speak. There's been a drone attack on the US base. We have some pictures coming in from Erbil in the last couple of days. This is the one video that came in of the interceptions that happened overnight over the skies of Erbil. And any more updates you're picking up, Priyanka? We can keep giving our viewers live non-stop updates from the war zone.
Okay, in fact, these are as per reports coming in that the drone attack on the US base took place in Erbil. Also earlier, there were 4 drones which were shot down near the US base at Erbil itself. And there were other updates coming in. And in fact, in the Middle East, Iran has now warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz, and we are breaking that information. A big update coming in from the Middle East. Iran has now warned that it will attack ships trying to pass the Strait of Hormuz. Niranjan.
Yes. In fact, they put out audio messages on Sunday, and Saturday as well. There was an audio message of them warning ships not to, saying that it's a no-go zone. Erbil is, the Strait of Hormuz is a no-go zone. And now Iran and the IRGC, we are hearing, are giving official versions. The message is clear. We will attack any ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Mr. Sachdeva, yesterday, in fact, despite all of these warnings, there were some ships, very few, that continued to sort of pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But do you think they have the capability to, try and strike every ship, every vessel that passes through?
Thank you. Of course, I would think maybe not every vessel. Yesterday, as very rightly, I think there were about 4 ships which were supposedly attacked or got damaged. But what this means is that the number will go up, right? And you see, a couple of things in this whole strategy of Iran that we are seeing is that Israel is too far. For hitting Israel, they need long-distance missiles, and the air defense of Israel is pretty good. Fine, they're continuing to attack Israel in terms of, I would not say symbolic, but they have to attack Israel. But what Iran is doing is now looking for proxy targets, let's call it that way, right? Surrogate targets, which are nearer to Iran, which need shorter range missiles or drones. A drone with a 50 kg payload can do certainly some damage to a ship. It can create a panic. It may not sink the ship, but it can create a panic. And a 50 kilogram payload drone is not much expensive, right? How many of those could be shot down? So using these smaller drones, Iran could definitely create chaos and havoc in the Strait, which would essentially mean that no tankers would want to go in or get out. Wherever they are, they will stay put, or some such. And especially the ones targeted would be those with ownership of linked to Israeli citizens or American citizens or companies. See, the tankers, the flag they fly is very misleading. Mostly they fly the flags of Panama, Liberia, such countries because of various reasons. It's a registry, right? But what matters is that who owns that tanker. The operating company is different at times, but who fundamentally has spent the money and purchased the tanker and then, rented out that tanker. Now, and very often it has been traced. If you remember Houthis, when they were attacking during the Gaza peak or the Gaza conflict, they were able to identify, work backwards and attack some ships and say that we are attacking this because the owner of this is an Israeli or a Jewish guy or an Israeli citizen with a company. So Iran could similarly look to filter out which are the tankers which have ownership, which they can trace back, they'll try, which they can trace back to either American or Israeli interests. So that would be, I think, the first priority, because that would have more of an impact. Damaging a tanker which is owned by somebody in Australia, could be fine, or by a Hong Kong company will not have that much of an impact, though it create panic and chaos. But shooting an asset or damaging an asset that belongs to your enemy, quote unquote, is something they feel that they have a right to do.
Yeah.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Robinder Sachdeva, for joining with us and sharing your insights. But viewers, we will be bringing in back-to-back updates as we are live and breaking, and we track each and every detail coming in from the West Asian war. And coming up next, American forces intercepted Iranian drones targeting U.S. bases in northern Iraq. More details on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, We would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
Viewers, very good morning. We are live and we are breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest, and with me I have our executive editor Niranjan. We are tracking all the live updates which are coming in as a war continues. Now, Israel is saying that the defense system of Iran is being hit. Iran is saying that they are targeting the US bases in the Gulf. It's an escalating situation we're tracking here. Niranjan, what else is coming in right now?
Well, oil prices have increased, and I think our focus should also be on that. So we'll focus on the developments this morning. More US bases hit. The crisis on oil is getting bigger and real. Here are the headlines.
Israel launches airstrikes on Lebanese areas after Hezbollah fires 15 missiles across the border. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting US bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. 2 Iranian drones crash at the US embassy in Riyadh. Damage reported. USA 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war, fighting to continue. And Trump declares Iran operations likely to last around 4 to 5 more weeks.
Beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks.
And Trump says that the war could last 4 to 5 weeks and even further along if the situation demands so. Getting a breaking news coming in, U.S. crude futures are oil prices rising amid the escalating West Asia war. And the latest numbers are that it's $73.23. Oil is rising as expanding U.S.-Israeli conflict continues with Iran. It's elevating the supply risks. Huge updates coming here on Republic TV. Oil rises, U.S. crude futures is rising even further, viewers. Oil prices rising very sharply after the latest update, after the US-Israeli attacks on Iran. Oil prices are rising and stocks have slid as the strikes continue and Iran continues its retaliation. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. We see that the oil has now, the numbers are out, the numbers are out, so we see around $73 per barrel now. It's going further up. Yesterday it was around $79 per barrel, moving up by 8 to 10% every time. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. Military strikes by the US and Israel on Iran have shown no sign. Oil rises amid escalating tensions. US crude futures is rising even higher. Now, we also know that all eyes are on the Strait of Hormuz, which has been blocked by Iran. And this is where about a fifth of the world's seaborne oil trade flows. Iran has said that whoever tries to come close to the Strait of Hormuz will be attacked. So that is also a warning which has come in from Iran as oil prices rise amid the escalating war. Back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV, viewers. And already we see that on Sunday itself, 2 vessels traveling through the Strait of Hormuz were attacked on Sunday. So, in fact, let's bring in Niranjan. Niranjan, you know, what we see, oil prices rising. In 2 tankers, 2 vessels traveling through the Strait of Hormuz were attacked. Oil prices are going up. A lot of worry can be seen as oil prices rise. Iran saying that if anybody tries to come near the Strait of Hormuz, they will be attacked. They have already blocked the Strait of Hormuz. What is it looking like? There's a lot of worry around the oil prices.
That's correct. And it's also important to note that one of the world's largest refineries in Saudi that belongs to Aramco was hit yesterday in an Iranian drone strike. And that is why it's even more critical right now. All eyes are on the oil prices. Qatar Energy also suspended LNG services. LNG production has been stopped, so that makes it even more critical. And we are monitoring the situation. India, of course, is keeping all options open. Last evening, there was a meeting with the Petroleum Ministry. And let's wait and watch what happens on that. We have some more breaking news updates coming in.
Yes, let's go to the next set of breaking news coming in for our viewers. Okay, Lucas in Iraq has reportedly recovered a crashed, nearly intact Lucas drone, a US one-way attack UAV developed as a reverse-engineered version of Iran's Shahid 136 drone, the low-cost unmanned combat attack system. Lucas was used by the US military for the first time in combat during strikes on Iranian targets as part of the Operation Epic Fury. It's being deployed by the task force Scorpion Strike under US Central Command as a low-cost kamikaze weapon based on the Iranian design. Iraqi locals recovered a crashed US drone. Crashed US Lucas drone has been recovered by the Iraqi locals. So back-to-back updates coming here, viewers on Republic TV. This is the Lucas US drone, and very similar to Iran's Shahid drone, which Iran is using to target the US bases across the Gulf region. So this is what we see right now. US is bombing Iran with the Shahid 136 clones. Lucas drone has made its debut in Operation Epic Fury. And according to the latest, locals in Iraq have reportedly recovered a crashed, nearly intact Lucas drone, a US one-way attack UAV developed as a reverse-engineered version of Iran's Shahid 136 drone. It's being deployed by the Task Force Scorpion Strike under US Central Command as a low-cost kamikaze weapon based on the Iranian design of the Shahid drones, which are being used to target US bases across the Gulf. A Shahid drone is a low-cost, cheap drone, but it is a very important part of Iran's. We talk about Iran's military power. It is capable of precision strikes. It's capable of AI-based targeting. I just want to bring in Niranjan for us. Niranjan, you know, big updates coming here. Crashed US Lucas drone has been recovered by the Iraqi locals, and this is the Lucas drone, which debuted in Operation Epic Fury. It's a low-cost, one-way attack drone in combat for the first time, being used for the first time during Operation Epic Fury.
Yes. In fact, many videos have been coming in to our newsrooms from the war zone. So what we are trying to do is also try and, ensure that we put the right verified videos out. New videos also coming out. Okay, let's go to the next breaking news coming in. These are news pictures from Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv was bombed. We have these videos coming in. This was an Iranian missile that struck Tel Aviv last night. The situation seen and heard in these videos. Let's play the full video.
Fresh visuals of the U.S. Embassy being attacked. Let's put out those fresh visuals in Riyadh. 2 Iranian drones crashed into the U.S. Embassy. U.S. embassies across the Gulf are being attacked by Iran. And Niranjan, I'm coming across to you, putting all these pictures for our viewers. This is coming from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's a multi-front war that we are seeing. We saw that Iranian missiles, Iranian drones attacking Israel. Israel is attacking the Hezbollah in Lebanon. Then again, we see another part of the multi-front war in the Gulf. Iran targeting U.S. embassies across the Gulf region. So it's a multi-front, multi-pronged escalation that we can see very clearly here.
That's correct. In fact, we are also getting in another bit of breaking news update right now that the IDF is currently conducting simultaneous strikes, targeted strikes against military targets in Tehran and Beirut. That's a breaking news update that just came into our newsrooms some time back, so we'll focus on that as well. And we are hearing that those strikes continue. This was an update that came in about 30 minutes back. The IDF is currently conducting simultaneous targeted strikes against military targets in Tehran and Beirut. And the Hezbollah has also claimed that they targeted a base, a Meron base, what is called the Meron base for air operations, surveillance and management, and they've hit one of the radars and a command building. These are 2 breaking news updates coming in. The IDF has also claimed that their strikes continue. As we stay with those pictures as well from Saudi Arabia, Hezbollah claims that they've attacked a Meron base in Israel. As you saw those pictures come in, the targets in the Middle East continue to be US bases, US embassies, and the Hezbollah has also claimed, the Hezbollah leadership was targeted yesterday, and they now claim that they have hit back and they've targeted a base in Israel. And Hezbollah leadership, in fact factional leaders, top commanders were killed in the strikes over the last 24 to 36 hours.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, you know, Niranjan, I just also want to come in here and talk a little bit more about what exactly that we're seeing. We are talking about the multi-front war. And like Niranjan is telling us, now Hezbollah is saying they attacked the Meron base in Israel. Hezbollah, one of Iran's proxies, we see that Hezbollah, the Houthis, and the Iraqi militias, all of them are on the side of Iran. They are standing by, and they have said that they will be supporting Iran and they will avenge the death of Khomeini. So now we see another part of this war. We see that Israel is hitting Hezbollah striking Israel back. You know, Niranjan, what we see is multiple updates coming in here. It's very, very big updates coming in here. And I think we're getting some more updates. But Donald Trump, President Trump, has made it very clear that Iran is yet to get the biggest strike yet. Niranjan.
Yes. In fact, as we get these videos and the releases coming in from the Israeli side, they've confirmed that their strikes continue on Tehran. So we are watching out for those pictures to come in from Tehran. All right, there is some breaking news right now. The CBSE exams have been postponed. It impacts, lakhs of students in India. So the CBSE has said after a critical review of the current situations in parts of the Middle East, Bahrain, Iran, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and UAE, the board has decided to postpone Class 10 and Class 12 examinations that was scheduled to be held on Thursday, 5th of March 2026 and 6th of March in the Middle East region. The Middle East region CBSE exams have been changed. So some schools in the Middle East were following the CBSE syllabus and their dates have changed. IDF conducting strikes in Tehran and Beirut. Yeah, we had those pictures come in yesterday of the bombardment over Tehran. Those were the last pictures that came in of what Iranians called carpet bombing by the Israeli side, joint Israeli-American forces. And as we speak, we are getting a confirmation. The IDF has put out an official word now that they are continuing with their strikes on both Beirut, where they are targeting Hezbollah, and in Tehran, where they claim they will continue to target the Iranian regime.
Yes. Like we said, Israel is targeting both Tehran and Beirut. So they are targeting Tehran and they're also targeting Beirut. Beirut is a capital of Lebanon. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. IDF is conducting these strikes. So Israel targeting both Beirut, Lebanon, particularly the Hezbollah strongholds there. And of course, the strikes continue against Iran as well. At the same time, we also showed pictures of Iran continuing the strikes in Israel, especially a lot of damage could be seen in Tel Aviv. President Trump saying that the hardest hits to Iran are not over. 4 to 5 weeks more escalation could be expected. It could even go even further. 6 American soldiers have lost their life. President Trump has said that sadly, many more American lives, soldiers could be lost. It's sad, but that's a sacrifice that America will be making to take down the Iranian regime. So this is what we see right now. Huge updates coming here on Republic TV. And putting on those pictures, this is Beirut in Lebanon. Iran's proxies like Hezbollah, they are very, very active, and they have joined in. They're supporting Iran. Niranjan, this is a multi-pronged war that we are seeing. The war against Iran is crossed over from Israel and US attacking Iran. Now we see that multiple strikes, cross-country strikes. There are many factions which have been formed. EU once again saying that they should go back to the negotiating table. It's very surprising that the talks which started in Geneva between US and Iran, the nuke talks, which were going pretty well, there was a lot of diplomacy, turned into this escalating situation that we are seeing here.
Yes, in fact, that is primarily, they say that it's because of the nuclear talks that broke down. But I'm getting in some more breaking news right now that Iraqi protesters have tried to reach the US embassy in Al-Khadra despite the crackdown. So this is a breaking news update that we have in Iraq. There is an attempt to storm the US embassy. Let me see if we can get those pictures up as well. So across the Gulf region, in most countries, the US has faced protests, and these are pictures that are coming in from, we are told, in Al-Khadra in Iraq, where Iraqi protesters have tried to storm the US embassy. We should be able to get some details on that.
All right, yes, we're getting more updates coming in. Israel launches fresh strikes on Beirut. And Niranjan,
Yeah.
Yes. Niranjan, I think we have been joined by our guests, and now we can go ahead to our expert analysis.
Okay, so Mr. Suresh Goyal is joining us live. Suresh Goyal is a former ambassador. Ambassador Goyal, thank you for joining us. Now, it's, the missiles are flying across the Middle East, getting in non-stop breaking updates from different parts of the Gulf, with countries being bombarded. Sir, your analysis of the developments in the last 24 to 36 hours, sir.
Let me go right to the beginning, first of all, because this whole war, the way it happened, it has taken practically everybody was surprised. And I think I heard you or the earlier one, the lady mentioned the unnecessary war because the talks were going on so well in Geneva. In fact, the report that I received from some other sources was that they were pretty close to an agreement by where Iran had agreed to actually reduce the enriched uranium stockpiles, reduce the concentration, etc., etc. There was a huge lot of things, and there was an understanding. In fact, I recall the statement from the Oman Ministry of Foreign Affairs that they seem to be pretty close to an agreement. And therefore, my understanding is that the war, whichever way it is, the war has been declared. Israel fired the first salvo. It is going to go on. So the thing is that what is the war all about? I don't think it's about the nuclear program of Iran, because that, I think, was about to be resolved. This is entirely up to about something else, whether it is regime change, whether it is Arab and Persia, or it is USA and Israel influence. In West Asia, there are speculation about the complete change of the West Asian order or disorder, as you might call it. So I think it's more about geostrategy rather than just nuclear weapons. And because of this issue, really, if it is geostrategy, I don't see any near solution or any immediate solution. Therefore, it is entirely up to the USA. How long do they want to continue fighting? Or to Iraq? How long will they continue to retaliate? But all said and done, I think the West Asia, which is our immediate neighborhood, is in very, very difficult times.
Yes. Mr. Goyal, just one short yes. question to you. Now, you know what we see here is that Iran is cornered from all sides. Of course, it has the support of the Hezbollah, but it's cornered. How is Iran really coordinating its missile, drone, and proxy launches? How are they doing this? Because we know that the key military sites were already destroyed by the US. Who is behind this? And the leadership is no more. The top leadership was eliminated, military and Khomeini. Who's coordinating this?
Well, obviously, Iran still has a stockpile of their own armament, their ammunition. And I'm not talking about the nuclear weapon, but they do have missiles. And therefore, if somebody said that by the initial few strikes, Iran's ammunition is going to be depleted, clearly it has not been depleted. I don't see anybody being able to supply that ammunition or missiles or drones or things like that to Iran in the kind of a situation that it is. The only obvious suspicion goes to either China or Russia. And I don't think they are going to be basically taking that kind of a risk. So it is Iran. And number two, even if the top leadership is gone, clearly the order has been shifted to another layer. So all I'm saying here is one should not underestimate Iran. Iran is not Venezuela. Iran is not a European problem. Iran is a civilizational West Asian Gulf country. It's a more than 3,000-year-old civilization. Like India, they have a huge sense of who they are. I don't think it's going to be so easy to suppress them or to undertake an operation in Iran. And I'm not talking about the Iranian people, but I'm talking about Iran as a country as such. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Goyal, just getting a new response from Trump. Trump says U.S. has enough weapons stocked for forever war. Latest.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the latest statement from Trump. What does this mean?
No, clearly Trump has declared that he will continue to fight in Iran till he has achieved his objectives. Whether it is 4 weeks, 5 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. But what are the objectives? Trump is saying the objective is to decimate Iran's nuclear program. I don't think that is a correct thing. I think he's using nuclear program, just like in the case of Iraq, as a reason for different objectives. I think he should clearly declare what his objectives are. If it is basically a geostrategic objective to bring West Asia under Israeli-US domination or their control, say so clearly that this is what you want. Saudi Arabia is siding with USA. Practically the entire Middle East, Qatar, Oman, everyone, even if reluctantly, they have no options because there are American bases there. But Europe, NATO, even though they are providing bases in some countries, Spain actually said no to the American planes, but NATO probably will eventually have no option but to be with the USA, even if it is not a NATO war in accordance with the NATO charter. So, we are actually in a situation where a war has been declared for some objective of the USA which have not been clearly spelled, at least not in public. If it is with them, but they have not declared it, it's entirely a different thing. But I really wish that there would be a clear roadmap as to what will end the war.
All right, we're getting in some more breaking news update right now that the US Embassy in Kuwait has announced embassy closure until further notice and cancellation of routine and emergency appointments. This is a breaking news update coming in. We had pictures that came in of the Kuwait embassy, the US embassy being bombed on Monday, and they've now closed that embassy until further notice. Taking a short break here on Republic, coming back with the pictures and the non-stop breaking updates. Stay tuned.
Now, coming up, viewers, 6 US soldiers have been killed. Donald Trump says the number could go higher in the next few days.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और बरसात, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Our mission and our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, we would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, The bottom line is, no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Top headlines: Israel launches airstrikes on Lebanese airstrikes areas after Hezbollah fires 15 missiles across the border. American forces intercept Iranian drones targeting U.S. bases in northern Iraq. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq. Two Iranian drones crash at the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh. Damage has been reported. USA 6 soldiers killed in action in the West Asia war. Fighting to continue.
In the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks.
And Trump declares Iran operations will be lasting 4 to 5 weeks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we start this edition of the news, staying focused completely on the developments. There are rapid developments in the war against Iran. Let's cut across straight to the breaking news updates coming in. Donald Trump has made a statement, but before that, there have been fresh explosions heard in Isfahan. Now, Isfahan houses a nuclear facility, and that is why it is critical. In Isfahan, there have been latest explosions heard, and this is in the last few hours, we are told. And we're getting in more details of the explosions that are taking place. This is a fresh round of explosions as even Israel, I beg your pardon, went on record to say that they will continue to bomb Tehran and Beirut. But Isfahan also seems to have been targeted. This is the latest breaking news update coming in. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has put out a post saying that US is stocked with unlimited supply of weapons. This was obviously following what he said last night when he spoke to his country at an event. We'll play out what Donald Trump said, because all eyes are also on America and what America now does.
All right, we're getting some more updates coming in. We see that Michael Bardavadid is at the Turkey-Iran border, and we have this special report. Let's tell our viewers what's happening.
This is a CGTN report. This is the CGTN report, and the CGTN report from the Turkey-Iran border. Let's play it out.
I'm here at the Turkish-Iranian border. Here, this behind me, that's the Kapıköy border crossing. After the United States and Israel launched strikes on Iran, there were concerns that this crossing could see an influx of Iranians seeking to flee the fighting and enter Turkey. But in fact, the atmosphere is calmer than usual. We've spoken to some Iranians in Van, and the most common theme we're hearing is the concern for family members back home.
Evim, ailem İran'da. Haber alamadık, telefonda çalışmadığı için hem de mecbur dönecektik yani. Mecbur geri dönmek zorunda.
Bilgi yok, neden yok? Çünkü hiçbir irtibat yok. Dün sadece bir bilgi aldım kardeşimden, yani aradım Türkiye'de. Dedi her şey okey. Çünkü benim aile Tahran'da, onun için çok yaptım. Türkiye'den, İstanbul'dan direkt olarak Tehran'a geçmek istiyorum.
Meanwhile, regional countries hosting U.S. bases are on heightened alert as Iran has hit several countries, including Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, all linked to U.S. attacks on Iran. Here in Turkey, the focus has been on Incirlik Air Base that's situated in the city of Adana in southern Turkey. It is believed to be hosting U.S. nuclear warheads, as well as about 1,400 U.S. military members as well. While there have been no attacks on Turkey so far, rising tensions linked to Iran are closely being monitored, even as the situation as life at the border is calm for now. I'm here at the Turkish-Iranian border. Here, this behind me, that's the Kapıköy border crossing. After the United States and Israel launched strikes on Iran, there were concerns that this crossing could see an influx of Iranians seeking to flee the fighting and enter Turkey. But in fact, the atmosphere is calmer than usual. We've spoken to some Iranians in Van, and the most common theme we're hearing is the concern for family members back home.
Evim, ailem İran'da. Haber alamadık, telefonda çalışmadığı için hem de mecbur dönecektik yani. Mecbur geri dönmek zorunda.
Bilgi yok, neden yok? Çünkü hiçbir irtibat yok. Dün sadece bir bilgi aldım kardeşimden, yani aradım Türkiye'de. Dedi her şey okey. Çünkü benim aile Tahran'da, onun için çok yaptım. Türkiye'den, İstanbul'dan direkt olarak Tehran'a geçmek istiyorum.
Meanwhile, regional countries hosting U.S. bases are on heightened alert as Iran has hit several countries, including Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, all linked to U.S. attacks on Iran. Here in Turkey, the focus has been on Incirlik Air Base that's situated in the city of Adana in southern Turkey. It is believed to be hosting U.S. nuclear warheads, as well as about 1,400 U.S. military members as well. While there have been no attacks on Turkey so far, rising tensions linked to Iran are closely being monitored, even as the situation as life at the border is calm for now.
Okay, Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari joining us on the broadcast. Air Vice Marshal, wanted to get your view on what America says, that they have enough stockpiles, but movement and action on the ground doesn't seem to suggest that.
I agree, they've got enough stockpile of ammunition, bombs, but what is the stockpile of the body bags where they have to carry Americans back to America? There is a major concern, and concern of not mine, but the senators and the public of USA. You can continue fighting. See, Iran has been very careful, and Iran has targeted most of the bases all around the Middle East. They are trying to avoid any collateral damage, but however, something has taken place. They have tried to target the army jawans, US Marines, US Marines who are staying in the hotels. And in this target, some people have been hurt also. Now look at the Egypt and Turkey. The two places Iran has avoided. Iran has not targeted any bases in these two places. And what you are showing on the border crossing, but Iranians are looking for a safe. Iran is going to get really damaged. But Iran will be totally gone after some time. The amount of bombing and taking place, there's no security, a lot of damage will take place. But Iran is capable of destroying Israel. And they've already showed that. Tel Aviv and Haifa has become miserable. I think somebody was telling me that the people wanted to stop the war. But Netanyahu is still continuing. Now, all the 9 bases around the Middle East, it is very evident that now US is not capable of launching aircraft from those bases. They have to launch aircraft from remote places. That's why they require mid-air refuelers. A lot of refuelers have already started from America flying to these bases. So Trump wishes to continue, but he should have to consider and how much he can expect and how much people, how many army jawans. They have already lost 3 aircrafts, 3 F-15s in Kuwait. Yeah, and how many aircraft they have lost in other bases, it is not known. They must have been lost on the ground itself. A lot of equipment has been damaged. And how many American soldiers have been killed, that is also not coming into the limelight. Now Trump has to take a call. Trump has to take a call whether to continue and punish Iran or to save your men. Let's see what happens in the future. And however, I'm telling you, even Iran, total ammunition, they may not have any. But they will continue till the last missiles, last drones they have got. And even the manufacturing of drone must be continuing. Like Ukraine has not stopped the production of drones. They continued the drones and fought with Russia. Been fighting Russia for the last 4 years. So let's see, it is not simple for them. Because even the Middle East, people know wherever the Iran has come, maybe Afghanistan, maybe Iraq, maybe Syria, maybe Libya, they have been spoiled and they have suffered. So this is a clear-cut message, and people in the Middle East should remember what America is going to do if it's going to capture Iran. And so that will be one of the cause. And as regards the Middle East countries are there, I don't think they will go in favor of America. They will stay indifferent, and they have to mount pressure on America not to launch so that war comes to end. Because some of the places have got the common boundary with the Kuwait. Kuwait with Iran. Iranian forces are very powerful. Iranian army very powerful. So this country will not go in war to them. They have already given the passage. In spite of certain damages, they will make statements, but they will not come directly. Now we are waiting. The only problem with Iran is that they don't have sufficient intelligence input on the location of the ships, aircraft carriers, and other bases. That input, if they get it, success rate of Iran will going to improve. We'll see that Iran's success rate and efficacy of the missiles will be nearly 100% thereafter.
Yes.
However, they're trying
Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, defense expert, is joining us with this analysis. And Ranjan, the question also arises whether these Iran-backed proxies can really influence the outcome of the escalation. A big breaking news coming in: Israel launches air strikes on South Lebanon. So, like we were just talking about, the Iran-backed proxies, especially in Lebanon, Israel is trying to target the Hezbollah strongholds. Israel launches airstrikes on South Lebanon. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking news we're getting for our viewers. Air raid sirens sound in Jerusalem area. Air raid sirens are sounding in Jerusalem area. So we see a huge escalation there. Expansion into the wider Gulf region. embassy attacks. Gulf Air Defense systems are engaged. Spillover into Saudi, Bahrain, Emirati airspace. So the front line is getting wider and wider. The war front line is getting bigger and bigger, Niranjan.
Yes, and we're getting in more details as we speak. US and Israel conducting, the airstrikes in Tehran, which even Israel confirmed a few minutes back. There is a video coming in. The latest video that we have right now from Tehran, we'll put out the video as well. There are more strikes that have been conducted on Beirut. The IDF confirmed that the strikes were happening a few minutes back. And we are getting in videos of the strikes as well. Israeli airstrikes have hit the Lebanese capital. This is footage that has been captured a few seconds back. And as we speak, there are also pictures coming in of airstrikes in Tehran, Iran. Let's play the video as well. There is a video. In fact, there is a video. We should be playing out that video in a short while from now.
Okay, we're getting some more breaking news coming in. Israel launches more strikes on Beirut. Big updates coming here on Republic TV. Like we said, Beirut, Lebanon is also part of the wider war front line now, because Iran-backed proxies have taken the side of Iran, and we see an exchange of fire between Hezbollah and Israel. So a multi-front war that is playing out there. So back-to-back updates coming here on Republic TV. We see this is the escalation, proxy escalation through Hezbollah. Iran-aligned groups have joined in, so intensifying the operations against the Israeli and US positions across the border. So simultaneous fronts have opened up in the region. This is a huge update coming in. Escalation is getting more intense, more intense.
Okay,
yes.
so we have David also joining us as Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari stays with us. Professor David Menashtri is also joining us live. He's from the Alliance Center for Iranian Studies. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Professor David, hearing of a new wave of drone strikes on Jerusalem. There is a view, and I'd like to get your response on that, that perhaps the interceptors and the air defense systems are maybe getting weaker. Now, how are you looking at it? How are people in Israel looking at it?
Well, unfortunately, we are used to it. And it's very devastating that after all these years, our leaders did not find a way to try and solve such conflicts. And I personally am involved with Track 2 diplomacy for 35 years, and I regret that relations that we had with Iran, which were so friendly, and I did research at Tehran University for 2 years just before the revolution, and we were looking for some better understanding on both sides. There are right now, what we see, it's strike here and strike here. It's very painful. I cannot say anything else. But the problem is that we don't see the light at the end of this tunnel. We don't see bombing here and there. And it's not only, it was yesterday on your program, attack on the American embassy in Karachi, and then in Saudi Arabia, and missiles here and there. I think that someone should sit and bring people together and try to at least stop the violence. So it didn't happen, unfortunately. And it's when you see that they are attacking Jerusalem. Yes, yesterday I was in your program, and I had to end abruptly the panel because of silence going on, and there was attack on the small town that I live. So it's not nice, it's not good, but that's not the problem. The problem is where we are going to, and I don't have an answer.
Professor, I'm really glad that you brought that point out. Where is the light at the end of the tunnel? So what are the exit conditions? What are the exit conditions from this war?
Listen, whoever started with it should have thought about how do you exit from there. And we have seen United States going to Iraq in 2003, and when they left, well, of course, President Bush Jr. said, mission accomplished. But it took long time. At the end, there are proxies of Iran, Shiite extremists are involved there. We saw the Taliban, it's closer to your heart. We saw that, no, not to your heart, but to your place. And we saw what Americans have done in Afghanistan in 2001. They went in, and they went in again, and they had to run away from Afghanistan. The United States doesn't have the appetite to be here and fight for us. And I do agree with them. We don't want them. Israel has never asked the United States to fight, or any other country, to fight for us. But I think that when you go somewhere and you start bombing here and there, and then they attack on, the Iranians are attacking anywhere, from Saudi Arabia through Qatar, Bahrain, Israel, Cyprus. They reach Europe. So it's I don't see the end. What is the end? People think that regime change. Well, I'm an historian in profession. I don't remember many cases that a foreign country coming with air force and leading to change of regime. It's very difficult. You also, when you topple a regime, you must know in advance. And you say, what is the exit? It is exactly, when you are trying to overthrow this regime, did you think about, I mean, not you personally, my lady, it's the Americans, the Israelis. Did they think who is going to replace them? I was in Iran in 78 in research, and I saw this revolution coming. First, it took them 14 months from the mass demonstrations until the change of regime. Second, there was an organized opposition with controlling all the mosques all over Iran. They have bases in any city. Now, what did you gain? They overthrow one dictator and they get another dictator. So whoever dreams about paradise in Iran with the toppling of this regime, they have to rethink.
Yes, yes. Niranjan, as we are decoding what is happening, I also want to bring in what Iran is saying. We are seeing there's a multi-front war. Iran is striking U.S. embassies across the Gulf region, and they have said that it is not the neighboring countries, their neighbors, that they have a problem with. They have a problem with the U.S. embassies and U.S. sites in the Gulf nations.
Yes. Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, you see, for example, the Kuwait embassy was hit yesterday. Today they've closed it, sir, and we are hearing of more and more embassies in the Gulf region being targeted, protests. We saw what happened in Pakistan. So it appears like this is going to be a very, very disturbing trend. It's something that is started and it's going to be very hard to contain now for America. Air Vice Marshal.
Yeah, fully agree. I fully agree with you. This is a very, very disturbing trend. It will continue. Embassy of US citizens will be targeted in all the Middle East, Pakistan, or other countries. You have yet to see. We have heard the David has the pain of the Israel. You can come out from it. See, Israel is getting, I'm not getting it is a hit, but a lot of losses they have to undergo. At the end of the war, tunnel, nothing, no light can be seen. But I can forecast, I can say what will happen at the end of the war. Devastated Iran, devastated Israel, and large number of body bags reaching in America. And all their bases around the Middle East, probably except Turkey and Egypt, will be destroyed completely. And Iran will be, of course, devastated. If the Trump wants this, he can continue this war for some time. This having a regime change is no excuse. Regime change is none of his business. What does he want to prove? Regime change. It's not Venezuela, where he bought a lot of people and picked up, silent everybody, all his guards, and picked up from him. He has been successful. I appreciate Mossad and even MI6 and even CIA. They have successfully in pointing out where the Khomeini was there, and they have been the American aircrafts have been successful bombing, clearing one bases one by one. 80 bombs blasted within a span of a short time, cleared one layer, now bombed the second layer and third layer. So multi-layer safety was destroyed. I appreciate the professionalism. But purpose has been achieved. If he had destroyed it, achieved, he should have been thrown, not keep striking Iran again and again. Iran, this war will continue till the time Iran has got the last of his missiles. But at what cost? After that, what will be the result finally? Devastated Iran again. Israel in very bad shape. It's a small country. If it is devastated, it takes more time to come up. But however, Iran, by virtue of its terrain, by virtue of its area, by virtue of its resources, can still come up. But Israel will have a difficult time just because of the Trumps. He is the enemy of the world peace. He has to take a call. His senators are already on the road. They're saying that he has no business to attack Iran. I only hope a common sense bill comes into him and he calls off the strike and stop the strike and let the peace prevail in the world.
Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, defense expert. I think we have some more videos for our viewers. Let's go to the next video. We have a video coming in. This is a U.S. embassy in Jordan, which has been temporarily evacuated. Its compound has been evacuated, and okay, the picture is out. Niranjan, like we were seeing, this is coming in as we see that Tehran, even though it's saying that there's no conflict intention with its neighbors, operational reality on the ground is very different because a lot of infrastructure of the neighboring countries have been hit apart from the U.S. embassies and U.S. sites.
Yes. That is from the news agencies in Iran that have put out some of these videos. So we have different pictures coming in right now. Different pictures coming in. And the U.S. Embassy in Jordan has been temporarily evacuated. Its compound has been evacuated. So that picture coming in from the Anadolu news agency in the Middle East. And they have put this video out. And we should be, and this is a similar situation where across different countries, the U.S. embassies are being targeted. In Kuwait, we saw the visuals yesterday. Let's go across to Professor David. Professor David, we heard of a new wave of attacks on Jerusalem, right? Almost upwards of 30 to 50 drones, we are told, were launched at Jerusalem.
Yes, yes. So, you know, we have seen worse than that in Beersheba yesterday, in Tel Aviv. Of course, Jerusalem is a symbol. And that's more painful when you see that they are targeting. And there are so many Muslims, Arabs, and Christians in Jerusalem, so whom they want to kill. But with your permission, I want to say something about internal things in Iran, which are the key to the change in many ways. First, I would say I have not seen yet any cracks within the regime in Iran. There are some rumors about the military, the army. People are getting out and speaking against the army. The army is still, you know, if the army will take over in Iran, this is not bad because they care about Iran. The military army is swearing to protect the state. The Revolutionary Guards, they are. So that's one thing that we see within themselves. But I want to say one good word about the people of Iran. It's a long time that I thought, which is the country, Muslim country in the Middle East, who has the chance to be a democracy. And I have no doubt that this is Iran. Because this is a well-educated population that is open to ideas of democracy. Iran had two big revolutions in the 20th century. Iran is the only country in the Middle East which had constitutional revolution. It's the only country in the Middle East who had two revolutions in one century, the second being the Islamic Revolution. And now when you see the women in Iran, when you see the students in Iran, and I think that, you know, I'm invited to an international forum that we are trying to promote peace in the world, in the Middle East, and they want to come with some statement against Israel attacking Iran. Be my guest. With such statements, you don't solve any problem and there's not any painful. But did anyone say something to the Iranian government for killing so many of their own children? Where is the world? Where is the free world? And now, whenever you want to say something against Israel, you automatically have majority in any forum. But I think that these people are being suppressed and they deserve better treatment by their government. And they deserve to get what they want, to change the regime. But this should be planned ahead of time. This should be organized. There should be an alternative ideology. There should be some, you know, financial, I hope that they have some finance, but they have to be more organized. And I can tell you, even now when I look at the Iranian opposition, I'm reminded of what I wrote 40 years ago about them, that they hate each other more than they hate the regime. And I think that's one of the weaknesses of the opposition is they don't have they cannot agree on anything, almost anything. So it's then there. I don't think we should rush to see change of regime. Sometimes change of regime is not the remedy, but we have to make sure that whoever is in power in Iran will not have access to nuclear weapon and will start speaking with the world. They sold it to their children, to the students, for 47 years that America is the land of Satan. What can we do? You cannot today in this new era with all the, Instagrams and all kind of social instruments that you have. You cannot block ideas moving from place to place. And the young people of Iran found that maybe Iran is this land of Satan, but it's also the land of freedom and welfare. And what they care about today is to feed their children, to feed their brothers and sisters. And this is something that the international community should arrange, not to accuse this or the other one. With mutual accusations, we won't get anywhere. But stop fighting and start thinking how you resolve these conflicts.
Okay, Professor David there getting us a perspective. I also want to go across to Air Vice Marshal O.P. Tiwari, a defense expert, joining us. Let's also shift our attention to the Strait of Hormuz. Now it's closed. We know that it's closed, and Iran has warned that anyone who goes anywhere close will be attacked. Would there be a plan now? Would there be a plan now to release the control of Strait of Hormuz from Iran? What do you think will happen next?
It is nearly impossible to clear the Hormuz out of Iranian control till the time Iran is entirely devastated. Probability of that is almost zero. It will be cleared only once the ceasefire conditions are reached. Now, I'll speak about Mr. David, what you are saying. A lot of problem is there in Iran, public is supposed to leave. But what happens in Pakistan? Now, America is very happy with the Pakistan nuclear bomb, but they are allergic to Iranian nuclear bomb. America doesn't look at the Balochistan, how they're suffering at the cost of Pakistani. They don't look at it. After Op Sindoor, America gave enough funds to re-establish the terrorist organizations who had been responsible of harboring the main terrorists what US wanted. So this dual attitude towards both the countries, and he wants to be a leader and everything is controlled, is not correct. If he wants to be leader of the world, he should look at the same standards for every country. He feels that the Iranian population is getting oppressed and suppressed by the empire. Their lookout. Different people coming on the road, Iran has nothing with you. It started from 1998, 1979 itself. Even during Khomeini's regime, people are coming on the road and there have been a negotiations and things have been established. But after eliminating total lot, I only appreciate the effort of those intelligence agencies who targeted, and the professionalism of US Air Force. They targeted and destroyed and killed nearly about 40 to 50 high officials who matter. But that is not enough. Iran is a big country. It's an old civilization. It's a war of a civilization. If you eliminate 50 or 100, others will take charge and continue to the fight. Iran is not like Iraq. It is not like a Syria. It is not like a Lebanon. So it is a strong nation. But however, it doesn't have the capacity to fight till the end, till the time. So something to stop the devastation of the two countries, David's country, Israel, and the Iran. Trump should think over it. Making a statement like again and again, I will fight till the end and that will be destroyed. It will not be possible. America has seen what has happened in Vietnam, what has happened in Afghanistan. They said they spent 200 billions of investment and took 20 years to replace the Taliban by Taliban. So what they have achieved? Now the outlook of the Middle East nations should also be there. Wherever America has come, then they look at the condition of those states. If they make Iran like this, next target may be Jordan, next target may be UAE, next target may be Dubai. Because he's a businessman. His interest is the personal interest. If you continue like this, he has to be halted. And the role of Middle East nations is very, very important at this stage. Because if their American citizens, American soldiers are hiding in the residential areas, they will definitely be targeted by the Iranian missiles. In the bargain, those states will also lose. That was what we have said in Dubai, what we have seen in Riyadh, and what we have seen in Qatar and other places. Let's see how long does it continue. And because Trump has to understand, not only Trump, American senators, they have already started objecting. They have to come on the roads and put a stop to it. Good sense has prevailed in the European nations, who till therefore yesterday said they are going to join. Like today, Germany has made a statement. Even the Europe and other things, they have stayed away. In spite of the UK attack, UK base at Cyprus being attacked, UK is still away.
Air,
So the good
yes, Air Vice Marshal Opi Tiwari, I thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining for both our guests. Thank you both our guests for joining us. I think we are getting some more breaking news coming in. So let's go to the next set of breaking news that we're getting for our viewers, because we're getting the live coverage here. Every minute of what is happening. Let's go to the breaking news. China shows support for Iran in the Gulf War. A very expected development. Ishita is also joining us here in the studio. Ishita, China is showing support for Iran in the Gulf War. Of course, we have the proxies which are supporting Iran. Now, this was something expected as well. China coming out, supporting Iran.
Right, of course. We've seen already so many countries across the Gulf have got engulfed in this war, and now China also coming in to support Iran. The question is whether this support is only in terms of words, or whether we're also going to see logistical support coming in from Beijing for, in fact, Iran at this point. Now, the war in the Gulf is escalating hour by hour, and China now, in fact, pledging support for Iran in the Gulf War is the latest we're tracking. It is the foreign minister who has now dialed his Iranian counterpart from China, discussing the latest developments of the war, and in fact pledging more support for Iran in West Asia. Now, Air Vice Marshal Opi Tiwari continues to stay with us. I want to ask you, more and more states are now getting embroiled in this West Asia war. China here has come out to support Iran. Are we also looking at some logistical support now coming for Iran from China, in fact?
Right. Ishita, China FM has dialed the Iranian FM, the foreign minister, and this is coming after the Iranian Minister of Foreign Affairs had briefed the senior members of China's Central Committee and his counterpart, promising to do everything to ensure the safety of Chinese citizens in the country amid the war launched by the US and Israel. So very expected development. China showing support for Iran in the Gulf War. We also saw the Foreign Minister Arakchi had made the comment in a call with the Chinese delegation, focusing on the situation in Iran as Tehran defended itself at all costs. Okay. And let's move ahead. Ishita, what we see is that Trump has been making multiple statements. So
right.
Trump, the latest statement coming in from Trump was that this war can go on forever. America has a huge stockpile, unlimited stockpile of weapons. Trump recently held a press conference in Washington where he claimed that Iran poses a big threat to America. He also claimed that this war could go on for 4 to 5 more weeks and even further. The aim of America is to destroy the nuke capabilities of Iran. Here's what Trump said.
Today, the United States military continues to carry out large-scale combat operations in Iran to eliminate the grave threats posed to America by this terrible terrorist regime. Following our obliteration of Iran's nuclear program in Operation Midnight Hammer a short while ago, we warned Iran not to make any attempt to rebuild at a different location because they were unable to use the ones that we so powerfully blew up, but they ignored those warnings and refused to cease their pursuit of nuclear weapons. In addition, the regime's conventional ballistic missile program was growing rapidly and dramatically, and this posed a very clear, colossal threat to America and our forces stationed overseas. The regime already had missiles capable of hitting Europe and our bases, both local and overseas, and would soon have had missiles capable of reaching our beautiful America. The purpose of this fast-growing missile program was to shield their nuclear weapon development and make it extraordinarily difficult for anyone to stop them from making these highly forbidden by us nuclear weapons. We were the ones that were complaining. We were the ones that wanted it stopped, but everybody was behind us. They just didn't have the courage to say so. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat. I was very proud to have knocked out the Iran nuclear deal by President Barack Hussein Obama. That was a horrible, horrible, dangerous document. They would have had nuclear weapons 3 years ago, and they would have used them. But I'll not let that happen. For almost 47 years, this regime has been attacking the United States and killing Americans. Every time you see someone with missing arms and legs or a face that's been absolutely shattered violently, it was almost certainly caused by an Iran roadside bomb. They were put there by General Soleimani, who was the father of the roadside bomb. Very proudly, he thought, but I terminated him in my first term. This was our last best chance to strike, what we're doing right now, and eliminate the intolerable threats posed by this sick and sinister regime. And they are indeed sick and sinister. Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make. Second, we're annihilating their navy. We've knocked out already 10 ships. They're at the bottom of the sea. Third, we're ensuring that the world's #1 sponsor of terror can never obtain a nuclear weapon. Never going to have a nuclear weapon. I said that from the beginning. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. They were on the road to getting one legitimately through a deal that was signed foolishly by our country. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders.
All right, our viewers, we're getting more and more developments regarding the tensions and how they're escalating in West Asia. The latest that we know is more front opening up for Israel. This time, Israel is now striking Hezbollah targets in the capital of Lebanon, Beirut. More strikes are now being launched by IDF. In fact, on Beirut is what we're given to understand. Those are the latest updates regarding the war in West Asia. Israel launching more and more strikes on Beirut. The war seems to be widening by the hour, and the latest that we know about is more strikes now being launched by Israel on Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. Yes. This is another front opening up for Israel.
That's right. Ishita, like we were discussing, now Israel is targeting the proxies, Iranian proxies, in Lebanon, Hezbollah specifically. I want to go across to our guest who's joining us, Mr. Robindra Sachdeva, foreign affairs expert, joining us live here on Republic. Thank you for joining us here, Mr. Sachdeva. Israel is launching strikes in Beirut. We see that Hezbollah is also targeting Israel. Iran is targeting Israel. Multi-front war has opened up. Just a short perspective from you. How much further and how many more front lines will open up according to you, or this is the maximum?
Thank you. A pleasure to be with you and your audiences. Okay, other fronts we'll see, but as you said, it's multiple formats and multi-dimensions and multi-vectors. The war could stop actually in 3 to 4 days also, by the way, or it would go on like the weeks and weeks. The way it could stop in 3 to 4 days would be if the Venezuela model is repeated and is applied. That is what Trump and his team are trying. The Venezuela model was take out the top layer, the second layer, which ascends, threaten them with immediate death or compliance. That is what they did with Rodriguez, the vice president, and the defense minister. They asked them to come to a room, put a speakerphone on. From Florida, the Central Command officer called them and said that you have 15 minutes to decide. Agree to our terms, or if you say no, in 20 minutes you'll be blasted out. Rodriguez and Venezuela made their choice. They are trying similar with Iran, but in the case of Iran, this is not happening. The second layer which has come in now, okay, they've taken out, the supreme leader, the 40-50 top officials, defense minister, defense chief, revolutionary guard chief, intelligence chief, all of them have been taken out. Somebody has stepped up, interim or whatever there. This layer is not agreeing to a Venezuela type deal. They've dug in their heels and they're going on fighting. Now what Americans and Israelis are trying is to take out this second layer also, right? Take out whoever else, the new, defense minister, the new revolutionary guard chief and all. And they're hoping that the third layer, which, bubbles up now, would strike a bargain. So that's one trajectory which America is pushing very hard. But chances of that seem much less, because it seems that the regime and the officials therein they are very much ideologically grounded, and they're not giving up their positioning. So the short term, unless this happens, is out. So what remains is the long term or the medium term, a few weeks ongoing. And a few weeks ongoing would then go on into years. Okay, Iran could turn into something like Yemen, a portion of the country which is okay, which goes separate, but the Houthis, let's say, they control 2/3 of Yemen and they keep fighting. So similar could be in Iran. Now, what other fronts could open up? Okay, the fronts we are seeing right now are, if we go quickly, Iran started by attacking Israel, of course, but also it went asymmetrical in the sense that it started attacking American bases, military bases in the Gulf countries. From the military bases, then it has moved on to American civilian targets, that is American embassies, they're hitting those, right? Then they are going after, and that is a real, twist. They're going after sovereign assets of the Gulf countries. In Qatar, they blasted away the largest terminal of LNG gas of Qatar. Qatar has stopped all gas LNG production. They've targeted Aramco, the Saudi, behemoth, world's largest oil companies. Not much damage there, but they've done. So that means now they are going after strategic assets of the Gulf states also. Then, of course, in Dubai, attacks and all. And by the way, there's a Trump International Hotel in Dubai. That could be a legit target. There's a Trump golf course also, by the way, in Dubai. The advantage for Iran in this case is that these locations are nearer. So they need to use only, short distance drones or missiles. And the air defense of, let's say, around the Trump golf course would be much lesser as compared to the air defense of Tel Aviv. They are going that track, right? Now, what other fronts? Yes, yesterday, I think Hezbollah started yesterday, right? Probably. Hezbollah started, getting into act. Now, Houthi could open up. Houthi have already said they could open up.
Right.
Hamas could open up, by the way. Hamas is, okay, though, killed and under the ground, but some incidents could pop up there. So these are obviously three obvious. Then, of course, within Iraq, the Kitabe Hezbollah, which is again aligned with Tehran, they've already attacked American bases. The base in Erbil was, I think, attacked by the Hezbollah of Iraq. So these are the few others which could kick in. I mean, Houthis would kick in, I would assume and think.
Right, of course. Mr. Sachdev, sorry to interrupt you there. We'll continue this conversation, but we've got a big development coming in at this point. China, in fact, has pledged support to Iran. It says it sends a veiled warning to the US and Israel as it continues its aggression against Iran. Now, China here has shown support to Iran in the Gulf War. We're looking at more and more states now becoming part of this West Asia war. China has now come out in the support of Iran, and it seems it's a veiled warning sent directly to US and Israel as they continue their strikes against Tehran. So this is what we're looking at.
Yes, and Ishita, so China has already criticized the US and Israeli military action against Iran, warning that it risks plunging the Middle East into a deeper instability situation and undermining the international law. So we see that China is supporting Iran, showing support to Iran. Let's get our guest back on this, Mr. Sachdeva.
Ishita, you know, we also have to track the reactions which are coming in. So we are still waiting for more reactions to come in from other countries, specifically Russia, China, other countries. EU wants the situation to get under control. Let's go back to our guest. Yes, Ishita.
Right, of course. Mr. Sachdev, I want to ask you, US, of course, anticipated that a retaliation would come from Iran. But do you think the scale of it, the intensity of the attacks we're now looking at on US assets, more and more states are getting involved. Do you think US did not anticipate that Iran would go to this scale and length?
No, true. It could be so. I mean, they would have anticipated, but probably they thought the probability was low. Right. I mean, you go by probability planning also, right? Scenarios, they would have gamed out everything. They were the smartest of minds and brains and strategists, etc., crunching the numbers and geography data, etc., etc. But I think the probability that they assigned that Iran would attack American bases was low, and much lower would have been the fact that Iran would attack Qatar natural gas terminals, Aramco. I think they would have maybe allocated a lower probability to that. So that's there. Secondly, by the way, amongst the various things happening, one thing I'm particularly very interested, and especially with regards to India also, is the situation in Saudi. Okay, there have been attacks in Saudi at Aramco, as we were saying, the oil facility. The American embassy in Riyadh has also been attacked, though not much damage. But to my mind, the question is, Saudi and Pakistan have a mutual defense pact. You would very well remember, and your viewers will also, right?
Yes, sir.
Under that pact, what was reported then a few months ago, I think, and what we know, under that pact, it is said that an attack against one would be deemed as an attack on the other. So the question to my mind now is that, would an attack on Saudi Arabia by Iran require that Pakistan should attack Iran? Then we will know what strength or the litmus test of this defense pact. Otherwise, was this Saudi-Pakistan pact mere optics, or does it have teeth? I think that's extremely important for India to be tracking, and which I'm absolutely sure, more than sure, we must be tracking. So that's one other, footnote or subtext to the whole situation out there. Other than that, yes, the Iranians are inflicting damage. Americans probably thought, if you may remember, the second Gulf War with Dick Cheney and George Bush, when they attacked Iraq, they said we are going in with shock and awe. Remember the shock and awe. So here also, they've gone in with the shock and awe, but the shock and awe has not, dismantled the regime, and neither its, military abilities or capabilities so far.
Right. So China here has sent a warning to the US and Israel that, you need to back off at this point. It's a veiled warning. It says it is clearly on the side of Iran. Are we also looking at a possibility where there could be logistical support coming in from China in the near future?
We don't know, but I think the chances of that, again, everything is possible. Anything is possible, right? The sun will disappear today, by the way. We have the eclipse going on, right? But what is the probability that the sun disappears, right? So there is a probability that China would be supplying some, logistics, materials. But what we've seen of China, it seems so far, it has always played a very restrained role. Even in the case of Russia, though it is said that China is supplying many electronic components and all to Russia, but it's not supplying, completed products or items which could be used in a warfare. So similarly, with respect to Iran, we could anticipate that China would be supplying some components, etc. But I don't think to a large degree. Though, yes, there are reports that before this war started, there were about 20 odd plane loads which had come down from China. Apparently, it was said that those are the air defense systems also. Now, if those were air defense systems, but air defense systems seem to have not worked at all in Iran, right? So if those are the Chinese air defense systems, they've not performed well at all.
China sending a threat, they are saying that, and we've seen China has opposed the unilateral use of force and US military dominance in global affairs, they always have this narrative of a multipolar world order. We have seen China speak about this again and again, so it looks like they are trying to de-escalate the situation. They've always been against US aggression.
Oh, certainly, they've been against US aggression, and what they're saying is the right thing. What we are seeing in the world of today is a very clear flouting of the international rule of law. What the US is doing is absolutely in contravention, violation of some norms as such, right? But so be it. This is the real world in which we have to live, I think. As far as China is concerned, it kind of avoids getting entangled. If you'll see, it's competing with America to be the #1 empire, right? But like in the case of Venezuela, who was a good friend of ally of China, Maduro went down, China did not lift a finger. Okay, so China will not come militarily in support of its closest friends also. China does not have military alliances, by the way, with anyone, right? China's focus, smart in that sense, I would say, is to keep building its own power and infrastructure and economy. China believes in the axiom or idiom or whatever, do not get into a fight unless you know that you can win the fight. China is not getting into fights right now because it's not 100% sure that it will win the fight. It's preserving, it's growing its strength. So when the time comes when it thinks that it is ready to go into a war, that it can win the fight, that's when China will move. But what China is saying is absolutely the right thing. What the US is doing is a violation of international law.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for joining us. Thank you all our guests for joining us here on Republic. The live coverage continues. And Ishita, the latest is that China throwing its support behind Iran, everyone taking their side, some staying neutral, taking a short break.
Right, of course, US coming up on the other side. China's veiled warning issue to US and Israel as it now takes a side for Iran in the West Asia war.
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा सिम, MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिम।
जीरा सिम, असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे
सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we are covering Ishita.
Yes,
We're giving continuous updates of the war that is happening in the West Asian region, Ishita.
Yes, of course. And the latest development is coming from China. It has issued a veiled warning to the US and Israel, saying all the support will now be given to Iran in this West Asia war. We'll track all the developments. But first up, the headlines we're tracking for you at this hour. Massive development as China issues veiled warning to the US and Israel. Chinese foreign minister calls on his Iranian counterpart to discuss developments.
Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strike on both Beirut, Tehran.
Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
Iran launches a fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait.
We have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, adds that the US will go on longer if needed.
All right, viewers, this is the biggest breaking news of the day. China sends whale warning to US and Israel. Now, Wang Yi had a phone call with Iranian Foreign Minister, that is Syed Abbas Araghchi, and Syed Abbas Araghchi was briefed Wang Yi on the latest developments of the situation in Iran, noting that the US has launched war against Iran for the second time during the ongoing negotiations. So this is China jumping into the conflict, and China showing support to Iran. Now, the Syed Abbas Araghchi briefed Wang Yi on the latest developments of the situation in Iran, noting that the US has launched war against Iran for the second time during their ongoing negotiations. So, China has highlighted the fact that the negotiations were happening, there were talks happening, and the strike took place while both sides were negotiating. Now, though the two sides have made positive progress in the latest round of negotiations, China said the US action violates all international laws and treads and even crosses the red line of Iran. The Iranian side has no choice but to defend itself at all costs. So this is the statement of China.
Right, of course, we also have two guests joining us on the broadcast, including Major General G.D. Bakshi, defense analyst, and Terry Newman joining us from Tel Aviv. He's an Israeli entrepreneur. Thank you to both of you for joining us on Republic. Starting with you, sir, I want to ask you, Major General G.D. Bakshi, do you think U.S. anticipate the kind of attacks that are now coming in on strategic assets? We're looking at U.S. assets being attacked all across the Gulf. A U.S. embassy has now said in Israel it is in no position to help or assist Americans in evacuating from the war zone areas.
You know, the simple fact was that General Dan Carl, you know, the Chairman, Joint Chiefs of Staff of the United States, while briefing Donald Trump, had told him there were strong chances of casualties to American servicemen, material and physical casualties, and that our stockpile of missile interceptors was highly limited, right? And this war regime change seemed almost impossible to achieve. This war could drag on and on. All these warnings were given. Despite this, now Marco Rubio is saying we didn't start it, Israel started it, you know, and then we had no option but to get in, but you got it. On the first day, they killed about 48 top Iranian officials, starting from Khomeini downwards. I mean, that list is now known. Okay? They thought we have a decapacitating strike tomorrow like Venezuela. You know, Iran will be on its knees kissing the boots of Donald Trump. Give us a break, man, and get real. You are fighting with Iran. Iran is not Venezuela, famous for its Miss World and Miss Universe beauty pageants, right? This is a fighting country that fought Iraq for 8 long years, spent billions of lives, but it didn't flinch. So it's going to fight back because you put it in a corner. And it is fighting back quite well. Within an hour of the American strikes, they had started retaliating. They thought we will decapacitate. It is idiotic to decapacitate the entire enemy leadership. Please let me say my piece today. It is idiotic. In World War II, when they wanted to use nuclear weapons, did they hit Tokyo? No. They hit, Hiroshima, Nagasaki. So that the command and control echelon with which you have to negotiate at some point is not obliterated. It is stupid policy to do that, because their response was very simple. The Iranians had seen what had happened last year, June, 12-day war. They had delegated their command authority to
General
the
Bakshi, we would
33
request you to hold on. We are getting a very big breaking news. It's a very big breaking news coming in right at this moment. Big IRGC claim. Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps has said our Navy has launched 4 cruise missiles at the aircraft carrier, that is Abraham Lincoln. Ishita, this is a very big development, and it's also a very big claim. They're claiming they have launched ballistic missiles. They have launched missiles aimed at the aircraft carrier. Now, we very well know that 2 aircraft carriers of the United States were placed near Iran during that time, also during the build-up time also, and now this is a very big claim that Iran has made, that they have launched 4 missiles, and this is another big claim aimed towards USS aircraft carrier. That is the Abraham Lincoln, Ishita.
Right, of course, Shubh, it is a big claim, but we need to understand that, amid this fog of war, there are claims and counter-claims made by both the sides. It is a claim, in fact, that has been made from the Iranian side. No confirmation yet from the American side, because earlier also Iran had claimed to hit a US aircraft carrier, but US came out and refuted those allegations. But of course, Shivam, as you mentioned, it is a big claim that IRGC has now claimed that it launched 4 cruise missiles at the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln. That's the big claim. Let's take this conversation forward with Major General G.D. Bakshi, who continues to stay with us. Sir, you were talking about the claims and how U.S. should not have taken the top leadership of Iran because, there's no one to essentially negotiate now. Sure. I want to ask you, how do you look at this big development that has come in? IRGC says it has fired 4 cruise missiles toward a U.S. aircraft carrier.
This is the second such attack. As a military analyst, I have been predicting this from day 2 onwards. They will be hit. The first attack was day before yesterday was a probing attack. A probing attack on the Abraham Lincoln's carrier to probe its missile defenses, to get the telemetry data so that they could plan their next strike properly, based upon how the Americans are reacting. This is the second attack. And let me tell you that the Americans may have denied that nothing happened, but they moved the aircraft carrier further away.
Yes.
And the IRGC was mocking them for running away from the battlefield kind of a thing. It was moved towards the Arabian Sea. I don't know if it has come back in target or closer back, because otherwise how the hell do you launch your air strikes?
Definitely.
Yeah. Most of the F-35s are on the Abraham Lincoln.
Surely.
Now, but let me just finish. So I would not be very dismissive. I would wait and watch. The Americans have suffered 6 casualties killed, 18 wounded as per Central Command.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And I think one of the prime targets of the Iranians would be to hit one of the battleships. There are 5,000 American sailors on the Abraham Lincoln, also on the Ford.
Major G.D. Bakshi,
on every single destroyer.
I would also like to say that Donald Trump, he has always claimed to be a peacemaker, but this is going in the opposite direction. America cannot afford body bags, and also they cannot afford putting boots on the ground. Terry Newman is also with me. Terry, has Israel started a war that has become very difficult for not just Israel, but also for the United States of America? Israel does not have the strategic depth in case Iran continues firing all the missiles that it possesses. It has a very good drone technology. It has lots of ballistic missiles in its silos. What's your take on that? Can you continue this war for a very long time? Terry?
Well, this is a war that will probably take in the region of up to about 4 weeks. So far the war has been going considerably better than what was planned and expected. Certainly there's been a slight surprise from the north that Hezbollah has joined the war and has started firing on Israel from Lebanon. But even there, we were prepared for that, and we are now striking back. And what is very heartening to see is that the people of Lebanon, the government of Lebanon, are now turning on the Hezbollah. So I think they will be totally out of the Middle East game by the end of this war. I think that the Major General has made some incorrect comments in terms of what is happening inside of Iran at the moment. You know, the top leadership has been taken out, which it will enable those below it to make the negotiations required in order to change the regime. This isn't just a case of keeping the same regime and stopping something.
But Terry, this is General Bakshi's opinion. We all are free to make our own opinion, have an opinion. That's not wrong. But the primary reason, the primary question here is, why do you want a regime change to happen? Why is US so much interested in Iran and what's happening there? And why were you negotiating when you had to strike? That's the biggest question. You could even have thought about of making peace.
So, you know, there were negotiations going on with North Korea to prevent them from getting nuclear weapons. And whilst those negotiations were going on, North Korea developed nuclear weapons. And now there is nothing that can be done. This is a regime that is openly calling for death and destruction to the United States. It's openly calling for death and destruction to the state of Israel. It is now openly attacking Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Oman, Bahrain. It attacked yesterday European soil in Cyprus. We have to understand what this regime is. And more people are now waking up and are thanking the Americans and are thanking the Israelis for doing what needs to be done. Now, in terms of, will there be American and Israeli losses? Sadly, yes, there will be. But freedom is something that must be cherished. It must be fought for. In India, you understand this. In previous generations in the West, we understood this. And we have a very strange situation, perhaps the first time ever in history, where Western countries have the strength and the capability to take down their enemies, but their domestic populations are either against it or don't understand why it's happening. The fact that a crazed country can develop nuclear weapons and it must be stopped is something that should be clear to everybody. So I will make that point again. Crazed Islamo-fascist regimes should not be allowed nuclear weapons, and if they go for it, they must be stopped. Finished.
Right, of course. Terry, I want to ask you, is the goalpost here of Israel and the US changing? You know, it started with a regime change in Iran. Clearly, that is not taking place. Ayatollah Khamenei has now got replaced with Ayatollah Arafi. So, you know, more a hardliner leader, in fact, in Iran. And now US says that we want to create conditions for a regime change in the country and to, of course, ensure that Iran does not possess nuclear weapons. So are we looking at, you know, somewhat a change in the goalpost here?
We are the TikTok generation with no kind of strategic patience. This started 3 days ago. The regime change doesn't happen within 72 hours. This was about creating the conditions for the people of Iran, the almost 80 million people that oppose the 10 million that have been ruling over them brutally and viciously. And we will see this happening over the next few weeks. Also, let's understand that, you know, in terms of the Abraham Lincoln carriers, there are also other places in the Middle East where the US have very serious concentrations of military assets. They have both in Israel, they have in Jordan, and now the Saudis are offering for their bases to be used as well. So we are seeing now this. And it's interesting, you're mentioning China. We should be looking at what China does, not what it says. China has got more economic interest in Saudi Arabia and in the UAE than it has in Iran. So China looks stupid over Venezuela, which was a major client of theirs. It's now looking stupid over Iran, but in fact, it doesn't want to get involved. Its ideal situation is for the Americans to get dragged down in Iran. But the Americans are not sending boots in on the ground. This is all being done from the air, and it will be for the people of Iran to make that decision of regime change. But in the meantime, the nuclear threat is being neutralized, the ballistic threat is being neutralized, and the ability to support proxy terror organizations, whether in Lebanon, whether in Gaza, or whether in Yemen, whether in Iraq, or whether in parts of Europe, is also being degraded. And that is a positive thing for the world.
Right, that's an interesting point, Terry, that you've made about China's interest in the Gulf. And the question remains whether China's words of support, whether they would translate into anything on ground or not. Now, viewers, we also have a big development coming to light. India here has reduced gas supply to industries after Qatar outage. Indian energy companies have now cut down the natural gas supplies to industrial customers, and this is by 10 to 30%. And this is after Qatar halted LNG production. India, a major LNG importer reliant on the region, is now seeking spot cargoes to offset the shortfall, though rising prices and shipping costs are, of course, complicating the efforts for India. That's the latest development coming to light.
But this was expected. This was expected, Ishita. This was bound to happen. The supply to industries after the Qatar outrage, India has reduced. Now, this is a very big fallout in India as war rages in the Middle East. And was this not expected? I would like to ask Major General G.D. Bakshi this question, sir. Your comment on this, apart from responding what Terry has spoken to you, you can also respond to this. This was bound to happen. This is the Strait of Hormuz is of very importance, strategic importance it has. But your response on why so quickly has a fallout taken place where supply has been reduced to industries?
Look, firstly, let me respond to Terry. The simple fact of the matter is, can you give me one instance, Terry, where of an air alone campaign has caused a regime change without putting boots on the ground? The rest of us, I spent 37 years in the military. I have had 5 combat tours of duty, right? So before you teach me that I am right or you are right and I am wrong, get into that binary, you better look at objective facts, right? The death of the Ayatollah has united the Iranian people. Excuse me, I never interrupted when you were speaking. Give me that courtesy. I'm 2 times your age. All right. All right. Okay. So like I was saying that the attacks that you have made, the decapacitating strike that you made has only served to unite the Iranian people, because people rally around the flag when they are under attack. The Iranian people are not the fools that you think they are. All the American sanctions have caused them that economic distress. And your claims that you are helping the Iranian people by imposing sanction after sanction after sanction on them by attacking the schools of girls. 150 girls have been killed, right? The photographic evidence is there. And the 2 to 3 million Iranian people were out on the streets mourning the death of the Ayatollah, right? So all your calls to your so-called Mossad and CIA agents to rise and shine have gone absolutely unheeded. They have no weapons. What are you trying to do? Get more people murdered? Get more people murdered? You know, it is, subjective plans are one thing. I'm sorry, as a military expert with 37 years of professional experience, I have to go by objective facts on the ground. We don't see a regime change anywhere on the horizon. You take a bet with me, Terry. You know, after this thing is over, we can share a bottle of scotch. But let me tell you, there is no regime change going to happen. The Iranians fought. Go by military history. Read the culture and civilizational ethos of your enemy. Never underestimate your enemy, right? The simple fact is the Iranians fought the Iraqi dictator Saddam Hussein for 8 years. They suffered over 1 million casualties. They did not flinch. You expect that one air attack, when they have prepared defenses, they have gone underground in the Zagros mountains, right? And you had claimed, Terry, you had claimed that Donald Trump had claimed, I can't blame you individually, Donald Trump had claimed that he had destroyed the Iranian nuclear facility. And now you're attacking it again. You will have to attack it 10 times more, because they'll just take it deeper. They have no dearth to digging down. They put it out of your bunker buster range already. Nothing has happened. So let's get real. I'm sorry if 7 American presidents did not start this war. 7 American presidents did not start this war because they were concerned about the consequences. General Dan Kane, the American Chairman Chiefs of Staff, had clearly cautioned Donald Trump that there could be loss of American lives, that a regime change from the air was virtually impossible to achieve, that your stockpiles of interceptors and weapons is very limited. You've already given a hell of a lot to Ukraine. You've already given a hell of a lot to Israel. Your production of Patriot missiles is 600 to 800 per year, right? A lot of it has already been spent off. How long can your interceptors last?
Yes.
And that is a worry for Israel properly. I would love to have your response.
Terry, please respond.
Yeah, so first of all, I would be delighted to join you for a scotch, whether in 2 weeks or 4 weeks. You tell me where and we will meet up, and I will happily bring the whiskey with me. I was very close with the late General Jack Jacobs, a fine Indian general, and I sat with him at his home for a scotch in Delhi, and I'm very fond of Indian generals and have a huge amount of respect for you. So let's start from that understanding that I do have a huge amount of respect for what you are saying. Regarding the issue of regime change, you are referring to wars of the past with technologies of the past. And I think that what we are seeing now with the technologies of today and the technologies in many ways of military future, things will be done differently. The way that internet is being used now to do mass organizations of populations that was only possible once at state level can now be done at civilian level is something that is new in both in the civilian and in the military arena. And I think that will be used. Now, it's true that we are 3 days into this and the regime is fighting back. The fact that it is fighting back the way it is by targeting all of its potential allies in the region is a sign that it is on its final legs. Now, yes, it's true that it fought against the Iraqis for 8 years, but the Iraqis, when Saddam Hussein came up against the American army, it lasted less than a month, right? This is a different kind of war. Never in the history of war has an entire senior echelons, including the Supreme Leader, was taken out within 30 seconds. How long did in the Second World War did it take in order to take out the Hitler or Mussolini? These didn't happen within the first seconds of the war. This is a different war. And obviously, we always look at the past in order to inform the present and the future. But we have to not be tied by things of the past and not allow them to dictate what will happen in the present and the future. And I think that what we will see now is a closing in on the regime in Iran. The Russians can't do anything for them. I don't see any countries in the region doing anything for them. If anything, it is changing. It is going against them. Oman, that was brokering, has been attacked by them. Okay? And so you're getting comments coming out of China, but as I said previously, I don't think they have any real weight. I don't see China going to war in order to take Iran's side against Saudi Arabia. I don't see that happening. And so, yes, the regime will try and dig in, and it will try and get some American body bags, and it will try and close the Straits of Hormuz, and it will try and operate Hezbollah, and it will try and operate the Houthis. But we're also seeing different messages coming out. I'm sure you've been following. Within the space of 12 hours, they said, we're not going to hit back at the countries around us. And then they hit back. They then said, we're not going to make Hezbollah get involved. And then they got Hezbollah involved. So there is clearly a big lack of coordination at the top of the Iranian regime. And therefore, there are operatives in the field that are taking tactical decisions rather than strategic decisions at the top. This will take time to play itself out. And then it will be for the people of Iran to make this regime happen. If it happens, great. But if it doesn't happen, the fact that nuclear facilities and ballistic facilities have been destroyed is a positive for the Middle East. It's a positive for the wider region in West Asia and in Europe, and it's a positive for the United States and the world.
Right, I would request both of you to stay with us. There's another big breaking news that is coming right now at this moment, and this is Hina is also joining me in the studio right now. Hina, there's another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment.
Absolutely. An earthquake of magnitude 4.3 has struck Giraz in Iran.
It's a very big development that is happening right now. It is of an earthquake. They're saying it's a mild earthquake that strikes Iran. While the strikes are continuing, and the magnitude is 4.3 that has been recorded in the Richter scale in Gerash and Iran. Now, is this related to something? That's also a question, but this is a mild earthquake that has that struck Iran as the strikes continue, as the war is escalating. What exactly does it mean? We'll have to look at it because it's a developing story. And also, usually it happens when such earthquakes happen, there's a reason behind that. Is it linked to something else? Is it linked to some kind of test? That has to be looked at. But this is a very big breaking that is happening. Strike of magnitude 4.3 that has taken place. 4.3 on the Richter scale in Gerash in Iran. This is the latest that is coming amid the war that is happening in the entire West Asian region. The entire Middle East is engulfed in this war. I would like to come to Major General G.D. Bakshi for a comment on this. Should we take it as a standalone earthquake, sir? Or all right. We have another breaking. First, we'll go to that, and then we'll go for a comment to our guests. Another big breaking news coming in. Big breaking as war rages in the Middle East. Pakistan pleads India for talks. There is another front that is open. That is the Afghanistan and Pakistan war. And the TTP is wreaking havoc on Pakistan. They have recently struck the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province. And this is the biggest development. Pakistan President Zardari says ready for negotiations. Also, there's a big development here. US consulate shuts ops till Friday in Pakistan. Pakistan target US embassy and consulate. Big development. As Pakistanis target US embassy, US consulate shuts ops till Friday in Pakistan. Big development here in Pakistan. Pakistanis targeting US embassy in consulate. Ladies and gentlemen, that happened after protests took place in Pakistan. Now US has shut its operations in the consulate till Friday in Pakistan. Big development in Pakistan happening right now. We'll get another big breaking news from Pakistan about them pleading for negotiations within India also. But this is the other big breaking news that we are showing you right now. US consulate shut for operations for a little bit now. Big development. Big development here. Sir, your comment on this, the protests that were happening in Pakistan after Khamenei's death, and now US Embassy has shut their operations. Sir, Major General G.D. Bakshi, sir, over to you.
Let me give you another piece of earth-shaking news. Since you are on to this spree of big developments, just check your YouTube. Kim Jong of North Korea has offered to give a nuclear-tipped missile to Iran. Just check that out.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Just open up your feed and you will check that out. You see, it is easy to start wars. Terry, is that your name? Sorry, what's our guest name?
Terry is the other guest. Terry is the other guest. Yeah.
Terry, yeah. Terry, it's easy to start wars. It is difficult to finish them. And therefore, old generals tell you, don't be in a tearing hurry to start a war unless you've worked out the end state, the exit strategy. I'm sorry, the tendency we've been seeing is to start the war first and start working out your strategy later. We found that in Venezuela, we are finding it here. And one size fits all. What worked for Maduro will just not work for Iran. Every situation is different. You mentioned General Jacob. I knew him very well. I have the greatest respect for that old man. He was one of our best thinking minds, thinking generals, and responsible for the victory of Bangladesh. I've had the pleasure of learning at his feet. Let me tell you a few things. You mentioned that it didn't take you very long to get rid of Saddam Hussein. Of course not. It took you less than a month, 44 days of bombing campaign, pure bombing campaign. And that was a unipolar power movement. What happened thereafter in Iraq, Terry? You got stuck for 8 years. You had body bags after body bags. You spent about $4 trillion and you had nothing, very little to show for it. There is an Iranian regime in Iraq now, and the rest of us had to suffer the ISIS, right? Let me give you the next example. You went and changed the regime in Afghanistan. 20 years later, Terry, I don't want to have any Schadenfreude, but we saw the way your troops got out of Afghanistan. You start very well. You know, in set piece operation, when you have a lot of time and, you know, all the liberty to plan and execute, you start well. But let me tell you, as a military historian with about 53 books to my name and a PhD to boot, you know, the simple fact is you don't end well. You don't end well because you don't think the things through. You don't have an exit strategy. You see, like I said, it's very easy to start wars, but, you know, unless you tailor it to the existing requirements, the Venezuela model, if you try and fit it onto Iran, I'm afraid you're asking for trouble. The problem is, what is Iran's strategy? They know they cannot prevail against the technological might of the United States of Israel, right? They know they cannot prevail. What is their strategy? Economic warfare. They have, Terry, closed the Gulf of Hormuz. The price of oil is about to get to $100 a barrel. As per econometric analysis in the United States itself, they said that when the price of oil touches $100 a barrel, your inflation index will go from the present 2.6% to about 4.5%. When the price of oil touches $130 a barrel, your inflation will go up to 6%. The cost of gasoline, I think you are paying between $2 to $3 a gallon now. It will go up to $7 to $8 a gallon. $7 to $8 a gallon. It's a midterm election year. It's a midterm election year, Terry. You get body bags. The price of oil goes up. The price of commodities goes up. The world economy goes into a recession. It will equally hit the American economy. Did Donald Trump cater for that? Has he planned for that? I would be very happy to have your reactions.
So, firstly, I'm not an American, so I can't speak on behalf of the Americans, but I will respond in any case. America and Israel are not sending boots on the ground like they have done in Iraq and in Afghanistan. They have learned the lesson, and they have made the point very clearly that it's for the people of Iran to do regime change if they want it. What is happening here is Israel and America are creating the conditions such that the local people can do regime change. If it happens, great. If it doesn't, there is an off-ramp in which these attacks will stop, where the regime has been weakened, the nuclear threat has been removed, and the ballistic missile threat has been considerably weakened and partially removed. In terms of the oil issue, which you are partially correct in, you're thinking in the 1970s when this was very, very true, and the oil shocks there did huge, huge damage. But today, the United States is a net energy exporter. They have also been preparing for this, and they have significantly increased their strategic reserves as well. So I agree with you that we are seeing spikes, and I expect over the next few weeks there will be a spike, but I don't expect this to be a long-term inflation-driving issue. On the issue, however, of midterms, I fully agree with you. I think this is an incredibly risky strategy for Donald Trump. I don't think he needed to do this from a domestic perspective. And the fact that he has done this and taken the risk of taking parts of both his own MAGA coalition, but also those on the other side of the aisle who are opposed to this. The fact he has done this shows how seriously he takes the threat of a nuclear Iran, and the fact that he is willing to risk short-term political loss in order to create longer-term positive safety conditions for the American people and for the world, I think he should be saluted for it, whatever your position is regarding his strategic thinking. He is taking a real risk for the sake of the future of the free world, and I salute him for that.
I request you, both of you, to stay with us because there's a big development. Another big breaking news. Yeah, General Bakshi, I would come to you. There's another big development. I'll take your comment after that. Now, as the war rages in the Middle East, Pakistan pleads India for talks. Now, this is another big development. Pakistan wants negotiations with India. They are ready for negotiations with India. And this as the war rages in the Middle East, because there's also another front that is open, that is the Afghanistan and Pakistan. They are fighting. The TTP is striking Pakistan. The Afghan Taliban, the Afghan armed forces are striking Pakistan. And now Pakistan very well understands that it cannot fight a two-front war. It will be very difficult for it. It's already in trouble in Balochistan and at its border in the Durand line with Afghanistan. And now it knows where to plead, where to negotiate. It is ready for negotiations with India. And the Op Sindoor continues, and this has spooked Pakistan. They are now urging India to move away the war theatre, move away from the war theatre. Major General G.D. Bakshi, your comment on this. Now the war is happening between Iran and Israel and US, and also there is another front that is open between Pakistan and Afghanistan, and Pakistan is now pleading India for negotiations, sir. Your take on this, apart from responding to Terry's comment, sir?
Look, what has India got to do with it? Pakistan is a country with a death wish. They want to fight with Iran. They are aligned with Saudi Arabia, and they had told Saudi Arabia any attack on Saudi Arabia is an attack on Pakistan. So are they going to attack Israel? This is an erratic country. I mean, they are fit for the psychiatric, coat which buttons at the back. They are inviting troubles for themselves. They deserve all the trouble that they can get. Whatever Terry's, sentiments are towards Iran, I replicate those sentiments for Pakistan. And we had broken Pakistan into two. I was part of that war. We will break it into another 4. And I think I will not waste time on Pakistan because there is a far more important war which is there. Terry, I just want to ask you, are you from Israel?
Yes.
Oh, that makes it totally different. Then you are a dear friend. I took you for an American.
Good. No, we can do that Scotch after.
Because that's why you are Intel. Yes. I thought you were an American. You see, the problem is, Terry, the problem is, in India, people love Israel. If there is one country that has stood by us for all these years through every war, it is Israel. Let me tell you that some of our best weapons are from Israel. So as far as the people of India are concerned, you know our emotions very well. Our Prime Minister was with you to show you support, to show you the full support, right? The only fact that we want to tell our friends, unfortunately with this American thing, if you had gone it alone, we would have said possibly the reactions globally would have been different. The problem is, unfortunately, the image of Donald Trump globally is of a bull in a China shop on an erratic rampage. He's attacked Venezuela, he's threatening to attack Cuba, he's threatening to attack Greenland, he's threatening to absorb Canada as the 51st state, he's threatening to go for Mexico. At this rate, this is the law of the jungle. You see, it is he that India is, we've also got some responsibilities, right? And even to our Israeli friends, now this war is hurting us. 60% of our natural gas comes from the Gulf. 50% of our oil comes from the Gulf, right? And So much of our businesses are thriving in Abu Dhabi, in UAE, a country both of us are friendly with. Right? So the pointed issue is the Donald Trump angle in the information war domain is problematic. The rest of the world is sick and up to its gill with a guy who wants the Nobel Peace Prize, but is going on a wild rampage. One country after another. And like I said, it is counterintuitive what he is doing. What he is doing is absolutely counterintuitive, counterproductive. It is not the unipolar power movement that passed 20 years ago, right? This presently is a multipolar power world is more or less on. And to continue to behave and live in the past, you rightly told me I've got white hair, so I'm living in the 1970s. That was the first war I fought, But then I fought in the Punjab, I fought in Kargil, I fought in Kishtwar, 3 years counter-terrorist operations, and finally as a 2-star I was in Rajouri, Poonch. So war after war after war. So that's why I have a lot of empathy with my Israeli friends. I have a lot of friends in the Israeli armed forces, And General Jacob was one of our best generals, and he was a Jew. The place where Jews feel safest anywhere in the world is in India. I'm sure you've come to India plenty of times. Come for a holiday. One place where you are absolute safe is India. That was some 2,000 years ago. But this is becoming a bit problematic, this American angle.
So if I can just respond, you are a historian, so you know that Winston Churchill took many decisions that were unsuccessful, from Gallipoli to decisions he made regarding India, parts of the empire and the Commonwealth. Exactly. And he made lots of bad decisions, but on the issue of Hitler, he got it right, whereas others got it wrong. And had people have said, at the same time, people were saying, you got it wrong here, you got it wrong there, you got it wrong there, therefore we're not going to listen to you about Hitler. But on Hitler, he got it right despite the other things. And my request to you would be, please, the fact that there are major disagreements with the way that Donald Trump is dealing with Greenland or Canada or Venezuela, and I understand the different views, and I understand that we are moving from a unipolar moment. People are saying to a multipolar. I don't really see China as a major. They have an economy the size of Italy. So yes, they still have their major nuclear weapons from the Cold War. But I think we're moving into a world of America and China. But China's never actually fought a real war, since the 70s as well. So what I think we have to say is what Donald Trump is doing now in the Middle Eastern arena, correct or not correct? I don't think we should be judging it through his statements on Greenland or his statements on Canada. That would be my request. I understand what you're saying, and I understand there's a sense of there is a bull in a china shop. But Canada, he has not invaded. Greenland, he has not invaded. Right? This is the only country where he's invaded. He talks a lot, but we should look at actions rather than words. That's my opinion. And on the issue of Iran getting nuclear weapons, he did give extra time for negotiations. The Iranians refused, and this is what has happened.
All right, would request both of our guests to continue to stay with us. But before we continue, I also have to let our viewers listen to what Pakistani President Asif Ali Zardari really talked about when he pleaded, in fact, to India to not wage another war against it. Take a listen.
Preparing for another war. As a lifelong advocate of regional peace, I would not recommend it. At the same time, I would also say that any aggressor should prepare for another humiliating defeat. Make no mistakes, we are ready for you. My message to them is move away from war theater to meaningful negotiation tables because that is the only path for the regional security. Cited India's leaders said they are preparing for another war. As a lifelong advocate of regional peace, I would not recommend it. At the same time, I would also say that any aggressor should prepare for another humiliating defeat. Make no mistakes, we are ready for you. My message to them is move away from war theater to meaningful negotiation tables because that is the only path for the regional security. Cited India's leaders said they are preparing for another war. As a lifelong advocate of regional peace, I would not recommend it. At the same time, I would also say that any aggressor should prepare for another humiliating defeat. Make no mistakes, we are ready for you. My message to them is move away from war theater to meaningful negotiation tables because that is the only path for the regional security.
All right. We have our esteemed guests with us. Major General G.D. Bakshi, your comment on this. This is a disguised request. They don't want the war to continue with India, but also they are giving a warning that make no mistakes, we can handle the situation and whatnot. Now, does anybody take them seriously as of now, or the statements that they are making right now? They are themselves engaged in many fronts, whether it be Afghanistan or Balochistan, or whether it's with the borders in India. Sir?
Look, let me be candid. You heard that statement about peace, and I'm sorry you've been tom-tomming Zardari and his peace. As a military man, I would focus on the second part of his statement that we are ready for you.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Let me tell him, we aren't buying 114 Rafales and Su-57s. We haven't signed 14 agreements with Israel for a picnic. We are coming for you, boy. We are coming for you because we've had it to our gills. We have suffered you for good about 40 years. You want peace talks? We'll give you the peace of the grave because you asked for it. You asked for it. You fingered every country in your neighborhood. You fingered every bloody country in your neighborhood. So you forget about peace. Operation Sindoor is still on. It's not even a ceasefire. What talks are you talking of? It's not even a ceasefire. It is just a pause button. It is just a pause button. So I hope with that we will not waste further time on this classic clown and this psychotic country. We don't need to waste time on them. We have far more important things to do which are affecting our economy. The Indian economy is taking a hit. The price of oil is getting close to $100 a barrel. Our stock markets are in free fall. So I'm not looking for comic relief right now.
Sir, stay with us.
Hello.
There's another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment, and the Lebanese troops and coming back, focusing back to the West Asian war that is happening right now. The Lebanese troops pull back from the Israel border after Israel announces ground operations in Lebanon. So this is the Lebanese troops. They're pulling back from the Israel border after ground operations have been announced by Israel at the Israel border. This is a very big development. Lebanese troops pulling back from the Israel border after Israel announcing ground operations in Lebanon. Terry is also with me for a comment on this. Terry, what would you like to say on this? Lebanese troops pulling back. So now there will be boots on ground apart from the air strikes and the drone strikes, Terry. Terry, your response.
Hezbollah unilaterally opened fire on Israel. Israel has been responding. And now we are expanding our troop presence, actual boots on the ground in southern Lebanon, in order to push the Hezbollah operatives away from the border, such that they will not be able to carry out these attacks on the north of Israel. What is heartening to see is that the Lebanese people and the Lebanese government understand what Hezbollah is doing. It is unnecessarily dragging the Lebanese people into a war that is not their war. And so when there are elections in Lebanon, my hope is that Hezbollah will be removed from the Lebanese parliament, and we can go back to relations in the past where, you know, there were good relations, quietly albeit, but good relations between large parts of the Lebanese government and the Israeli government. And hopefully in the future, we can actually go to a fully open, normalized peace agreement with the Lebanese and also with the Saudis.
So now there will be a change in plan on the boots on ground plan, sir? Will there be a change for the ground operations plan that Israel has when it comes to Lebanon? Or will you continue with the ground operations and target the Hezbollahs?
Just to be clear, after the last summer, we remained with 5 defensive positions on Lebanese soil, because in the past, neither the UN or the Lebanese government was strong enough to stand up against the Iranian-backed army Iranian-backed Hezbollah army in the south of Lebanon, who it appears their only purpose was just to attack Israelis. So now we are expanding our presence from those 5 points across southern Lebanon in order to make sure that they stop firing. But these are defensive positions which hopefully, when Hezbollah are removed because their funding and their military support from Iran dissipates, the Lebanese government will be able to take over those areas, and then our troops can come home.
All right. I would request all of you, thanks a lot, Miljan Jidibakshi and Terry, both of you, for your comments on this issue. But we are taking a short, quick commercial break, and we'll be right back after this. We'll continue our focus on the West Asian war that is happening right now. Minute-to-minute update of what's happening. The Iran war escalates. Coming up next.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
वाह वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I am Ishita Mitra, and viewers, this is our rolling coverage on the war in West Asia. My colleague Hina is also present with me.
Ishita, back-to-back major developments are happening in the war that's brewing in West Asia. Of course, in the latest, China has come out with a statement saying that it is in fact shown the backing for Iran, saying that whatever US and Israel doing jointly is in violation to the sovereignty of Iranian territory. We'll tell you everything. Let's take a look at the headlines.
Massive developments as China issues veiled warning to the US and Israel. China's foreign minister calls on Iranian counterpart.
As war rages on in West Asia, Pakistan president pleads to India for talks, says Pakistan ready to negotiate.
We have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, adds on that US will go on longer if needed.
Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strikes on both Beirut in Lebanon and Tehran.
Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
The beginning of this operation, at my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information.
US State Department issues advisory to citizens in the Middle East, urging them to evacuate immediately.
All right, viewers, we're beginning with the latest developments coming to light from Pakistan. Pakistanis have been protesting the killing of Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei. They are venting out their anger now outside the US consulate in Lahore. In fact, we've got visuals from this morning. The protesters also set fire to the entrance gate of the consulate amid ongoing demonstrations which are linked to the widening of the war in West Asia. Tensions are high across the region, viewers, as protests continue and security forces are now responding to the violent clashes. Hina, we've been talking about this, not the first kind of violent incident that has been reported from Pakistan. A lot of Shiite protesters, they've gone outside the US embassy, the consulates, and now we're looking at these protests are turning violent.
Absolutely, Ishita. Earlier we saw how protests broke out in the US consulate in Karachi, and now we are talking about the consulate located in Lahore. We've already seen how there are concerns about the US embassy, which is located in Islamabad. We've already seen a lot of killings happening outside of the US consulate in Karachi also. So of course you can see the visuals on your screen, viewers, how the protest and stone pelting is ongoing in Lahore.
All right, viewers, we're now being joined by Major General Sanjay Soi, defense analyst, live from Delhi. And we also have Adam Below, CEO of Israel Innovation Fund, who's joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you to both of you gentlemen for joining us on Republic. Now, starting with, in fact, Major General Sanjay. So I want to ask you, we're looking at tensions not only escalating in West Asia, but we're also looking at, in Pakistan now, we've got visuals outside the US consulate. Protesters are now trying to storm the US consulate, and several injuries have also been reported right from Lahore to Karachi. How do you read this?
In fact, I would say that I think in different parts of globe, these kinds of protests are there. Some protests are there depending on peaceful to violent. In Baghdad also we have seen protests. In Pakistan there have been a couple of violent protests. Earlier also there were violent protests. And I think it is a responsibility of government to ensure that security of the embassy, security of the diplomats as per the Geneva Conventions. Like in India, we have taken a proactive measure. We have already deployed additional police force outside Israeli, American and Iranian embassies. And we have also cautioned the police forces across India so that these kinds of gatherings should not become and should not result in some kind of violent activities which could spoil the name and image of India. I think the Pakistan, they have not been proactive, and things have gone beyond control. Like in earlier incident also, it resulted in some deaths to the protesters. And second thing is the Shia community, as it is, feels suppressed in Pakistan. They are in smaller numbers, and not only once but many times there have been attacks on the mosques, on their gatherings. And secondly, they are trying to vent out their feelings against America in view of the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Ina.
All right, would also like to go to Adam Belos, CEO of the Israel Innovation Fund. Mr. Belos, these protests which are happening in Pakistan, it makes one think that Pakistan is essentially sandwiched between the brotherly nations of the Gulf region and US. It is unable to come out with a stringent reaction on even the US officials shelling outside the US consulate in Karachi as well. So it seems like Pakistan is unable to take any sort of stand against Americans.
So wait, you spoke very quickly. What's the question?
All right.
Is Pakistan stuck in the middle? Is that the question, or?
So we are basically focusing on the protests that are going on in Lahore right now, where people are opposing the killing of Khamenei. And I would like to ask you, Mr. Belos, do you think that Pakistan is unable to take any sort of stand against America, given the fact that these are American officials who carried out shelling on Pakistani citizens and injured them?
Okay, it's a very good question. Thank you. Now I understand. My apologies for not understanding at first. I think that Pakistan's going to be in a very interesting situation over the next few weeks, which is very clear, especially because Saudi Arabia has joined the coalition against Iran, and Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, I believe, still have a mutual defense pact. So that's going to play out very interestingly over the next few weeks. What I think is even more interesting than that, though, is that Iran is clearly defining who its enemies are by who it is attacking. And that is, I don't really remember the last time in geopolitics when that was the case. So I do find it I think that Pakistan is in an extremely interesting position right now and is going to have to choose very wisely how it will enter the situation that's going on currently right now.
Right, Mr. Belos, let me take this conversation forward, in fact, with Major General. But before this, we've got breaking news coming in. I'll come back to you, gentlemen. But first, developments coming to light. Israeli government has now approved for the IDF to advance and seize additional controlling areas in Lebanon. This is to prevent firing on Israeli border settlements. The IDF here continues to operate with force against Hezbollah targets in Lebanon. The terrorist organization is paying and will pay a heavy price for the firing toward Israel to prevent any possibility of a direct aimed firing on the Israeli settlements. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has now approved for the IDF to advance and seize additional controlling areas in Lebanon and to defend their border. That's the first statement coming in regarding in fact, the ground incursion that's now taking place into Lebanon. IDF has been targeting Hezbollah targets in the country. Let me take this conversation forward with Major General, in fact, who continues to present with us. Major General Sanjay, I want to ask you, Israel here has said that it will go forward and try to secure and ensure that no direct aim is taken at the Israeli forces from the Lebanon side. We're looking at the widening of the war here.
That's good. In fact, I would say that in earlier, the way Hezbollah was dismantled and brought to the knee, there was a ceasefire, I mean, more or less ceasefire since 2024. However, in view of the latest development in Iran, they have again tried to fire some rockets and on the Israeli position. I think Israel cannot accept any one more front to be open for a long time. They would like to neutralize it and control it as fast as possible. The results are they have carried out shelling and attacks and strikes on their leadership and on their ammunition dumps and their launch site and their communication centers, because they don't want this to continue, because Hezbollah, if they continue to do that, they are right on the border and they can carry out attacks with their rockets, short-range rockets, not so sophisticated rockets, and create a problem for Israel. I think they had already ordered emptying of 50 to 60 villages, and they would like to have a controlling points deploy in the controlling area, keeping you the tactical situation, keeping you the strategic situation from where they can dominate, and do not allow Hezbollah to take any action, any major action against Israel. I think that would be their aim. Ishita.
Mr. Belos, I would like to ask you, because this is a big news that now Israel is carrying out ground incursion on the Lebanese territory. We have already seen in the past, in 2024 especially, when both the countries came face to face, and then there was a ceasefire which was brokered by United States. But would like to ask you, given the current situation, what is the demand of Israel? Earlier we saw how Israel wanted to disarm Hezbollah absolutely, completely disarming Hezbollah, and there was a 5-phase plan which was going on. What is the current status and what is the current demand of Israel? What does it really want to achieve?
So I would say that clearly Hezbollah at this time made a very grave miscalculation. I think it's also very clear that, after we were able to disarm them so quickly, not necessarily disarm them, but cripple them so quickly a little bit more than a year and a half ago, this is kind of our way of saying, okay, we're going to finish and clean up what's left of them, considering that they're a major proxy of Iran. I also think it's very clear the major goal of everything that we're doing is restabilization. Which I think is kind of being overlooked here. The reason why the Americans and the Israelis waited for such a long period of time was the necessary momentum to be able to argue and execute restabilization of the region. I believe I answered everything. Did I miss something?
Yes, absolutely. Mr. Belos, this is a critical situation that we're looking at. Would also like you both to stay on with us because we have another big breaking news that's coming in. IDF now completes wave of strikes on Hezbollah command centers in Beirut in Lebanon. Now communication components and propaganda facilities used by Hezbollah's intelligence headquarters were targeted by Israel. Now the IDF completed a short time ago this operation, where a wave of strikes targeted command centers, weapon storage facilities, and satellite communication components of the Hezbollah terror organization's intelligence headquarters in the Beirut area, which were used under civilian cover earlier. Now, communication sites used by the Hezbollah terror organization as terror infrastructure. So these were cover sites that were used by Hezbollah, in which the organization used to carry out terror attacks, intelligence gathering, and also served the organization for propaganda purposes. They were all targeted by Israel. All the targets that were attacked were terror targets intended to serve the terror organization and to advance and execute various terror plots against IDF forces and civilians of the state of Israel. Now, remember, prior to the strike, steps were also taken to reduce, in fact, the chance of harm to civilians, including advance warnings, use of precision munitions, and aerial observations. The IDF is also acting very forcefully against the decision of the Hezbollah terror organization to join the campaign and operate under the auspices of the Iranian terror regime, and will not allow harm to civilians to the state of Israel and residents of the north in particular. So this is a big news where a big barrage of strikes was carried out by Israel on Hezbollah. All right, would like to go across to my guest, Major General Sanjay Soy. This is another big news where Israel is clear in its approach, saying that it will not allow Hezbollah to act on behalf of the Iranian regime. How do you read this?
Absolutely. There's no doubt as far as Israel is concerned. They cannot allow another front to be opened. They cannot allow a proxy to carry out attacks on Israel and in the civilian areas of Israel. And I think from military point of view, there are 3-4 benefits which they are getting out of the way they have carried out these strikes. Is that they have killed a couple of leaders. They have attacked their mission dumps, and they have also, most important is, they attacked the communication centers, because then Hezbollah will not be able to carry out a coordinated operations against Israel. They will be fighting an isolated battle. And whatever things happen, the kind of interception methods which Israel has, they will be able to know from where all they are fighting, from where they are trying to carry out the operation. And with this, they have carried out a concentration. They given a shock effect to Hezbollah. They carried out a lot of casualties and a lot of destruction to weapon systems and their command and control systems. And also there have been pinpoint attacks, which I also saw the videos in the morning on your, like this video is there, where no collateral damage was there. based on specific information, they carried out these attacks. Now, as far as ground attack is concerned, I feel this will remain limited to only occupying some strategic area so as to prevent Hezbollah to carry out any fruitful attacks. Hina.
Right, Major General Adam, let me take this conversation forward with you. I want to ask you, with this another front opening up for Israel from the Lebanon's side, in terms of sustainability of resources, are we looking at more difficulties for Israel?
I don't foresee taking on Lebanon, or I'm sorry, really more correctly, taking on Hezbollah as draining Israel's resources. They're completely different fronts. One is ground, the other is air. We can obviously use air resources as well on Hezbollah. But I think one of the things, if you remember, is that for years, Hezbollah was considered to be probably the foremost, most dangerous army in the Middle East outside of Iran. And we were able to quickly cripple it in a matter of days, which was a huge surprise based on the pager attack, air attack, and everything else. So I don't foresee Israel taking anything on that it can't handle at this time. In addition, remember, Hezbollah is really just one tentacle of the greater octopus of the Islamic Republic of Iran. So I think Israel is in a very good position right now to be chopping off all of the different tentacles or arms of the greater evil, so to speak.
Major General Sanjay, so I would also like to ask you, there is a humanitarian toll to it that is attached amid this West Asia war. We have already seen how killings have happened in Lebanon, though in this statement we are seeing that Israel is saying that it is not going to hit civilian targets, but the humanitarian toll is continuing to rise.
In fact, that would be there as part of a collateral damage, no matter how pinpoint attacks you carry out, how much based on specific intelligence you carry out the attack. However, some collateral damages would be there. I would like to say that if you see the last time during the Hamas war, when the Hezbollah war started, I think Hezbollah was considered as a big force, and I would like to endorse the views of Adam Belloff. What he brought out is the use of pagers, use of specific intelligence, killing of the leadership, and whoever became leader, they were all destroyed. And within very short time, Hezbollah was able to neutralize. Ishita, I would say, yes, I agree with you. Some collateral damage would be there, some civilian casualties would be there. I can't hear what he's saying. But I think at present, Israel is trying to carry out focused approach and focused attack. They don't want to waste any ammunition on civilian targets. Hina.
Right, right, sir. And coming back to you, Adam, I want to ask you, we are looking at Iran not backing off entirely. It is striking not just the US targets now, but also the targets of the Gulf countries. So are we looking at Gulf countries also now, coming into an offensive mode in this war?
Well, I definitely think so. And I think that this is one of the biggest mistakes that Iran has made, because they're just, if you could see my hands, they're thrashing out everywhere they can. They're clearly grasping at straws here, and they know that their time is up. In addition, I don't know if you remember a few days ago, the news had said that Israel accidentally bombed in a young girls' school in Tehran, and it ended up being that it was the Islamic Revolutionary Guard that did that. They're flailing. It's like they're like a fish out of water, so to speak, gasping for their last, breath. I very much think that the regime is going to be falling, within the next few weeks. They clearly have stockpiles of weapons and are able to fire. But at that same time, I'll say this: the 12-day intense war between Israel and Iran that went on, where fire was exchanged on a daily basis, was much more intense in terms of the amount that Israelis were put into the bomb shelters than it is now. Are more things getting through the Iron Dome because of the cluster firing that's illegal according to international law that's being done? Yes. At the same time, it's much more calm here. And it's very clear that we're on a path to victory against the Islamic Republic, which I think is very visible to anybody that's actually observing this. I mean, think about it. They've attacked Bahrain, they've attacked Qatar, they've attacked the UAE. I can't remember if they've attacked Saudi Arabia yet. Maybe they have. But they are flailing.
They have.
And to me, these are the signs of failure and a disintegration of organization.
All right, would like to ask both of you to continue to stay with us. We have another piece of news coming in. A moment of drones crash and burst into flames after Iranian air defenses managed to shoot down the aircraft in the skies over Khomeini city in the southern Iran. So in a short while, we'll show you the visuals on our screen. An Israeli drone has been intercepted over southern Iran is what we are getting to know. Now remember, a huge damage to the US military assets in the Gulf region, and now we are also seeing Israeli drones being shot down in Iran. So of course, Israel continues to launch mount attacks on Iran with the help of drones and missiles, and this is the exact footage of the Israeli drone that has been intercepted in Iran.
All right, let me go across to Major General Assoy, who's present with us. Major General, we're looking at damages now being incurred on both the sides, Israel and the US, of course, Iran as well. I want to ask you, do you think, US and Israel did not anticipate that Iran would go to this length and this scale in terms of counterattacks?
Yeah, I agree with you that probably a couple of things which happened. They thought in the first strike, when the leadership will be taken out, and they were successful in taking out the at least two rings of layers of leadership. But however, what they had expected that a lot of people will rise against present regime and the way they were doing it, and they will try to overthrow it. President Trump and Mr. Netanyahu both appealed to the people of Iran. However, that thing did not materialize. At present, Iran had declared earlier that they will be carrying out counter-attack and attacks on the US bases wherever they are. They carried out attack, but as Adam had brought out, I would also endorse that besides attacking US bases, they also started hitting the infrastructure and other assets of the number of countries where the US bases were located, whether the UAE, Qatar, Bahrain, Iraq, or Jordan. So naturally, these countries are now, and Saudi Arabia, of course, they are now very angry. Earlier, they were slightly fence-sitter. They were trying to tell US, okay, do not carry out attacks, let's cool down. And they were against war because they knew their interests would be harmed. But now with these attacks on their sovereignty and on their assets, they are totally against Iran. And then another thing they did was they attacked Cyprus, a UK base.
Exactly.
Again, UK, France were fence-sitter, they also are now against them. So this is a miscalculation is going on. On the other hand, Iran, Israel, and America have been able to carry out pinpoint attacks on the missile launch sites, on the missile, and on the leadership. Their focus will shift to basically missile storage, drone storage, and missile sites, so that their stockpile finishes at the earliest, and that will be the basically. Then they are forced to succumb to they come to the negotiating table. That's the plan. And that's why probably they have brought in B-1 and B-2 bombers also, so that whatever missile silos are buried deep inside Earth, they can also be taken out based on specific information. Hina.
All right, Major General, continue to stay with us. We've got breaking news coming in. Lebanese military, in fact, has withdrawn as Israeli ground forces are now entering southern Lebanon. This is a breaking development that's coming to light as far as Israel and Lebanon. The conflict between them is concerned. Israel has been targeting Hezbollah command centers, buildings in the area, and now it seems that there is a step that's now been taken by the Lebanese military. They're on the back foot. They have, in fact, withdrawn as Israeli forces now have entered southern Lebanon. Let me take this across to Adam. It seems that Lebanese forces are now on the back foot with the ground incursion starting from the IDF side. The Lebanese military is now withdrawing, Adam. southern Lebanon. The Lebanese military has in fact withdrawn as the ground incursion starts from the IDF side. All right, Adam, coming across to you with this latest developments. We're looking at the Lebanese military withdrawing as the IDF now starts its ground incursion.
I can't hear you. Can you?
Yes, Adam, we've got a latest development coming to light. Lebanese military has now withdrawn as IDF starts its ground incursion. Your take on that?
Yeah, I mean that's quite obvious. We're not at war with the Lebanese military at all, and the Lebanese military very much wants Hezbollah out of the picture. I mean, the majority of the Lebanese people want Hezbollah out of the picture, given that it's created such conflict between Lebanon and Israel. I'm not surprised to actually see this at all, and it looks like it's probably the smart move, because why would the Lebanese army want to engage with the IDF at this time when the IDF isn't even after them, they're after Hezbollah? It's a very people very much misunderstand that Hezbollah is not the military wing of the Lebanese government at all. It is it is a terrorist group embedded itself within Lebanon.
Right. Adam, I also want to ask you, you were talking about the stated goal of this operation by US and Israel is regime change. Now, that cannot happen until and unless you have support from the ground. So do you think there hasn't been as much support as US and Israel anticipated from on ground in Iran?
I think there's definitely support. Are you asking specifically on the ground in Lebanon versus Iran? Did I get that correctly?
Yes.
Is that a yeah? Yeah, no, of course. Listen, if there's one group of people that want terrorists out of their country, it's the Lebanese for sure. And they've worked very hard to try to root them out. And I don't know if you remember, but a few years ago, Hezbollah was storing munitions in the port of Beirut, and there was a major explosion. I don't know if you remember that. People thought it was so big that it was almost nuclear. Obviously, it didn't have the fallout of radiation, but the explosion itself, you could hear it all over the. I mean, it was a gigantic explosion, and it killed hundreds of people. Hezbollah has been the reason for the deaths of so many Lebanese people that I don't think there's going to be any problem getting people from the ground to help root out the rest of Hezbollah once they're completely weakened. Remember, these terrorist groups thrive on propaganda and false impressions of confidence. They're irrational actors who you can always rely will behave irrationally. And right now, you can see the Lebanese are not behaving irrationally. This is a very rational decision for them to withdraw, so that the IDF can come in and finally finish the job that they've been unable to do for so long.
Let me go across to Major General Sanjay Soy, who continues to present with us. Major General, earlier today, China had released a statement saying that it completely backs Iran. I want to ask you, can Iran rely on China for logistical or military support, or are these just words coming in the form of support?
In fact, I would say that, yes, at present, outwardly, China is condemning the attack by America and Israel, and they are supporting. But however, I feel because China has a huge stake in Iran, they have a $400 billion investment plan. They are the major buyer of Iranian oil. And if the Iran regime changes, it will be a huge blow to the China's designs in Middle East and as well as the Russia's design. I'm not sure, but some reports say that China has supplied them during the period between June and now a huge amount of air defense system, other weapon systems, and maybe the parts for making missiles and drones. So those kind of help could be there, but no physical help or intervention at present, and also nothing beyond condemning the attack by US and Israel. Hannah.
All right. Adam also continues to stay with us. Adam, we're looking at ground incursion in Lebanon. Is that also a possibility in Iran? Are we looking at boots, Israeli boots being on ground in Iran as well?
I really don't foresee that given the distance that Iran is from Israel, unless we fly people in. But I will say this, there are definitely boots on the ground if we consider the Mossad boots on the ground.
Yeah. In fact, I also want to understand... No, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
No. I was waiting for you.
I also want to understand, what is your take on the fact that the Lebanese border has been trespassed already? The IDF has announced that. In fact, the Lebanese troops have also pulled back from the borders. And this comes at a time when Hezbollah is under major strikes, carpet bombing from the side of the Israeli authorities. So how do you see this panning out?
I foresee us completely eliminating Hezbollah from the picture, finally. I think this entire conflict, or not the entire conflict, but what is happening right now is about one thing: eliminating all of the Islamic Republic's proxies and the Islamic Republic's regime from power, period. There are other destabilizing forces in the Middle East, and the rooting out of extremism is of top priority to not only Israel, not only to America, but also to many of the Gulf states as well, who have all moved away from extremism. So I think it's very clear what we're seeing at this time.
Right. In fact, continue being with us. We're also tracking some more breaking developments that have just dropped in. Viewers, now the war that's escalating. We have another angle that we've covered now. Oman has condemned the Iranian attack on the Duqm port. Now remember, ports are also under attack, as are commercial port services, with several drones confirming control over the damages and no injuries recorded. There is no feedback on what this blow has caused as of now, but Oman for now has condemned the Iranian strike on the Duqm port. Now, Oman government has sent clear communication that the Sultanate of Oman condemns the targeting of one of the fuel tanks at the Duqm commercial port. Now, being rejoined with our guests, our panelists who continue joining us on the broadcast, also speak to us about the fact that this is not typical warfare. This is not between 2 or 3 militaries. This has expanded to commercial targets. This is expanded to oil targets specifically. So how is that going to play out for the region? We know that the prices have surged throughout the globe, UK recording the highest oil surge as of now.
Is it with me?
Major General Sanjay Suri, you can take this question.
Okay. Definitely, because if you see, the biggest impact is on the economy of the globe. I think Iran wanted different angles. One was that to harm the US assets in the Middle East. Second thing, also carry out economic impact so that the crude prices go up and whole world start putting pressure on the US and Israel to stop the war. Because if you see their attack on the refinery in Saudi Arabia, attack on the liquid petroleum gas plant in the Qatar, and closure of Gulf of Hormuz has definitely impacted the prices of oil. And if the Gulf of Hormuz blockade continues, it will go up further. And as it is, the production of Israel, production in Iran has also reduced. So there's a shortage, there's a demand and supply issue, and the pinch will be felt across the globe. Closure of Gulf of Hormuz will affect the Asia, India, Pakistan, China, and other Asian countries, and other reduction in output will definitely affect the Europe and other countries. So effect is going to be felt across the globe. That's why probably they are trying an indirect method of trying to bring pressure on US to stop the war at the earliest. Hina.
Right, Major General Sanjay Soy. Thanks for your answer then. And also Adam Belos, who continues being with us on the broadcast. Let's quickly also take a look at what's happening to the Strait of Hormuz. Now, that is one of the most crucial choke points, shipping lanes in the world, and it's bearing the brunt of the escalating war in West Asia. Now, as the war enters its day 4, Iran has warned that it will launch attacks on ships that are trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Take a look at this detailed report that gets you all the latest for what's happening in the Strait.
Iran has issued another warning. It is now threatening to attack ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. This 33-kilometer wide waterway is the vein of all global energy market. Earlier on Monday, the Revolutionary Guards Corps claimed to have attacked an allegedly US-linked oil tanker in the Hormuz Strait. While US military's Central Command says the Persian Gulf is still open, tanker traffic has dropped. 50% of India's crude oil and 60% of its LNG passes through this volatile strait. Meanwhile, the Directorate General of Shipping has issued an advisory regarding heightened maritime security risks in the region. The department is actively tracking Indian-flagged vessels in close coordination with Indian Navy, Ministry of External Affairs and international maritime centers. 4 incidents have been reported involving Indian nationals on non-Indian ships, resulting in 3 casualties and 1 injury. All other crew members are reportedly safe. Vessels have been advised to enhance readiness and ensure contact with seafarers' families. The war in West Asia is escalating with each passing day. And Iran continues to strike naval bases and ships in the region, holding the crucial Strait of Hormuz hostage.
Breaking news coming to light. Indian embassy in Iran has relocated most Indian students who are in Tehran to safer locations outside the city. That's the latest development. Embassy says that only a small number of students who declined embassy offer still remain in the capital of the country right now. That's the latest statement that has come from the Indian embassy. It says that most Indian students have now been relocated from the capital to outside. Only a few students who did not take up that offer remain in the city. Now remember, these are war zone areas. We're talking about continuous shelling has been taking place, missiles being dropped from the US and Israel. And as the tensions escalate on ground, the Indian embassy has come out with a statement saying that most Indian students have now been relocated from to outside of Tehran. Only a few students now remain. Our guests, Major General Sanjay Soy and Adam Belos, continue to stay with us. Major General Sanjay Soy, coming to you, we're looking at energy being weaponized by Iran in this war in West Asia. There have been attacks on energy infrastructure across West Asia, and of course, the Strait of Hormuz has become a no-go zone. How do you look at this strategy of Iran, sir?
Yeah, I think that Iran has thought that to bring pressure on US and Israel indirectly, because they know that they have no option, they do not have that kind of military superiority to beat them in war. So what happened, like I had mentioned, and you also brought out in the Saudi Arabia and the Qatar, the attacks are there on the energy infrastructure. And with the attacks going on, the war going on, the production of oil has also reduced. And with the closure of Gulf for Hormuz, the Kuwait, Oman, Saudi Arabia, Iran itself are affected. So, and 20% of world oil passes through that. So, point is this, that will Iran, on the one side, the supplies definitely hampered and affected. The prices are already going up, and it will have an impact on global economy. Second thing is, when we talk of closure of Gulf for Hormuz, Will Iran close it forever? I do not think so, because Iran, their oil also goes through Gulf of Hormuz. So, and besides that, China is one of the major buyer of oil from Iran. So they would also not like to antagonize China at this moment. So the point is, they may like to control it temporarily with their speedboats and with the other way of firing from the ports. Because any ship which goes, they have to go closer to the Iranian port when they are turning in the Gulf of Hormuz. The next point comes is that America and Israel. America is trying to make sure that they are not able to do anything, because the way they are destroying their navy, Iranian navy is of no match to American navy. They have already damaged or destroyed 9 ships. And they have also destroyed, they have made a flotilla sort of thing, which take on helicopters and drones could be flown from there. That also been destroyed. However, the risk will remain, the insurance cost will go up, and supply will remain hampered till the war is on. I think this will remain a big challenge for the time being.
Right. Major General Sanjay Sohi, right, thank you very much, sir, for that. In fact, Adam, also coming to you quickly. Now, speak to us about the fact that Israel has been extremely strategic in this entire war that has broken out. We're in day 3 right now, and Israel has not just territorial, not just air, but in general military superiority, also intelligence superiority. But somewhere along the line, do you also think, tracing the blows that Iran has been able to make across the Gulf region, that Iran was severely, underestimated at the beginning of this war, and that opinion might now be changing, especially when it comes to the defense in Israel and the US? Adam.
Because I just had to run into the bomb shelter. What's the question?
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I had to run into the bomb shelter. It's why I just picked up the computer.
That's okay. I hope the situation right now is better. Right. Adam, I want to understand, do you think that Israel and the US together severely underestimated Iranian capabilities at the beginning of this war? Because at day 1, things looked completely different. By day 3, the entire Gulf region has been pulled into the war.
So I'm so sorry. Your guys' sound is so terrible. What's the question?
I think it may be a problem at your end. Till the time we fix that, Major General Sanjay Sohi, let me come back to you.
Yeah,
just
repeat the question, please, so that he can also hear properly.
Major General Sohi, do you think that the Iranian military was, severely sort of underestimated by Israel and the US?
Yeah, understood. In fact, I would say yes and no, both. Because US had carried out proper analysis of the Iranian, and that's why they had taken precaution, and they had reinforced their air defense system, they had reinforced their fighter aircraft, they had brought in air refuelers, and they had brought in the second aircraft carrier. However, what happened that when we talk of the strategy and tactics, it does not matter, because Iran also tried to overwhelm the air defense system. Any and every air defense system has a limit up to which numbers they can handle the incoming projectiles. Second thing is, Iran is also using cluster bombs in Israel, which also, like one missile goes, and after some time when it is descending, the number of projectiles, number of different missiles come out, and then they become so many more targets. It becomes a big challenge for the air defense system to handle that. That's why they are getting success. So you are right from that point of view that they are underestimated. The number of missiles they have produced, the number of hypersonic missiles they've been able to produce, and they are creating havoc in Israel in spite of large number of missiles being down. I would say that they are using a mix of drones, whichever areas are closer by, like UAE, Qatar, they're basically using drones, because the drones can reach, and they're just across the Persian Gulf. And Bahrain also, they are using mostly drones. In Israel, they're using mainly missiles, because drones are generally shot down on the way, distance, because of distance. So they are using decoys, they are using missiles, and they are using it intelligently. So in spite of about 95% being destroyed. About 5% are able to reach the target, which is causing a lot of damage and a lot of headlines too. I mean, it is shown in the social media and the news, also creating a lot of pressure on the image and the credibility of the defense system. So I would say defense system quite credible, but however, with a small percentage also, there are some damages are being done to the American and Israeli assets. Ishita.
Right, Major General, do continue to stay with us. We've got some breaking developments right now. France, in fact, has said it will be dispatching a warship to Cyprus. Officials say that France will dispatch warship to Cyprus now to help bolster the country's anti-drone defenses, and this comes after a drone struck a UK military base on the East Mediterranean island. Now, France says it will be sending additional land-based anti-drone and anti-missile systems to, in fact, Cyprus. It has been confirmed. Germany also responded positively to a request to send a warship, according to 3 officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were, in fact, not permitted to provide details. As remember, this is an ongoing operation. It says that equipment will arrive in Cyprus as soon as possible. So we're looking at not just Gulf countries being pulled into this war in West Asia, but also Europe. First it was Greece, United Kingdom, and now France will also be dispatching warship to Cyprus. Let me take this across to Major General Soy, who is present with us. Major General, not just Gulf countries, we're looking at Europe also now being pulled into this war. First it was the UK, Greece, and now France says it will be dispatching a warship to Cyprus.
Absolutely right. That's why I feel, has Iran done a mistake by attacking Greece? Because that was one thing which was a trigger. Earlier, UK, France and Germany were more or less fence-sitter. They said, we will not take part, we'll just morally support you, but they were not taking part in the operations. After this, the whole thing has undergone a change. UK has agreed to provide bases to the US. In fact, if you see yesterday, Mr. Trump had made a very strong statement against England that they refused to provide us bases in Diego Garcia. So, and he was quite annoyed. But now things have changed. And with this, I think this will add on to the more difficulties with the France also sending the Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier and their flotilla. So that will definitely add on to the problems of Iran, I think, which they could have been avoided. Hannah.
Right. Major General Sanjay Sohi, in fact, also the fact that, yesterday an airbase of the UK and also an additional airstrip was struck by Iranian missiles. And today France has stepped in to back the UK in the war. Do you also think that, Iran is, by its own actions, isolating itself, not just in the region, but globally, by launching so many strikes against different countries?
Absolutely. Probably that is the biggest miscalculation Iran has done. They thought that by attacking these, they would be able to rise the Muslim Brotherhood. However, on the one hand, the way they have carried out attacks on the countries in Middle East, they have annoyed them because they attacked their assets. They caused some casualties. They caused the dent in the images of these countries because they are all royalty governed. Then attack in the Cyprus. Also, the whole Europe is now against them. So, whosoever was fence-sitter, Iran, by their own doing, have also brought in, and they are now acting actively against Iran. That is the point. Now, earlier they were just border fence-sitter, but now that will add on to the support to the Israel and USA. Not only mental, psychologically, but also physical support. This will definitely increase the problems for Iran. Ishita.
Major General, I want to ask you, you were mentioning that, how world over countries are now taking sides. China today came out to back Iran. As far as India is concerned, sir, we have commercial interests in the region. There are diaspora concerns as well. How is New Delhi looking at all of these developments?
Very tightrope walk, I would say, for diplomats. It's very, very difficult. In the present situation, we had friendly relations with Iran. Prime Minister just been to Israel. We have friendly relations with US. and all other Gulf countries. So it is at present very, very tightrope. As India has always maintained a stand that we are not supporting war. We are looking for whatever demands are there, reduction nuclear or change in regime, should to be resolved in a peaceful manner. That is our stand. But however, things are very, very difficult and different at present. And on the other side also, I would say that India has also taken proactive measures to ensure the security of American, Israeli, and Iranian citizens in India. We have enhanced the security of these embassies and consulates, and by the Home Ministry, directions have been issued to the police and law enforcing agencies to ensure that no unlawful activities or no illegal gathering should be allowed, because the way things are happening in Pakistan and some other parts of the world should not be repeated in India. Ishita.
Right, sir. Right. Major General Sanjay Sohi, in fact, also keeping on to the same story. We spoke about Iran's isolation. We spoke about India's tightrope stand, but also a very loud and clear message. Just a day before the war breaks out, the Indian Prime Minister was meeting, Benjamin Netanyahu, and right after that, this war has broken out, and then India has managed to maintain neutrality. So what's your take on that, sir?
Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. Very, very difficult. But however, right from beginning, in fact, you see, India has maintained a standard stand. We have not deviated from our stand. That is one very good quality of the present government. You see, in Russia-Ukraine war, we are friendly to Russia, we are friendly to Ukraine, we are friendly to Russia, we are friendly to USA also. European Union, we are friends. We are friends with all the countries in the Middle East. The way they came over to India last month, and then the European Union people came to India, the Canadian Prime Minister there. You see the way we are handling and diplomacy across the globe is totally unparalleled and very absolutely amazing. In view of the present situation also, we are friendly with Israel and Iran also, and we are, as I mentioned, with the Gulf countries also. So we are definitely maintaining the same relationship. And if you remember, on the one hand, our Prime Minister has been honored by the Israelis, and on the other hand, earlier he was honored by, in 2017, I thought, he was honored by the PLO also with the highest award. And with the other Gulf countries also awarded him highest awards.
Yeah.
It's a very, very, I would say, credible for Indian diplomacy and our leadership to maintain this kind of stand and relationship across the globe.
Right, Major General. So, in fact, that was a great roundup. Viewers, we're also quickly shifting focus to the breaking developments that we're tracking from Pakistan this time. Now, the Pakistan government has imposed widespread shutdowns in the cities of Karachi and Lahore following the attack on the US consulate. Now, remember, Karachi protests that happened yesterday have continued till today. In fact, the US consulate in Lahore has also been set ablaze. You can see people and protesters angry. The mob actually throwing petrol bombs at the gate of the US consulate in Lahore. That's the latest that we're picking up. And yesterday in Karachi, the protests swelled up and even have continued and leaked into today morning. Also, we saw visuals from Pakistan. And now, as the US consulate in Karachi has shut down its operations until Friday, the latest that we're learning is Pak has also imposed a shutdown in Lahore after the attack on US consulate.
All right, viewers, we're now slipping into a very short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. Republic's rolling coverage on West Asia war continues on the other side.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ और
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
रानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Ishita Mitra, and viewers, this is our rolling coverage on the West Asia war. I have my colleague Gesu Bharadwaj also present with me.
And we're completely covering what's happening, the latest details of the war, how the war is just not broken out between Israel, Iran and the US, but is engulfing the entire Gulf region. Getting you all the details, but here's your headlines. First, take a look.
Massive development as China issues veiled warning to US and Israel. Chinese foreign minister calls on his Iranian counterpart.
As war rages on in West Asia, Pakistan President pleads India for talks, says Pakistan ready to come to the negotiation table.
Right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that.
Donald Trump declares Iran operation likely to last 4 to 5 weeks. Adds on, US will go longer if needed.
Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strikes on both Beirut and Tehran.
Iran launches a fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
Following the beginning of this operation, at my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information.
U.S. State Department issues advisory to citizens in West Asia, urging them to evacuate as soon as possible. Viewers, now quickly tracking the latest that we're getting in, and now the Iranian Red Crescent Society has said that at least 787 people in Iran have been killed in the US-Israeli airstrikes in the war so far. The first time that we've actually gotten a hang of the numbers in the ongoing war. Now, Iranian Red Crescent Society says over 700 people have been killed in Iran in the US-Israel strikes. Now, remember, these are not just military numbers. These are also civilians who've been killed in heavy numbers in Iran. Yesterday, we also saw the carpet bombing of Tehran, the capital of Iran. And after that, the Iranian Red Crescent Society says over 700 killed. Ishita.
Right, of course, Gesu, yesterday the numbers were also put up. It stood somewhere around 500, and now what we're looking at is 787, which means that the death toll continues to rise as the US and Israel continue with their carpet bombing, with their attacks on several Iranian cities. And the number that has now been put up, in fact, by Iranian Red Crescent Society, it stands at 787. That's the number of casualties that, in fact, have taken place in Iran by US and Israeli strikes.
Right. In fact, we're also being joined by Dan Pfefferman, who's the co-founder of Middle East 24 and retired major and former IDF intelligence officer. He's joining us live from Tel Aviv. So thanks for speaking to Republic. Your first reaction on the fact that 787 people in Iran have been killed in Israeli and US strikes. And remember, this number is not just of military personnel. In fact, higher toll is of civilians in Iran. So can you unmute yourself?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thanks for having me on the show. It's unfortunate if there are civilians being hurt in this. I know that the American and the Israeli strikes on Iran are very much of a pinpoint nature, going after strategic targets, regime targets, especially defensive targets. But of course, this is the nature of armed conflict, is that people do get hurt. And unfortunately, sometimes innocent people get hurt. I think we would have to wait a long time to see how much of these are civilians versus how much of these are military versus how much are regime targets. But from everything I've seen, the nature of the strikes and the military operations is very much of a pinpoint, intelligence-driven nature with high accuracy munitions, and I haven't seen anything contrary to that so far.
All right, Mr. Dan, do continue to stay with us. We've got some breaking news now coming to light. Iran, in fact, has carried out new missile strikes on the U.S. and Israeli targets in the Middle East, is what we're given to understand. Iran continuing with its counter strikes on Israel and the U.S. targets. Viewers, we've got breaking news coming in at this point. Iran, in fact, has carried out new missile strikes on the U.S. and Israeli targets in the Middle East. Iran continuing with its counter strikes to Israel and the U.S.'s aggression in Middle East is what we're looking at. The latest that we know that there has been a fresh wave of attacks carried out by Tehran against U.S. and Israeli targets across the Gulf nations. Now, this is, remember, a 14th wave of attack is what we're given to understand. Iran continuing with its strikes on strategic targets, which are, in fact, the assets of U.S. across Gulf and also the military targets of Israel. This is what we're looking at. Escalations continuing from Iranian side as well as it continues with its missile strikes. Dan continues to stay with us on broadcast. Dan, coming back to you, Iran has been continuing with its counter strikes, whether it's U.S. targets, whether it's the strategic targets of Israel. I want to ask you, do you think there was some underestimation on the part of U.S. and Israel as far as counter strikes were concerned from Iran?
By the way, I just came back from the bomb shelter in my building because we had another fresh round of Iranian missile attacks. And all of these have been more or less going at Israeli civilian populations and infrastructure. I don't think there was a miscalculation. I think the United States and Israel knew exactly what they were getting into. The Iranians, for decades, have been a strategic menace, and the shift in thinking here by the Americans and by the Israeli side is no more strategic patience, no more. Deterrence isn't going to work. We cannot let the Iranians continue to build up their capacity. And so until there is a change of regime that is willing to change its strategic outlook, that doesn't see a regime that does not see exporting the revolution, fomenting constant terror and extremism against America, against Israel, against the moderate Gulf states in the region, as its raison d'etre, then what we're going to do is continue to go after their capabilities. And so if the impetus of the regime doesn't change, then what has happened is we're going to make sure they don't have the capabilities to strike us. And apparently the leadership, both in Washington and in Jerusalem, saw the strategic conditions while Iran is still weak from the June 2025 12-day war as the correct window of opportunity to go after Iran's capabilities, to degrade them, hopefully to get them to come to the table and accept the conditions that the United States laid out, and that is no nuclear program, massive and severe limitations on its ballistic missile program, ceasing support for jihadist proxies around the Middle East, and of course the United States added an element of degrading, if not wiping out, Iran's navy, which is being threatened to shut down the Straits of Hormuz, of which 20% of global oil flow goes through every day. And so if not intentions, then capabilities will be taken out.
Right, and in fact, continue being with us. We're also getting in some more developments in the war. Now, viewers, Israeli Defense Forces have said that the Hezbollah quarter is paying price for backing Iran, the Iranian regime, in the war against Israel and the US. Now, remember, this also comes as Hezbollah's build-up commander and chief was struck by Israel just today and was killed. This also comes as the Israeli Defense Forces continue to trespass the Lebanon border, reaching out towards the Lebanon military, which has also pulled back from the borders. And now Israel Defense Forces have come down to one resolve, that Hezbollah will pay the price for backing the Iranian regime. That's the latest that we're learning in. Also comes at the feet of the Israeli Defense Forces, saying that they will not back out in the war and Hezbollah will continue to pay the price that it has gotten on its own head. Listen into this.
Our forces, along with the U.S. Armed Forces, continue degrading the Iranian regime's military capabilities. We have focused on targeting ballistic missile launchers, command and control centers, underground bunkers, and of course, key Iranian regime leadership figures. Yesterday, Iran's main terrorist proxy, Hezbollah, launched dozens of rockets and UAVs from southern Lebanon at Israeli civilians in northern Israel. Our forces have been prepared to strengthen and protect all borders as part of this operation and are more than ready. We are preparing for the possibility of Hezbollah expanding their attacks against Israeli civilians. This includes reinforcing aerial defense systems and troops' presence. Overnight, IDF troops were positioned in southern Lebanon at several points near the border area as part of an enhanced forward defense posture. Let me be clear. This is not a ground maneuver into Lebanon. It is a tactical step to create an additional layer of security for the residents of northern Israel. Let me remind you, on October 8th, the day after October 7th massacre, Hezbollah took control of vantage point near the northern border and fired RPGs and missiles indiscriminately towards Israeli civilians in the northern border. As a result, Israel had to evacuate around 60,000 civilians from their homes for many months. We will not let that happen again. Overnight, we carried out a series of preventive strikes on Hezbollah military infrastructure across Lebanon in order to neutralize the continuous fire towards our civilians. Hezbollah once again chose the Iranian regime over the safety of the Lebanese people, all for the sake of a fight they cannot win. They will once again realize their mistake and pay the price. Because we will continue operating to defend the people of Israel.
Dan continues being with us from Tel Aviv, live from Tel Aviv on this broadcast. Dan, coming back to you. Now I want to understand from you, it first started with Iran targeting all the allies that were looking to back Israel, all Gulf countries that are hosting US military bases. And now Israel, in a similar fashion, has come out and is targeting everybody who is coming to back Iran in the conflict, especially Lebanon, Hezbollah. They're the main targets after Iran. So do you think that this time the war bugle is not just about, eliminating the regime in Iran, but also eliminating absolutely every enemy that Israel has had to deal with over yesteryears, Dan?
Hezbollah has been Iran's main proxy and main threat, built literally with the sole intent of having a forward Iranian base against Israel. After, as you mentioned in the report, as the Israeli spokesperson said, on October 8th, Hezbollah joined in the October 7th massacre, firing for 8 months before Israel finally lost its patience with Hezbollah and eliminated most of Hezbollah's leadership and some 80% of its capabilities. Hezbollah could have set back the Lebanese state, the Lebanese army, the Lebanese government. The people of Lebanon are calling for Hezbollah to disarm. Hezbollah is being outlawed by Lebanese law, and they are trying now to drag Lebanon into this war. An Iranian proxy is trying to drag Lebanon into a war against Israel that neither Israel nor Lebanon want. So what you're seeing are, again, aggressive but pinpoint strikes on Hezbollah leadership, Hezbollah capabilities, Hezbollah weapons storage facilities throughout Lebanon where they remain, in order to continue to degrade and push Hezbollah to get out of this war. They are right now, Hezbollah is serving Iranian interests and not Lebanese interests. And hopefully, the more Hezbollah is degraded, the more the Lebanese state and the Lebanese army is able to stand up to this Iranian proxy terror militia and finally disarm them and remove them from Lebanon. The majority of people are actually interested in having peace with Israel, as are the people of Israel. The government of Israel has long said it would be delighted to have peace with its neighbor to the north, and it is Iran that is actively working against this.
Right, so Iran's proxy is becoming more active in the region, and Israel, of course, are responding to that. Dan, continue to stay with us. We've got some more developments. Viewers, as the war escalates in the Middle East, neither the U.S. nor Iran are ready to back down. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has now said that the U.S. here aims to destroy Iran's ballistic missile capabilities and would also favor a regime change. Let's take a look at this report.
And our focus is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities and their ability to manufacture them, as well as the threat posed by their Navy to global shipping. That's our objective. That said, we would not mind, we would not be heartbroken, and we hope that the Iranian people can overthrow this government and establish a new future for that country. We would love for that to be possible. But the objective of this mission is the destruction of their ballistic missile capabilities. Well, We would love to see this regime be replaced. And ultimately, as the president has said, he calls... No, but let me finish my answer. But the objective of this mission is to make sure they don't have these weapons that can threaten us and our allies in the region. That's why we're doing what we're doing now. And while we would love to see a new regime, the bottom line is no matter who governs that country a year from now, they're not going to have these ballistic missiles and they're not going to have these drones to threaten us. That's the objective of this mission, is to deny them the ability to use ballistic missiles to threaten their neighbors, to threaten our bases, to threaten our presence in the region, and ultimately as a shield behind which they can do whatever they want with their nuclear weapons ambition.
Viewers, in fact, tracking some more fresh breaking developments now following the war between US, Israel and Iran. Gas prices in the UK have risen by 93%. The price of natural gas, which is considered a key indicator of the health of the European and American economies, has doubled following concerns over disruptions in West Asia's energy supply and increased demand for liquefied natural gas. Also comes at the feet of the Strait of Hormuz, the largest global choke point for all natural gas and oil, being completely stalled by Iran's aggression. Vessels being attacked left, right and center, and now the market is feeling the heat. The prices in the UK have risen by 93%. That's a whooping rise. And the price of natural gas, which is considered a key indicator of the health of the European and American economies, has doubled following concerns over disruptions in West Asia's energy supply. Now remember, the Strait of Hormuz at its narrowest point is just 33 kilometers between Iran and Oman. In fact, we're also continuously being joined by Dan on the broadcast. Dan, coming back to you, you know, the global supply market for oil and energy is actually facing the heat of the war. Strait of Hormuz legally belongs to the International Maritime, but it is heavily patrolled by Iran and Oman. And now Iran has taken full control of it, is also attacking vessels. And the West is facing the heat of it in its markets. How do you see this panning out for both Israel as well as US, which is heavily involved in the war?
Yeah, I mean, first we have to say how it's panning out for your part of the world, right? And for the Gulf states who rely on these oil exports. This was a major calculation. You know, one of the things that we well understood, that any kind of military expert in the world understood, is that Iran used its potential choking off of the Straits of Hormuz either via mines, via surface to sea missiles, via fast swarming boats and kind of swarming guerrilla methods at sea, in order to threaten and deter anyone, the United States, Israel, or any other powers from attacking it. And so you can imagine that any contingency plan, military plan that was going to go after Iran had to take into account that the Iranians were going to use this as a leverage point and were prepared. That's why the United States also, who already has strong military assets in the region, has amassed even more and works in very, very close cooperation with the Gulf countries. And so, look, war has a price. And so what the United States, from a global perspective, and Israel from its own regional perspective, decided to do here was to pull off the Band-Aid, so to speak. Yes, there is short-term instability. Yes, prices go up. We here in Israel and our friends and allies now in the Gulf states are under missile attack. This is the short-term instability. And the goal of this, of course, is that there is long-term stability via a weakened Iran, or even Iran with a different regime that is more amenable, that is more compliant, that plays within the rules of international law, and is not the biggest state sponsor of terrorism and extremist jihadism, who also happens to have a budding nuclear program and a very sophisticated and aggressive ballistic missile program. And so what we're hoping for, and what you can see by President Trump and Secretary of War Hegseth's statements yesterday, backed by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, is that this is a war that is supposed to take weeks and not longer. This is not a forever war. There's not going to be a ground invasion. There's not going to be a forced regime change from the outside. This is in order to sort of pummel compliance and weaken, as I said, capabilities. And so if the Iranians decide to come to the table and accept the American demands, this can be over sooner. And if not, we don't know exactly how it's going to play out, but I can imagine, especially the United States, who's leading this, and the Iranians will find a way to come to some kind of ceasefire and some kind of political solution within a number of weeks here.
Right, Dan. We're also looking at the impact of this war investigation on the energy sector worldwide. Stay with us, Dan. We've also got the statement by Donald Trump, the U.S. president, who started this war along with Israel with the killing of the Supreme Leader Khamenei. He now says that even though both the countries are ahead of their schedule in this war, it could last more than a month. In fact, he also adds that if needed, U.S. could go longer, as well as the tensions continue to escalate in West Asia. Let's listen in to Donald Trump.
And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. And finally, we're ensuring that the Iranian regime cannot continue to arm, fund, and direct terrorist armies outside of their borders. And we thought we had a deal, and they backed out. I said, you can't deal with these people. You got to do it the right way. Today, we grieve for the 4 heroic American service members who have been killed in action and send our love and support to their families. In their memory, we continue this mission with ferocious, unyielding resolve to crush the threat this terrorist regime poses to the American people, and a threat indeed it is. We have the strongest and most powerful by far military in the world, and we will easily prevail. We're already substantially ahead of our time projections, but whatever the time is, it's okay. Whatever it takes, we will always, and we have right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it.
As the Iran war escalates, we're getting you minute-to-minute updates into what's happening in the war between Israel, US on one side, and Iran on the other. Coming up next on Republic TV, stay tuned.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MDH
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
In the India Today Best Universities Survey, India's #1 ranked universities in various streams are JNU Delhi, Amity University, AIMS Delhi, IIT Delhi, and National Law School Bengaluru.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
यानी इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Massive development as China issues wheel warning to USA and Israel. China's FM Wang Yi calls on Iranian counterpart.
As war rages on in West Asia, Pakistan's president pleads India for talks, says Pakistan ready to come to the negotiation table.
We have, right from the beginning, we projected 4 to 5 weeks, but we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do.
Donald Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, adds US will go on longer if needed.
Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strikes on both Beirut and Tehran.
Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq.
Following the beginning of this operation, at my direction, the State Department activated a 24/7 task force, surging personnel and resources necessary to help provide American citizens with up-to-the-minute safety and security information.
U.S. State Department issues advisory to citizens in Middle East, urging them to evacuate as soon as possible.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. I'm here with my colleague
Kesu Bharadwaj, and we're tracking the minute-to-minute details into what's erupting in West Asia as the tensions embroil over the war that Israel and US have struck against Iran. We're getting you all the details. In fact, we're also closely tracking what's happening in Pakistan at the moment and a lot more.
All right, viewers, now more than 100 stranded Indians returned home on Tuesday afternoon on a special flight from Dubai, recounting tense hours of uncertainty following last-minute cancellations, safety alerts and escalating unrest in parts of the Middle East.
The return of the passengers now comes just days after the Iranian drones and missiles reportedly targeted parts of the region, leading to the temporary suspension of airport operations. Now, also remember, viewers, this comes at the feet of, Indigo and, in fact, various other airlines launching their charter planes and announcing 10 to 12 extra commercial flights to help Indians that are stranded in the Gulf region to get back to India. Also comes at a point where all flight operations were halted. They've been resumed at slashed capacity, and the passengers with earlier bookings were given priority. Shiva.
Definitely, it's a temporary suspension of operations in airports around the globe, and these are the visuals that are coming from the Delhi IGI airport, and the stranded Indian passengers are returning. Air India has operated special flight to bring back the passengers. It's a war scenario in the entire Middle East. Tensions are still escalating. Dubai-bound flights return to India as the escalating war.
Let's in fact also listen into what these people have to say. Once again, India has done this before also, where they pull back their citizens in the time of war. Let's listen into what people have to say about this.
There was a lot of misinformation because as such, I didn't find anything very, very scary that, how war zones are shown that your missiles going east and west, because they were largely intercepted. The noise of the interceptions, that was a bit scary, and the debris that fell on some of the buildings, some of the hotel places, that was scary. Other than that, the messages that we were getting on our phone that stay away from, buildings, the doors and windows, that was a bit scary. But other than that, UAE has been very fantastic, with managing everything. And they were they were not fear mongering, and they were like, it's okay, go business as usual, don't worry, see what you can do. And jitna ho sake, they were trying to keep it as normal. And while it is absolutely tough, I will tell you, because if you are the one stuck, if you are living there, it's a different thing that you have a house, you can be there. I was stuck from 28th over there when my flight to London, I was stuck over there on my layover. That you can understand that you have to spend money, you have to spend your resources, find a hotel, go eat and, spend your own hard-earned money for this. It's not your war at the end of the day, and you are dragged into this, so yeah.
Also, while you were there, were you in constant touch with the Indian embassy there?
Yeah, I mean, the Indian embassy was fantastic. We spoke with them and we gave them our information, and we asked them which is the best way of going around, and how do I go about this. And they absolutely said, don't take risks. And they were right in the spirit, because if all of us just rush to Oman border, then already the border yesterday, it was a sight to watch.
Since you were talking about Oman border, and at this moment when we speak, there are still thousands of Indians stuck in Dubai. What was your way out? Please guide our viewers through.
I took the cab from Dubai to Hatta border. It's one of the borders. And then there was a bus that took us from the Dubai side to the Omani side. and then the bus took us to the immigration, customs, and that took a major time because they're checking the documents, and then they need a car that will take you to Muscat, which is 300 kilometers away. So that was a different and an adventurous experience. So that if anybody wants to do it, like again, they are free to do it because the border is currently open, and the good thing was Omani aerospace is open. So that's the main thing. So if you have the resources, if you can do it, absolutely by every means, but make sure you have all the documents sorted, everything, all the taxis sorted, all the permits sorted. Otherwise, it'll be very difficult because as soon as you get out of the Omani side, it's you will not find as many resources in terms of taxis that taking you to Muscat, because this side Dubai is only 1.5 hours away, Dubai main city, but this side is 3 hours to Muscat.
तो वहाँ पर जो सिचुएशन उतना खराब नहीं है जितना
people are safe there, ऐसी कोई दिक्कत नहीं है,
लेकिन इंटरसेप्शंस और ये सब तो हो रहा है ना, लेकिन बहुत ही रेयर है, मतलब कोई किसी इलाके में हो रहा है, कभी किसी इलाके में हो रहा है, इस टाइप पे है। हाँ, एक शेलिंग मैंने देखा है, एक इंटरसेप्शन मैंने देखा है।
कोई ऐसी शेलिंग या कोई ड्रोन वगैरह आपके आसपास भी गिरते हुए?
नहीं, वैसा नहीं, पर बस मैंने इंटरसेप्शन देखा है।
मैम आप दुबई से आ रही है, वहाँ पे क्या हालात थे?
अच्छे हालात हैं, अभी तो थोड़ा सा खाली खाली था दुबई, और रौनक थोड़ी सी कम लग रही थी क्योंकि सड़कें बिल्कुल खाली थी, लेकिन बाकी अच्छा था। थैंक यू।
ड्रोन अटैक है, सायरन्स बज रहे थे, आपने वो सारी आवाजें सुनी?
सुनी, आवाजें तो सुनी दूर से, लेकिन वो दूर से सुनाई दे रही थी, पास से नहीं सुनाई दे रही थी।
वतन वापसी हो गई है, कैसा लगा?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा, थैंक यू सो मच।
मुंबई एयरपोर्ट पर दुबई से आए यात्रियों से बात करते हैं, कैसा माहौल है वहाँ पे?
माहौल तो काफ़ी डरावना एयर में है, ऑन ग्राउंड लोगों को उन्होंने काफ़ी सेफ रखा है, सारे मिसाइल्स इंटरसेप्ट किए जा रहे हैं, बट एयर स्पेस बंद होने की वजह से एक एंग्जाइटी और डर का माहौल टूरिस्ट के अंदर है। हमने डिसीजन लिया बाय रोड ओमान जाके फ़्लाइट लेके आने का, तो हमने मस्कट से फ़्लाइट ली थी आज सुबह, अब मुंबई एयरपोर्ट पे लैंड किया है।
आप कहाँ पे थे दुबई में, किस जगह पे थे आप?
दुबई में मैं DIFC दुबई इंटरनेशनल फाइनेंशियल सेंटर के पास था, जो एक प्राइम लोकेशन है दुबई का, वहाँ पे हम अटके हुए थे।
जब वहाँ पे ड्रोन आ रहे थे, ब्लास्ट हो रहा था, आवाज़ें सुनाई दे रहा था?
आवाज़ें सुनाई दे रही थी, मिसाइल हमें दिखाई दे रही थी, उसका मलबा कहीं भी गिर सकता था, पर वो मैंने नहीं देखा।
दुबई से आ रहे हैं, कैसा वहाँ पे माहौल है?
दुबई में अभी माहौल तो काफ़ी गंभीर है अभी भी, क्योंकि सवेरे काफ़ी आवाज़ें आ रही है, अभी भी ड्रोन शूट हो रहे हैं, काफ़ी लोग डरे हुए हैं, बट गवर्नमेंट ने अच्छा काम किया है कि उन लोग बोल रहे हैं कि एक बार तुम वहीं रहो जहाँ हो, एंड धीरे धीरे रास्ते निकालेंगे, एंड जिसको जल्दी है, इमरजेंसी है, वो वाया मस्कत या दूसरे कंट्री के थ्रू रूट लेके निकल रहे हैं।
डर लग रहा था?
ऑफ कोर्स, क्योंकि जहाँ आप सो रहे हो, ऊपर से जब आवाज़ें आ रही है और वहाँ पे कंटिन्यूसली स्ट्राइक हो रहा है, तो हाई राइज बिल्डिंग्स में डर ज़रूर लगता है। सो लोग काफ़ी डरे हुए फ़िलहाल, बट गवर्नमेंट ने अच्छा काम किया सबको प्रोटेक्ट करने, धीरे धीरे इवैक्यूएट।
आप कहाँ पे थे?
हम लोग दुबई में थे, डाउनटाउन में, सेंट्रल दुबई में।
So about more than 100 stranded Indians have now returned home on Tuesday afternoon on a special Air India flight from Dubai. Now recounting even the tense hours of uncertainty following last-minute cancellations, safety alerts and escalating unrest in parts of West Asia. Amid the war, India has once again made sure that they are repatriating and getting back all the Indians, the diaspora that remains stranded in the Gulf region. Now also remember viewers, Indians make up for one of the biggest diaspora in the region. Shiva.
Yeah, definitely. The stranded passengers are returning, which is a very positive sign in case of the escalating tensions in the entire West Asian region. And also the entire Middle East is engulfed in war, so there is always a threat. Yeah. We have a guest with us, Senior Defense Analyst Major General Nitin Kohli is joining us to speak on this issue. Thanks a lot, sir, for giving us time to speak on what's unfolding in the West Asian region. So your initial comment on how far this is going to escalate, because we all very well know that Iran has the wherewithal to continue to prolong this war for a very long time. However, Donald Trump says this will continue for 4 to 5 weeks, but where do you think it is going to extend? How long?
See, it is becoming clear by now that the Trump and the entire USA had not thought it through. They did not exit strategy. They did not think of the end state. How will it be? So that's where they have gone slightly confused. They've been. They were expecting, they were saying, okay, we are coming, you guys can rise and you can reclaim your country. But they realized that no one rose. Rather, they all came to the street for their supreme leader and not for America. That is one. Secondly, probably they didn't expect that the Iran will fire like this on all the GCC countries, wherever their bases are, these 7 countries. Though Iran was making it clear, but probably they thought that it will be too emasculated or will become so weak with their initial thrust which they do, which has not happened. So as on today, Iran is doing its best. It has followed something called a mosaic strategy. Mosaic is the one in which they have divided their country into 30 parts. And independent commanders with independent wherewithal, wherever they have their missiles nicely tucked into mountains or whichever hidden places are there, and from there they've been firing. And they are on sort of as expected lines, the way they had planned, because they are creating adequate pressure on all American allies, like wherever it may be Qatar, it may be Bahrain, wherever the attacks have gone, the civilians are pressurizing them. Dubai attacks have been there. The UAE is also coming under pressure. And the Iran people have, their commanders are making it clear, telling them, okay, you make them vacate your bases. Otherwise you will, so the civilians will pressurize these countries and America will also come under pressure. Yeah. Second thing, you see, no matter what bluster he puts across at Trump, which he is good at, their supply chain, the sort of logistic chain is very extended. And there is a limit to how much munition they can have and how much they can supply. Yeah. Their limit of supply was also seen during Ukraine war also. There also it was not unlimited. Since it is their own war, so there will certainly be a limit to how long can they stay here. He can keep saying that he'll be here for 4 weeks, 5 weeks. It is the interest of Iran that he extend this war. Yeah. And so that the America finds it difficult to stay here for a very long time. And the other aspect is that domestic pressure will also come on Trump, which is already coming. In the Congress, people are not in his favor. Yeah. In their MAGA base also, people are saying, how come he has done this? When he came to power, he said he will not have any war, whereas he's starting the wars. So it remains to be seen. It's an evolving situation. But what looks like, as on today, America, they may not declare it, ipso facto is under pressure. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
Major General Kohli, also I want to understand from you, right now you just said that this is somewhere severe underestimation of what Iran could have done on the part of Israel and the US. But do you also think that the Iranian strategy of striking all US allies at once is turning Iran into an isolated warrior in the war as it unfolds?
You see, I am Lieutenant General Nitin Kohli. And the second thing, and there's a minor thing, you see, earlier also, Iran was alone only. These chaps were not in their favor. The very fact they have given their bases to the enemy, they have not been friendly to Iran. So Iran is not becoming isolated. He's making use of his strength. And he's isolating these guys. They will come under pressure. Their economies will go for a 6, like you see Saudi Arabia, for that matter, Dubai. They are kind of converting their economy. They're changing from oil economy to some other kind of modern economies which will be more dependent on the West. So Iran is playing his cards well. It is isolated, there's no doubt in this, but so was he earlier also. Thank you.
But if you do a comparative analysis of the arsenal that Iran has and comparatively the Middle Eastern countries they have, Iran is directly not engaging with any Middle Eastern country as of now in terms, the legitimate targets, what the IRGC says, are the US assets which are scattered around the Middle Eastern regions. Do you think it will escalate to a level that the Middle Eastern countries will also jump to a condition, to a level of engaging in a war with Iran? Will that ever be a scenario in the coming days?
You see, firstly, when their civilians and their economic infrastructure comes under pressure, they will do whatever best they can. And they do not have that kind of arsenal and the armies that they can sort of get directly involved in the war. And it is in the interest of Iran to prolong this war.
Yes.
They want to prolong this war so that these allies and the Americans also both come under pressure. Yes, when the Western countries also, when they get pushed and they experience losses, they will do whatever best they can. And one of the things is that they will like to get rid of. See, few things are happening now. Let me tell you this.
Yes.
Iran has made it very clear, or it has become very clear to everybody now, that giving bases to America doesn't mean that your security is ensured. You need to protect yourself. And their air defenses are weak in that area, in the remaining area. Only then these drones are penetrating. So they don't have a kind of wherewithal that they can really fight Iranians. Plus other thing is, Iran itself is saturated by now by Americans and the Israeli sort of weapon system, what they are doing there. And these fighters, what they have, they are some kind of guerrilla warfare has already started. They have gone, so they are not available openly that somebody will come and fight them. So they had probably planned like this only. Last 20 years, they've been preparing their country for this situation. And that's exactly what they're doing. These remaining countries will not be able to do much to Iran. In any case, these two powerful nations are there who are sort of doing their best to sort of subdue Iran and try to bring him on the table.
All right. Thanks a lot, Lieutenant General Nitin, for speaking on this issue and for your detailed, in-depth analysis on what's unfolding in the entire West Asian region. Gisu, there's a big breaking news that is coming in right now.
Yes. In fact, viewers, let's just quickly look at the breaking development at this hour. Now, the Ministry of Defense has signed an over 5,000 crore contract on the 3rd of March for 6 ALH Mk3 helicopters for the Indian Coast Guard and vertical launch sail missiles for the Indian Navy. Now, the ALH Mk3 contract is worth rupees 2,901 crores and has been inked with the Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, Bengaluru, under the buy category. Now, this also includes equipment, engineering support and logistics package, a holistic package of not just training but also logistical support for the military. These helicopters will enhance Coast Guard maritime security missions, offshore protection, island safety and environmental monitoring. Shivam.
Definitely it will be a boost. The acquisitions strengthen the Atmanirbhar Bharat, bolster India-Russia defense ties and reinforce India's layered maritime air defense architecture. So government signs key deal for ALH Mark III choppers and marine role ALH for Indian Coast Guard's 5,083 crore contract, which includes choppers and also missiles. Very big development. MOD signed 5,083 crore contracts on March 3rd, 2026 for 6 ALH Mark III maritime role helicopters for Indian Coast Guard and vertical launch missiles for Indian Navy.
We're also being joined by my colleague Ishan to get us more details. Ishan, this is a big breakthrough. This is a humongous deal and one of the first of its kind. It includes equipment, engineering support and also logistical training. Speak to us about the key aspects of this, Ishan.
Absolutely. The ALH deal first. The ALH deal is for the Indian Coast Guard. This will enable the Coast Guard to run not only surface-to-air missions, but this is a capability boost, increasing surveillance in the region. Now, this surveillance capability that the Indian Coast Guard currently uses, the Chetak and Cheetah helicopters. Now, These are old helicopters from the 80s and 90s that are still being used and now slowly being replaced by indigenously developed and built helicopters. Now, this helicopter, the ALH, is has been designed, developed, and built by HAL, and it is already being used by the Indian Army, Air Force and Navy in various capabilities. This will increase the surveillance capability of the Coast Guard. Along with that, it will also provide SAR capability, that is search and rescue capability, to the Indian Coast Guard. A lot of times, the first responder to the fishermen and boats at sea are these Coast Guard, Coast Guard. Now, Coast Guard has been negotiating this deal for quite some time, and now finally this has come through the MOD. And apart from that, the vertical launch SHTIL missile is a new missile that is being integrated into the current ecosystem of naval ships. It has the capability of providing short-range air defense systems. Now, this is a primary unit that will be focused on UAV contacts. Now, UAV and low-flying contacts. This is a close-range weapon system, and it is mostly against aerial targets. And it will be integrated into the vertical launch system that is already there on the ships. And this is a new missile. This has been developed by DRDO. And along with DRDO, it has capabilities of enhanced surveillance and destruction of low-flying, fast-moving targets. The VL-HHCIL missile is an indigenously developed missile, and both of these contracts together are over 5,000 crores and is a definite boost. Around 200 companies were involved in the manufacturing of components, parts, and other components, parts, and assembly of these systems, and it will provide around 10 lakh man-hours of employment to various sectors in the region. All of this is a definite boost to the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission of Prime Minister Modi. Back to you.
Right, Ishan, thanks very much for joining us on the story. In fact, quickly shifting focus, viewers, Pakistan has now partially closed its airspace for military exercises that it has been carrying out. That's the first statement that we're getting from the Pakistani Air Force, that they have now shut down their airspace partially for carrying out military exercises. Remember, this comes at the heels of Indian Air Force's biggest exercise that was being carried out in Rajasthan's Jaisalmer, the Vayu Shakti 2026. And now Pakistan has partially closed its airspace for carrying out military exercise. Also comes at the heels of Pakistan requesting India to come to the negotiation table over the jolts in West Asia.
Definitely, but that was a disguised request for peace. There was a warning also in that we are prepared for what may come. So that was the kind of request they always make. They are two-phased. Now, this is a very big development where Pakistani is closing its airspace, closes parts of Karachi and Lahore airspace for fighter jets exercise. This will be happening till March 31. This is the latest details that we are fetching. They have imposed time-bound restrictions also, and partially closes airspace for military drill also. This is a very big development that is coming in. They are closing their airspace for military exercises. But we also need to analyze this along with the fact that they are already in a warlike situation. There are tensions between Afghanistan and Pakistan. There is already tensions in the border. Afghanistan is hitting back hard. It's striking Pakistani posts along the border, along the Durand line, and Pakistan is issuing a NOTAM and is holding military exercises in select areas. This is the Pakistani claim, and they have imposed time-bound restrictions on civilian air traffic already in parts of its airspace amid military activity linked to the conflict with Afghanistan.
Shivam, in fact, it also comes at a time when, Iran had warned Pakistan. Iran had said that Pakistani airspace was being used as a decoy by the US military to attack Iranian territories. And right after that, now Pakistan has said that they're closing their airspace, a temporary shutdown, for an entire month. Is this true, or is this just Pakistan's fear coming to surface? Now, we're continuously being joined by retired Lieutenant General Nitin Kohli, our defense expert, who's with us on broadcast. Sir, thanks very much for speaking to Republic. I want to understand from you, Pakistan suddenly saying that they have a military exercise for which they've temporarily shut down their entire airspace for a month. It does not just come at the heels of Vayu Shakti, which was happening in India, but also after Iran blamed Pakistan for giving away or lending its airspace to US for attacking Iranian territories. Your take on this, sir?
You see, like it has already been brought out by somebody, one of your commentators, they are already at war with Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Recently, Afghanistan has shot down one F-16 and the pilot is being paraded. Their drones are coming and hitting various targets within Pakistan. So it can be some kind of precautions from that side, but probably it has more to do with Iran. You see, in June 25, when the America attacked Iran, that time Pakistan airspace was used. And Iran and Pakistan have not been in good relations, though Iran has sort of shown its solidarity on Twitter with Iran as well as with Saudi Arabia. But and also there is a domestic pressure on them, on Pakistan, because of Shias. There are a large number of Shias who stay in Pakistan. So there is a domestic pressure on them not to allow America to use their airspace for this purpose. So probably it may be for their domestic constituency, but it remains to be seen. There are always gaps. There are always gaps between what they say and what actually happens on ground. 31st March is too far away. How much they will not allow their space to be used, or they will not be permitted by America to be used, it remains to be seen. But these are the reasons which I can see probably happening at nothing to do with our exercise of Air Force.
Do we also need to remain cautious because of these exercises being conducted by the Pakistani Air Force? And also, is this also a warning for Afghanistan that maybe there might be even further airstrikes deep in Afghanistan, in Kabul, Kandahar and other places, sir?
There's no doubt in this. We always need to remain conscious, and we do remain. In any case, our people are doing the exercises. Our radars and other systems are always deployed 24/7. So we remain conscious, and this is a time we, in any case, due to Iran-Iraq war, we need to remain extra conscious, careful with whatever is happening. And of course, this is probably a harbinger of what is going to happen in Afghanistan. But it remains to be seen. They may not have... See, they are actually not in a position to fight, let me tell you this. The way their internal situation is, what is happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, what is happening in Balochistan, what is happening on the Iran border and Afghanistan border, they are actually not in a position to fight. It may be simply a bluster or just to satisfy their domestic constituency that they are not supporting Iran, so that their Shias, they don't get against the government. That's what I feel.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thanks very much for getting us that breakdown. Now, viewers, quickly dipping into a breaking development that we're getting. India has now issued a NOTAM for air exercise close to the Pakistan border. Now, right when Pakistani Air Force announced that an exercise will take place for about a month and shut its airspace, India now has issued a NOTAM for air drills close to the Pak border. Now, a NOTAM is a written notification which is specifically issued only to pilots before a flight, advising them of circumstances relating to the state of flying, and has now been issued close to the Pakistani border. We're getting you all the details on this, but for now it's time to slip into a short commercial break. We'll be right back, and rolling coverage continues on Republic TV. Stay tuned.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे
This is a bigger, longer pitched battle than Trump expected. Now, in India, we have people coming out in support of Khomeini. Are these protesters who are crying for Khomeini, have they ever asked what Khomeini's position was after and during Operation Sindoor and after Pahalgam? In 2017, Khomeini said, I'm going to lead the whole Muslim world because India is oppressing Muslims in Kashmir. Khomeini did what Pakistani propaganda did, and today there are all these people who are crying like they've lost a family member. In 2020, under Khomeini, Iran's parliament said India is a country that discriminates against Muslims. I do have a problem if there is an attempt at looking upon Khomeini as the supreme leader. Remember, community and religious affiliations have to come last. National interest has to come first.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Massive development as China issues veiled warning to USA and Israel. Chinese FM Wang Yi calls on Iranian counterpart. As war rages on in West Asia, Pak President pleads India for talks, says Pak ready to negotiate. Trump declares Iran operations likely to last 4 to 5 weeks, adds that US will go on longer if needed. Israel launches two-pronged attack as it launches strikes on both Beirut and Tehran. Iran launches fresh wave of attacks on American bases in Kuwait, Bahrain and Iraq. US State Department issues advisory to citizens in Middle East urging them to evacuate. Right, there's a big breaking news coming in right now at this moment. Explosions have been reported in the UAE and Oman. Big development coming in right at this moment. Explosions reported in UAE and Oman. Latest visuals, fresh visuals on your television screen. The UK base in Cyprus is hit. This is Akrotiri. It was hit earlier also, and these are the visuals of the attack. As you can see, explosions have reported in the UAE and Oman. Big development here, and Israel is beginning also the ground operations when it comes to Lebanon, and these are the latest visuals on your screen where you can see a UK base in Cyprus being hit, and also the biggest development as of now. All right, viewers, we'll head on to another big breaking news that is coming in right now at this moment after this breaking news, and that is about Greece sending naval vessels to Cyprus after attack on UK base on the island. Now, 2 Greek frigates set sail for Cyprus late Monday after attacks against a British base on the island. Ladies and gentlemen, as you remember, Starmer had confirmed that they allowed the US to use their base for strikes against Iran, and then it again became a legitimate target as per the IRGC. All the allies of US who are attacking Iran will become targets. This was a warning of IRGC, and this was the base that was hit in Cyprus. And Greece sends naval vessels to Cyprus after attacks on UK base on the island. 2 Greek frigates set sail for Cyprus late Monday after attacks against a British base on the island. The vessels set sail from the Salamina Naval Station. Defense Minister Nikos Dandias said on Monday that one of the frigates was equipped with an anti-drone system recently tested in a European Union-led deployment in the Red Sea to protect international shipping. He also said Greece would send fighter jets to Cyprus. Dandias is to visit the island on Tuesday, joined by the head of the Greek armed forces. All right, we have guests also joining us to speak on this issue. We have Ariela Rosenthal, Director of International Relations, Ashdod Municipality, live from Ashdod, Israel. Ariela, your comment on this, because UK base has also been hit. They were used by United States of America, and IRGC has made this clear. All bases which belong to America, all American bases, and all those who are helping America will become their legitimate targets. Now, how are you going to tackle all the menace that has been created by Iran? Iran will keep on striking. Your response, Ariela?
Well, Iran is not only striking military facilities, it's also striking civilian facilities. Just now we had a bombardment, a ballistic bombardment from Iran that exploded in the city of Petah Tikva. Thank God that there were no injuries, but only property and, of course, trauma. Today is a holy day in the state of Israel, so I'm not the government, and I'm sure I'm not the U.S., of course, but from my point of view, they took this into calculation. But I think that Iran is miscalculating and making a very, very big mistake strategically. Or what Israel has conveyed throughout the year is actually, we can see by its behavior and conduct. Finally, this terrorist regime must be eliminated once and for all. And what if the Iranians had nuclear missiles, what would they do today? Target everybody with nuclear missiles. And so this is a very, very big question for all. And I'm happy that the U.S. and Israel are dealing with it. Of course, war is war, and there will be lots of casualties. But at the end of the day, there's no other way to eliminate the head of the snake that has just brought evil to the world and nothing else.
As you're joining us, giving us these details, the clear questions that are being asked is there is a clear escalation. We've been looking at this, but now we can very clearly say Iran is not backing down. And I spoke about this yesterday. I want to ask you, last time when there was a ceasefire, Iran had done around 50 missiles last year on Israel, and that's where the ceasefire had been called for. It had been reached. How long do you think Israel will be able to withstand the missiles, the projectiles that are being now sent here? Of course, we know that the multi-pronged attack that Israel is facing, they are more than all right. The statement has come out to handle it. But how long will this attack be faced by Israel?
Well, you heard yesterday that the President Trump announced that it will take weeks. And Israel, of course, is working in coordination with the U.S. We, the people of Israel, are strengthening our government because for over 30 years we have suffered survivally from the threats from Iran. So I think that it's about time that once for all they will eliminate the Tehran regime, the terroristic regime. But it must be, of course, along with the will of the people of Iran to change the regime. So without them, the people, and without the help here from Israel and the U.S., hopefully, it will be soon earlier. But I don't know. This is what we hear here in Israel, and we understand that this is survival of the state of Israel. And for the world, as you see, it's what's going on with Iran. So I just want my country to eliminate the threat on the citizens, and hopefully will open a new era for peace and solidarity between all.
All right, we're also going across, and I'll tell you to stay on with Shivam and me. We're getting some breaking news that's coming in, because this is not only something, Ariella, that Israel or Iran or the US is talking about. The Gulf countries are getting involved. We're now getting to that breaking news that explosions are now being reported in the UAE and Oman. And these explosions, once again in the UAE, they are also being reported in the Oman. And this is also as there is a lot of messages coming from the UAE that things are safe, but once again we're seeing these pictures and these reports coming of explosions in the UAE and Oman. And this is also coming at a time when the Gulf states have chosen not to retaliate to Iran, that is attacking all the UK and the US military bases. I think, Ariella, there was also a further escalation when we saw the U.S. embassies being attacked. But it is also, one thing to say that Khamenei needs to go. But we also understand Iran has a rigidity and a theocracy, a theocratic ideology that's going to continue to remain. They knew what's going to happen. They have another set of commands already in place. They've said no for any further talks with the USA. How far do you think and how soon do you think What do you think is the future? Do you think this conflict in West Asia can get sorted out in the next 2 to 6 weeks?
No, it won't be sorted from my point of view, really, in 6 weeks.
Yes.
Is an ideology, and you can never kill an ideology. That's why I think it's the importance of the people of Iran to change their regime. We, of course, are assisting. From my point of view, what Tehran is actually doing, by attacking the neighbors in the Gulf wars, they thought they're trying to do pressure on the Gulf wars, but and actually during the controversy that countries that were divided before, that were not in favor of Israel, or did not announce in a very clear manner that they would like ties with the state of Israel. Yes. Well, now you suddenly find them that they understand that there is a very, very possibility that future, near ties like with Saudi Arabia and Israel might actually be the outcome of the pressure of Iran on the Gulf. And so hopefully Iran will be eliminated, not the people, of course, but their terrorist regime. And it won't be 6 weeks, and it will take time, but maybe at least there will be a future for the people of Iran.
Ariella, we're just hoping that there has not been a miscalculation. We remember the Russia-Ukraine war. Everybody was saying that this is going to get over in 2 days, a week, or maybe a month. We would also like to welcome Major General Bishambar Dayal, who is a defense analyst, joining us to speak on this issue. Sir, your initial comment on what's unfolding in West Asia. Do you really trust Donald Trump when he says this is going to get over in 4 to 5 weeks? We already have an example of the Russia-Ukraine war in place. Your initial comment on this?
See, Russia-Ukraine war is certainly a different, altogether different part of the world and different game altogether. Of course, there may be certain, I think, aberrations in what the Americans had initially planned, right? There may be, it's war, and I'm sure America and Israel must have catered for that. But what is more relevant today is that the world is probably more surprised by the way Iranians have come out with it. Nobody thought that after Ayatollah Khomeini, there'll be no gap, there'll be no vacuum, there'll be no confusion, there'll be no fear. The country came out strongly despite having lost the top 44 leaders of their country, military, not political, I would say, all religious military leadership, they lost. Yet they came out so strongly. So what is their strategy? Their strategy from the very beginning looks like enlarge the war, bring the neighbors into the war, force war upon the other Gulf states, or so-called the states which have been having bases for America, target America's softer portions, and even in these states, target the areas which are less likely to be defended by strong air defense systems, and somewhere also to play the game from the depth. That means do not expose your all potential, all capability in one go. So they have, over the last 6-8 months after the last June conflict, probably more than America and Israel, Iran has taken stock of these situations differently. They've changed their strategy, they've changed their tactics, and they will stretch the war quite a long. Now, how long, nobody can say, but ultimately, if you look at it, the supply chains of America are too long. The supply chain for Israel also, some of the supply chains in terms of their aircrafts and their spares also is America. Israel is not producer of any aircraft, whether F-35, F-18, F-15. So supply chain will also become a problem after 4 to 5 hours. So I'm not scaring the world. What is there with people like President Trump? They do not hesitate in using the highest muscle that they have, or until the world intervenes, countries intervenes, India, Russia and China comes out strongly and involve the Europeans to say no war, peace. And then they force peace through negotiations. Unless that happens, the war is going to be long, and the only other way is that tactical nuke missiles, tactical nuclear option, which America may exercise if they think they are losing badly in terms of their manpower, in terms of their equipment. And Iran is not going to give. Iran is, Ayatollah is not only an ideology, he is not only a legacy, Ayatollah is also a system. When you develop a system to defend what you are talking, he has built a system, the Ayatollah have built a system over 45 years. The system is very strong. The system is very coherent. Their own product, they've given 40 to 50,000 drones to Russia over the last 2-3 years. So imagine what is their capability of producing, indigenously producing drones and also indigenously producing their missiles. So there is a power which America and Israel never thought.
Okay, fair enough. And I also want to, as I'm going to stay with Major General Bishambar Dayal and Raila Rosenthal, go across to more details that are coming. We're also getting a picture that we're going to go through. If we can just break those. Yes, we're getting that Fujairah port has also stopped all its activities after a nearby strike. We are getting those pictures of that. There's been an explosion at that port. And we can see as Iran has hit the Fujairah oil field in the UAE. We're also getting another visual, and Iran has published the footage of the launch of, released the footage of the launch of the Qadar and the Imad ballistic missiles being fired at Israel from central Iran. Now, let's also explain to our viewers that even though Iran is publishing the footage of this launch of these ballistic missiles, we are not sure whether it's actually reaching the spots in Israel. Let's first also hear the natural sounds that are being released by those Iran authorities on this footage. Also now go back to our guests as we are seeing these images. It's very, very clear what's been happening, and I'm going to go across to another breaking news in just a minute, but I'm going to go back to my guests. Raila Rosenthal, you know, these are images that are being released by Iran. Iran is hitting the Fujairah oil field in the UAE. It's also releasing pictures and images of how it's being hitting Israel. It's very clear they are not stopping, they're escalating and they're attacking Israel. Like I asked you earlier, the big question here really remains, who's going to really sit for talks right now? You know, you were absolutely right when you said we don't see anything happening in the next 6 weeks. But what is it that Israel, US thought when they were attacking this regime in Iran? Do we see a regime change? Because as we're seeing this theocratic rigidity that's there, they already have the next steps along. Do we see any change? Because, you know, unlike what we saw in Venezuela, Iran already has their next steps. We don't see any puppet US person who can take over. They have their next in command already ready, Ariella.
Well, as your colleague here conveyed, Iran has a very well, besides the ideology, has a very strong system. And I'm sure that Israel and knows exactly who the processors are. So they may also be eliminated in the near future. But if I look what's going on now with the Hezbollah, the proxy of Iran, we yesterday eliminated due to the ongoing ballistic attack and the attack of the Hezbollah. So the state of Israel, the IDF, is countering and bombarding the Hezbollah. So, you know, I don't, you know, as a citizen, when I read and I try to understand what's going on, I think we must wait. I'm sure and confident that the U.S. and Israel know exactly what they're going to do. I do think that this is already not a war only between Israel and the U.S. and Israel against Iran, but it's already becoming a regional and a global war, of course an economic war also because of the Strait of the Hormuz, and there are going to be lots of implications in the new future, and I'm sure that China and Russia and the international community will also have its say as it does right now, but people must understand that this war that is conveyed from our part, from Israel's view is a survival war. For more than 30 years, Iran has contributed, nurtured the proxies, the terrorist attacks, the 7th of October. And so we hope that by eliminating this regime, I'm sure that even if there will be more religious, there will be another religious regime. It will not be
and you know, as you're saying that, we're also getting some news that I'm going to break in a short while, because it's exactly with what you're saying, that there's been a big escalation from Israel where they've hit the Iran's presidential palace. But before that, I'm going to show you the strike near the Fujairah port in UAE that has been hit, and I'm going to go to those pictures where the Fujairah port has also been hit with this. It stopped all its activities after a nearby strike. We're looking at those pictures where the storage operations at Fujairah, that include all those places nearby in Vopak, VTTI, have been suspended operations. They restricted staff access. But now the attack is among the latest in a series of Iranian drone and missile strikes across the Mideast Gulf, which launched in the retaliation after, of course, we all know the joint US-Israeli attacks that killed Khamenei. Now, Fujairah was not directly hit in the earlier drone incidents in the recent days, but now these pictures coming in clearly show that it has stopped all its activities after a strike took place nearby. There has been a suspension. Remember, Fujairah was not directly hit, but now the port is a key supplier of bunker fuel for ships transiting the Strait of Hormuz and is the world's third largest crude and product storage hub. I also want to, as we're going to go across to more breaking news coming in, also ask my other guest about what impact this will have on India. Major General Bishambar Dayal, this is the big question here. How is India going to be impacted, and what are the steps that lie ahead? Also, when it comes to Pakistan, we are getting mixed signals when it comes to Pakistan, not only in how they want to have talks with us, but also whether their airspace had been used for these strikes, and also how they condemned this attack for Iran. So what is the impact here for India?
Thank you. See, we must look at it. What is the strategy? And out of that, the impacts come out. The strategy of Iran is very clear. Spread the war to Gulf countries. Close Strait of Hormuz. Choke movement of oil and gas. And dilute production of oil and gas in this area. It will impact the world economy. And it will impact Southeast Asia more. And it will impact India, because India is the largest economy, growing economy, largest population with largest interest in this area. It's not a question of 1 crore people sending remuneration of 10 to 12 billion every month. It's not a question of only oil coming from there. It's also a question that large number of your companies are operating from Gulf area. It's also a question of your entire shipping routes are through this area. It's also a question of that your all air routes are through this area. You are connected to the West through this strategic area. So it is going to affect India very, very severely. Now, India can do very little in this. People are just talking. The time when India or China or Russia or the world could have stopped is when they gave you 6 weeks. 6 weeks these countries were negotiating, and somebody should have told them negotiation is the only way. No war, no war. Nobody told them. Nobody tells anything to Trump. So Trump takes it that quietness means different to different people. So he takes it differently. What can India do? I'm of the opinion it's time for India to realize that you have a very strong strategic partner. He stood with you for 70 years without winching his eyes. He stood with you through Kargil, through 71 war, through everything. He openly, when Galwan happened, mind you, neither America nor Israel condemned the Chinese. The only people who stood by you were the Russians. Even during that time, they said, this is barbaric, right? Okay. So why not to open the eastern way? Why not to start your supplies? I mean, first let's solve the gas and our issues of oil. We start the corridor from Vladivostok. Why east it comes there? You open it, you expedite it, you go in for that. So India will have to do something out of the box. Presently, Indian economy for next 4 to 6 weeks may not get that severely affected. But when this war is, even after 4 to 6 weeks, it will have civil war. Even these 4 to 6 will have conducive effect, which will not be visible, which will be visible to individuals. Imagine individuals are stuck up in hotels, individuals are stuck up in somebody's houses, individuals had to travel, their children may be stuck up in West, education, this, that. There are a lot of things. The world is disturbed. It is actually, this war has been forced onto the world. It may not be a world war, but the world has been dragged into this war, the impacts of this war. The impacts of this war, the economic impact of this war will be severed in times to come. I'm of the opinion that someone needs to gather courage and guts and to get this war stopped. Mere words, diplomatic words, soft words, and of course both sides will have their reasons. Of course Israel will have its reasons. They want this, they want that. Iran says, I want this. Every country wants. Every local politician, every domestic politician wants to continue to ruling his country for next 50 years. Who wants to give up power? Netanyahu doesn't want to give up power. So does friend Ayatollah Khomeini was not keen to give up his power. And so his friend Trump doesn't want to give his power. People are suffering because of individual ambitions and ambitions of certain countries which are beyond the UN Charter. We violate the UN Charter, we violate the international law. This is what we are going to happen. When world will be governed by domestic interest and interest of individual nation, and we will give up we will give up the principles of governance, principles and laws of humanity, and basic values of humanity. This is what we will see. I mean, it is just the beginning. Venezuela, this is beginning. We saw it in Syria, we saw it in Iraq, we saw it earlier in Yugoslavia. We've seen this. I mean, we take, the world is told a false agenda that, look, our narrative is to change the government, our narrative is to make him stop producing nuclear fuel, or he's willing to stop it. He told you, and the vice president of America was told by the foreign minister of Iran, we are willing to stop it. Yet there's a war. So it is going to have serious implications for India. And India is a strong country. It is one of the 5 power centers post-millennium, beside Russia, China, America, and European Union. India is not a regional power. India is not a local power. India is a global power. Absolutely. India has its own footprint.
And you know, as we're staying with that, you're absolutely right. I think what you started off, Major General Bishambar Dayal, by saying that what Iran is trying to do is have an impact on a global level. I also want to introduce the guest who's joining us from Jerusalem in Israel, Noam Eyal. Welcome, Israeli journalist is joining us. And before I come to you, Noam, I'm also going to show you the breaking news that's coming in. The Israeli Defense Forces have conducted precision strikes on the Iranian regime's leadership compound in Tehran, hitting central headquarters, including the presidential office and Supreme National Security Council buildings. It's very clear indication, Noam, that the IDF has now conducted the precision strikes on Iranian regime's headquarters in Tehran. It's a very clear indication that the Iran presidential office is now being hit with attacks from Israel. Where is this headed? What is next as the Israeli Defense Forces have conducted yet another massive strike in Iran? Noam.
Having me, Rhythm, and I can only assess as far as we're very well informed, as you know, but still, it's very different than the previous 12-day war. As you can see, the regime was not quite the target back then. It was mostly the nuclear facilities. But here you can see that even if the Iranians wants to go back to talk nuclear, that is not the goal this time. The Israelis and the Americans are very coordinated in their goals to prepare the ground as best possible for a regime change, which is very almost unheard of. Only with this American president, it became the norm. If you want to look at it this way, but Iran has actually been inviting this. Like they've been postponing or with talks with. They kept doing what they do for 2 decades and kept. Let's talk a little bit more. Nothing happened. they kept promoting terrorism and their proxies and building their nuclear capabilities slowly but surely. They reached a point where where there is no other choice. And the only way, if you want to look at it from Israeli perspective, completely, only interest, Israeli and American, that the best way to bring safety and security to the region as a whole and probably to the world is this regime change. Of course, nothing of this sort can happen without the Iranians themselves doing their part after this is done. However, you will see tens of thousands all over the world celebrating, which means I personally am very happy for the Iranian people. My heart goes to them. They've been suffering 47 years under a brutal regime, and as much as this is a historic and unheard of act from any American president, Trump is probably the only one in history that would have been able to do something like this at this point of time when the American people are still backlashing the American president for what happened in Iraq. So very, very brave move by Trump.
Yes. No, I'm just going to come back to you, and my colleague Gesu also will be back with us. I'm just going to go through a breaking news that's just coming in. This is an assurance for all the Indian nationals, and this is the breaking news coming in for all the Indian nationals currently in the UAE. Ambassador of India to the UAE, Dr. Deepak Mittal, has now issued a strong statement. We're going to go to that. It's given for the Indian community, saying the government of India is closely monitoring the situation of the past 48 hours. Dr. Deepak Mittal also says the Prime Minister has spoken directly to the UAE President Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. He's also thanked the UAE leadership for the prompt action, and also very importantly, viewers, said the Indian Embassy in Abu Dhabi and Consulate in Dubai are operating 24/7 helplines and remain on high alert. Let's listen in to what Dr. Deepak Mittal, Ambassador of India to the UAE, has said.
To all the members of the Indian community in UAE, I'm reaching out to you during these unprecedented times that we all are facing for the last 48 hours. I want to assure you that the government of India attaches very high importance to the safety, security and well-being of the Indian nationals across the region and in UAE. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has spoken to the President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed, yesterday night, and also earlier External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar spoke to the Foreign Minister, His Highness Sheikh Abdullah. We have thanked them for their prompt and effective action they have taken to ensure safety, security of the country, the residents and the Indian community here in UAE. Friends, I would like to tell you that the Indian Embassy in UAE and the Indian Consulate in Dubai, we are working around the clock 24/7 to ensure that we are available to all members of community. We are running helplines 24/7 and emails, which are details below in the screen. Please, you can reach out to us through this at any point in time for any concern that you would have. Friends, I would also like to tell you, please do not fall prey to any rumors or unverified information. Always check official handles, embassy social media handles, the official media handles, and the handles of the authorities in UAE and different emirates for any information. Also, please do act responsibly on the social media. Do not spread any unverified information, which is important. Friends, those who are affected because of the overflight restrictions, I would like to tell you that we are working and closely in contact with the airlines and the authorities on the matter. You also please do check with your airlines on the airspace and the flight reoperations. You can travel once these resume. For our younger friends, our students, your exam for the 2nd October CBSE exam is postponed, and the CBSE is looking at the new schedule for the coming days, and we'll keep you posted on the same. Friends, once again, please stay safe, stay calm, stay vigilant. Here we are with you, the embassy and the consulate, working around the clock with you. We are in touch with all the community members and the organization as well. If you have any concerns, you reach out to us at any point in time.
In fact, also joining me on the broadcast is Noam Eyal, who is an Israeli journalist, and also retired Major General Bishamber Dayal, who joins us, our defense expert. Noam, coming to you first. Now that the Israeli Defense Forces have struck the President's office in Iran, Pezeshkian's office, his establishments has been struck by the IDF. I want to know from you, where do you think that this war is going to escalate? The fronts that are being opened, this is not just about toppling the regime anymore. Iran.
I personally think it is. Of course, it's degrading the Iranian capabilities as far as Israel is concerned. Israel is targeting missiles and offensive capabilities of the Iranian regime against Israel. We have been getting ballistic missiles, huge ones, non-stop since Saturday, including minutes before I came on. So all over the country, it's huge damage. We've had a scene a couple of days ago, not far from here, where 9 dead and around 50 wounded from one missile that hit a direct hit on a shelter. They're all in a shelter. Okay, so if you compare this, by the way, to our neighbors in the Gulf, for example, they don't even have that. So they're having a bigger problem in regard to these weapons. But targeting leadership and senior officials, if you're talking about Pezeshkian's headquarters and IRGC headquarters, has two goals. First of all, if we're talking about the opening strike, and even after that, it's about severing the connection between the leadership and the forces and the rest of the Iranian forces we're getting reports about complete disconnect between the forces and the leadership. They're not able to get orders. So a lot of them are working independently, firing these missiles whenever they can all over Iran. But they're not, the chain of command is severed. That's one goal. That's the military goal. The other goal, which is clearly Israeli and American, and is completely, as stated by both Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump, is to prepare the ground for a regime change. When I say that, I mean hitting as much of the regime, the internal command centers of the regime within Iran that are capable of retaliating against protesters, hopefully revolutionary soon, but it's all about that. Taking out as much as Basij forces, though not Iranian army, IRGC and their internal security bodies that are meant to preserve this regime. This is the goal. It's very clear. Otherwise, you would not have seen taking out someone like Khamenei, which was off the table completely in the previous 12-day war.
Yeah. Thanks, Noam. In fact, that was quite a detailed answer. Major General, we're also getting back to you. But first, viewers, we have a fresh breaking development that we're following. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have issued a new statement. They have said that the biblical holiday of Purim is a triumph over an enemy seeking your destruction. Centuries later, we are reliving that same story. That's the latest development that we're tracking. The Israeli Defense Forces have now issued a new statement. They've in fact said that the biblical holiday of Purim is a triumph over an enemy seeking your destruction. And there are no points for guessing that the enemy being spoken of is Iran in this case. And this also comes after the IDF struck Iranian President Pezeshkian's establishments, multiple establishments struck by precise missiles in Iranian territory. Major General Dayal, coming back to you for a hot minute. In fact, before that, let's also listen in to what the IDF spokesperson had to say on the matter.
Purim, a story of surviving in the face of an enemy that seeks your destruction. Sound familiar? For decades, the Iranian regime has openly called for the destruction of Israel. Ballistic missiles, advanced weapons programs, proxy terrorist groups positioned across the region. At the head of this campaign was Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader who for more than 3 decades advanced Iran's terrorist aims. He built Iran's ballistic missile program, pushed nuclear weaponization, and funded terror organizations across the Middle East with a defining objective: destroy the state of Israel. Khamenei has now been eliminated, along with other senior leaders. His reign of terror is finally over. This Purim, we are operating against today's threat that targets our safety and survival. Through Operation Roaring Lion, the IDF, together with the U.S. Armed Forces, are removing the core of this existential enemy threat. Purim has started, but our mission continues. And like in the story of Purim, we will triumph in the face of terror. The IDF wishes you a safe and happy Purim. Purim, a story of surviving in the face of an enemy that seeks you.
Viewers, getting in some more breaking development now. The Ministry of External Affairs has issued a statement on the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran. This is the first statement issued by the Ministry of External Affairs over the ongoing tensions in West Asia. In fact, they've said that almost 1 crore Indian citizens are living and working in the Gulf region. Now remember, the war has spilled over and has engulfed the entire Gulf region in proxies here and there. And now the Ministry of External Affairs has taken full cognizance of the tensions that are escalating and of the Indian diaspora that continues to be in the Gulf region. In fact, the Indian embassies and consulates in the affected countries remain in close touch with Indian nationals and community organizations, issuing regular advisories as appropriate. They've also extended all possible help to those stranded by the conflict. Just this morning, we saw an Air India special flight land at the Bengaluru airport from Dubai, carrying over 100 Indian diaspora that was stranded in the middle of the Gulf tensions. Ishita.
Right, of course, that's the first statement that has been issued by the Ministry of External Affairs on the ongoing war in West Asia. It says that about 1 crore Indian citizens are living and working in Gulf. Trade, energy will have serious consequences for economy. So that's New Delhi issuing a strong statement as far as West Asia and the tensions continuing in the region are concerned. Now remember, India has commercial interests in the region, lots of investments in the Gulf nations and also Indian diaspora. So those are the two major concerns for India, and now the MEA issuing a statement reflecting both of these concerns. In fact, all right, I'm also being now joined by Major General Dhruv Kotecha joining us. So thank you, Mr. for joining us on Republic TV. I want to ask you, the conflict in West Asia is now escalating. Sir, we're looking at more and more countries getting engulfed into this war, whether it's Gulf nations, whether it's European countries. We've seen statements coming in from Greece, the UK. They're sending warships now. As far as India is concerned, we have commercial interests and diaspora concerns. How is New Delhi looking at all the escalations that are now coming to light from West Asia?
Thank you. The way I look at it is New Delhi's response will be to try to get peace into that region as quickly as possible. Now, you have rightly pointed out that we have got diaspora concerns, but in my own view, the diaspora concerns are not that serious. Primarily because there is no civil war raging in any of those countries. Now, these for the diaspora, it becomes a challenge if there is a civil war. In this case, it is simply Iran firing a certain set of missiles and UAVs into those areas, and those targets are very specific to certain places, generally related to the United States and their military. The civilian areas are not being targeted. So I do not think there is going to be any danger to the Indian diaspora in that area. That is one. I think the most serious concern as far as India is concerned is the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Now that is going to affect India economically because the prices of the energy prices have already shot up. In Europe, they have shot up to about 50%. The barrel of crude has already shot up anything between 10 to 15%. And if this closure remains for a longer period of time, the prices will shoot up further. So I think it is in India's interest to ensure, at least to put in our efforts to all the concerned parties to cease firing and to get back onto the diplomatic table and talk, because the energy supplies, they must be resumed at the earliest. Any closure of that affects both India and China disproportionately as compared to the rest of the world.
Right. Thanks so much for that. In fact, Major General Bishamber, quickly coming to you also, given your military expertise and experience, you know, Iran has been striking several territories across the Gulf. Now, how do you see this panning out for Iran going deeper into this war? Major General Bishamber Dayal. Let's go back to retired Major General Dhruv Katoch, who continues being with us on the broadcast. Major General Dhruv, coming to you quickly. You know, Iran's strategy in the war has been to strike allies of not just Israel, but the US. Every place that is harboring a US base is getting struck by an Iranian missile. How do you see that this strategy of war will play out for Iran going forward?
No, I think the Iranian strategy was very clear, and they had announced it even before they started.
Yeah.
They had said that all American interests in the Gulf region are open targets for the for the Iranians. Now, that is simply because they are not really in a position to hit the United States, the mainland of the United States. So they will hit at the targets in the Gulf. They had announced it, and they have actually hit at those targets. They've caused some level of damage, but I don't think the damage is too severe to seriously impact American operations. The way I look at it is that the Iranian capacity is limited.
Yeah.
Because the war is restricted to missiles and to drones, the number of weapons which the Iranians have is limited. And they are expending those weapons, and getting the replenishments I think is going to be a challenge for the Iranians, because their factories have also been bombed, and their production ability, their ability to ramp up the production is seriously challenged now. In my assessment, they will be able to continue with the present state of engagement, not for a period not more than 2 to 3 weeks. I think the 3 weeks is the optimum. My own guess is about 2 weeks or so they can maintain it. But after that, they will run out of supplies, except for the critical reserves, which they will keep with them. So I'm expecting that within 2 weeks or so, there will be a closure, at least on the military front, and people will get back to diplomacy.
Right. Major General Dhruv Katoch, thanks very much for giving us a breakdown of this entire situation. In fact, our senior executive editor, Niranjan Narayanaswamy, also joins us on the broadcast to get us more details into what's unfolding.
Well, there's a very strongly worded statement that came out from the Ministry of External Affairs, so we wanted to get our viewers details of that. In the statement that's just been put out by the Indian government, the government has said that it is extremely concerned, deeply concerned at the commencement of the conflict in Iran and the Gulf region, saying that even when the conflict broke out on Saturday, India urged all sides to exercise restraint, avoid escalation, prioritize safety of civilians. Unfortunately, in the holy month of Ramadan, situation in the region has deteriorated significantly and continuously. In recent days, we have not just witnessed an intensification of the conflict, but also its spread to other nations. Destruction and deaths have mounted. Normal life and economic activities have come to a halt. And as a proximate neighbor with critical stakes in the security and stability of the region, these developments evoke great anxiety. There are almost 1 crore Indian citizens who live and work in the Gulf region. Their safety and well-being is of utmost priority. We cannot be impervious to any development that negatively affects them. Secondly, and the most critical, the MEA is saying that, and India saying that our trade and energy supply chains also traverse this geography, adding that any major disruption, I repeat, any major disruption has serious consequences for the Indian economy. As a country whose nationals are prominent in the global workforce, India is firmly opposed to attacks on merchant shipping. Already some Indian nationals have lost their lives or are missing as a result of such attacks in the last few days. Now, in this background, India is strongly reiterating its call for dialogue and diplomacy, saying that we raise our voice clearly in favor of an early end to this conflict. Already many lives have been regrettably lost, and we express our grief in this regard. Now, the big breaking news updates, the big takeaways, in fact, if I can just summarize, One, the government noting, and India for the first time noting that the situation has deteriorated significantly, continuously. That's the official stand of the government. Secondly, the government is saying that there is an intensification of conflict which has now spread to other countries. Now, that is alarming because we see even in our neighborhood, immediate and close neighborhood, there is a concern. Third, destruction and deaths have mounted. The government has made a significant statement that Indians and Indian lives have been lost. India has confirmed that several Indian lives have been lost, adding that it is negatively affecting the 1 crore plus diaspora which is working in the Gulf nations. 1 crore citizens, it says, 1 crore Indians are there. Secondly, adding that any major disruption here has very serious consequences for our economy and that Indian nationals have lost their lives. So far, we were given to understand that there was 1 Indian life lost in this conflict, and that was of a crew member on board the merchant vessel, which was targeted by the Iranians. Now, it is significant also because India has condemned. Look at the words used. India has condemned the attack on merchant vessels. As a country whose nationals are prominent in the global workforce, India is also firmly opposed to attacks on merchant shipping. This is on the back of one of the vessels that was targeted yesterday, MV Skylight. I think it was MV Skylight which was targeted, where 1 Indian reportedly was killed. He was on board. But we are now hearing that some Indian nationals have lost their lives or are missing. So this is a very big statement. And once again asking for dialogue in the region. Now, this is India confirming several aspects, including the kind of adverse impact this is going to have on our economy. Maybe I'll go across to Major General Dhruv Katoch. General Katoch, this is India confirming that yes, our trade and oil, etc. supplies will be hit. That several Indians' lives have been lost, and I think it's perhaps for the first time. We have condemned the attacks by Iran. Without naming Iran, we have condemned the attacks by Iran on merchant ships.
Yes, and very frankly, I think it was long overdue because as far as India is concerned, our strategic interests depend upon on the Strait of Hormuz being open. And we don't want any disturbances in that area because that is where the energy supplies come from. And if those supplies are disrupted, then 2 countries get impacted more severely than any other. And that is India and China, because our dependency on the Gulf oil is far more than others. So I think it is a very timely statement which has been given out by the government of India, expressing our concern and also making it very clear that we are on the side of peace. Many people say that India is not involved. No, we are very seriously involved and we are fighting for the side of peace. We don't want to get involved in the conflict, but we certainly want to ensure that the guns stop firing, that the people get back onto the diplomatic table, and that the issues be resolved by diplomats and by the politicians without resorting to the use of force.
Right. Right, Major General. On that, there's a follow-up question to that. You know, there are countries who have taken clear sides. We have China, which is backing Iran. European countries have come out in the favor of US and Israel. And here, India is taking a very nuanced stand, battling for diplomacy so that there is an early end to this conflict.
No, you know, I think as far as the European nations are concerned, they are simply following the NATO line. But it is very important to also to state that how the Europeans are doing it. Like the British Prime Minister has made a very clear statement. He says that we will allow our bases to be used for defensive purposes. Basically, that they will allow the Americans to refuel us, etc. That, but they will not take part in the actual operations. So everybody is giving their own nuanced statement. As far as China is concerned, they are very seriously impacted because they had a very strong deal with the Iranians. And in a sense, they had led Iran to believe that if anything happened, they will come to their aid. But nothing of that sort has happened. The Chinese have backed out, very frankly. They have simply given a statement that, okay, we support the Iranians, and I presume they may have given them some intelligence support, etc. But beyond that, both China and Russia have really done nothing in active support of Iran. That way, India's stance has been very, very clear. Right from the beginning, we have said that we are not involved in this conflict. This is not our war. And because it is not our war, we want both sides to get back to the table and resolve your differences through diplomacy. I think that's a very wise and nuanced stand, and I totally support the stance taken by the government of India.
Right, of course. Major General New Delhi clarifying its stance as far as the war in West Asia is concerned. Noam is also present with us, and in fact we'll continue this conversation, viewers, but right now slipping into a very short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. More developments on how the war in West Asia is escalating coming up on the other side.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाई जीरा से MDH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग असली स्वाद असली मजा